Monster Synthesis Master. 650 Wasteland Expedition Army. As the cloudy weather ended, the mechanical fortress above the planet could no longer be hidden. Especially during the new moon period, the stars were bright, and the mechanical fortress was exceptionally bright, causing all the stars in the night sky to lose their color. The sudden appearance of such a bright object in the sky naturally attracted the attention of many players. The behemoth could be seen with the naked eye, and the players only needed to use a little telescope equipment to see the full appearance of the mechanical fortress. It was then that the players realized that the abandoned mech city had disappeared. The players had no idea how the huge mechanical fortress rose into the air. However, the scene in front of them was extremely shocking. As the competition progressed, it was already halfway through. The preliminaries in other places had also ended, and the players who had advanced took the train from all over the world to Shandu. Even many ordinary players had come to the Sand City to watch the competition. Because of the mechanical fortress, the players had a heated discussion on the forum. Most people believed that the appearance of the mechanical fortress in the sky foreshadowed the next step of the plan. Now that Link had pacified the wasteland, he had established the Wasteland Council. The opinions within the planet had basically reached a consensus, and there was no threat to speak of. Based on the situation with Pandora and Victoria, as well as the information published on the official website, the enemy in version 2.0 was an alien planet. This time, Link might be one step ahead of them again. That was why these players swarmed to the Sand Capital to see if they could find an opportunity. After 3 days of rest and Link's lack of response, the matter of the mechanical fortress was a hot topic. There were all kinds of speculations. It wasn't just the players. Many natives on the wasteland had intense discussions as well. They even tried to use their connections to get some inside information, but the result was fruitless. Lin K also found the correct answer in the forums. Some players had guessed that the mechanical fortress in the sky might be related to the mysterious reward of the professional league. However, there were more refutations and ridicules under the post. People could not connect the mechanical fortress with the mysterious reward. Someone even laughed, could the so-called mysterious reward be a day trip to the mechanical fortress? After the end of the off-season, all the players who had qualified arrived in Shandu, and the subsequent matches continued. Now, the focus of the entire wasteland was on Shandu. Some players who performed well also had native fans. Of course, as a business genius, how could Penny let go of this excellent publicity opportunity? He personally looked for these players and had a friendly discussion with them, signing business contracts. The so-called business cooperation was to let these players endorse and sponsor. Of course, there were many things that they endorsed and sponsored. There were weapons and equipment, various advertisements, and food and clothing. All of this would be shown when the players appeared on the stage or on the S of the clothes they wore. Weapons and equipment endorsements were even more direct. In addition to their own regular weapons, players had to bring sponsored weapons and equipment onto the stage. In terms of endorsement fees, Penny didn't disappoint the players. The players would receive 80% of the 82 points, while the Lin Financial Group would only receive 20%. To the shortlisted players, this was a windfall. This was because they had no way of getting sponsorships on their own, and they could not distinguish the authenticity of the company's qualifications. However, with Penny and the Lin Financial Group behind the scenes, they were not afraid of being scammed, nor were they afraid of the quality of their weapons. As the competition resumed, some of Dragon City and Magic Knight's powerful players also entered the public's view. The number of participants whose names he could name increased, and the battles became more and more intense. The match was like a game of cards. From the initial probing, to further damage, and in the end, if they were evenly matched, he would reveal his hidden trump card. However, if they were certain that they would win the competition, they would hide their moves for the next stage of the competition. The intense competition, the mentality of mutual games, and the endless killing moves made the audience feel great. The players who had a good relationship with Link had all ranked high in the competition and had displayed extraordinary strength. However, people noticed that there was one player who was an exception, and that was the thief Lien Gren, who followed beside Penny. As a member of the think tank, the bandits did not like to fight, but were very interested in making plans and stratagems. This time, the players didn't sign up for the Inhuman Professional League. Instead, they made a series video to introduce these players and the competition situation. Because the thief Liang was a think tank, he knew a lot of information. In addition, Su Yat, who liked to analyze and make videos, had gone to an alien star as a traitor and lurked there. Once the video of the thief was posted, it attracted the attention and discussion of many players. It was even hailed as the first professional video in the professional league. It wasn't just the players who liked to bet on dogs to join in the fun. Even the players who made it into the next round used the videos as a main source of information for their opponents. Time passed by so quickly that it was already the final round. The lineup on the stage for the finals was dazzling, and the big shots from all over the world were gathered. The players were amazed. The first was naturally the president of the Wasteland Council, Link, who sat in the center. On his sides were the famous king of assassins, John, and the leader of the Brotherhood, Yvonne. Beside John was the rarely seen Silverhand, who had his hands crossed in front of his chest and a cold expression on his face. Silverhand was rather unhappy about being assigned to John's side. The four legends were here. It could be considered the strongest lineup on the Wasteland, a heavenly team. As they continued to extend to both sides, there were the commander of the Shitu army, Li Zijun, the fox hunting special forces, the leader of the Wasteland Wolf Cavalry, Benjamin, the Queen of Banshees, Grace, the Great Elder and Fifth Elder of the Moon Shadow Council, the Holy Knight Commander of the Cross Army, Arthur, and the Duke of Essia, the highest commander. In the second row behind them were the Master of Array and Divination, Star Constellation, Alan, who was good at witchcraft, the Count of the Blood Clan, Simon, Mr. Kong, the three heroes of science, Helen, Dave, Ludovic, Old Turtle, Li Chao, the libation of Dragon City's Lodge Palace, and the 5 members of the Suicide Squad. Of course, there were still 2 figures missing from the dazzling starlight on the platform. One of them was Link's personal servant, AFU, and the other was the Pharaoh Tumen. Both of them had been sent out on missions by Link. Link had contacted Fu 2 days ago, hoping that he would participate in the finals of the Inhumans Professional League. Although Fu really wanted to attend, he still refused in the end. Before hanging up, Fu revealed an important piece of information to Link. He had already gathered clues about the Wasteland Singer Arya and the dynasty's treasure. If everything went well, he should get useful information soon. Since Fu had already said so, Link had no reason to force him to come back. Fu was a determined person. Once he set his mind on a target, even Link couldn't pull him back. So sometimes, Link was curious whether his luck was good because of his strong will, or if it was because of good luck that his will was strong. There was one more important person who was not sitting on the podium: the macaw. The macaw was today's finale host, and it was hosting this exciting battle on the field. In particular, its unique ridicules became a golden sentence, holy Bible, and daily joke for countless players. It was spread in the forum as a popular language and even became a hot search for a time. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Colosseum. Today is the highly anticipated final of the Player Professional League. The top 10 have already been born, so let's wait and see who will take the crown. Because it was the opening ceremony, the macaw had to restrain itself. When it was time to explain, it would go all out. After these few days of battles, the atmosphere did not need any decoration at all. The audience had automatically entered the state of mind and were shouting the names of their supporters in a tsunami. Most of the people in the city were gathered in front of the TV, holding the lottery tickets in their hands tightly, waiting for their dreams to come true. The top 10 players also enjoyed the support of the public. During this period of time, they had endorsed and shot advertisements. They even had a fan group and became the big stars of the game. I know you guys can't wait, so let's cut to the chase and start the match. The first match, Lost Mon vs Wind Like Floating Softness. Following the macaw's announcement, the audience burst into cheers again. Lost Mon walked out with a red spear in hand. On the other side, the gentle and swift Mon was wearing a pair of metal boxing gloves and an armor with electric currents flowing around his body. With the macaw's command, the competition officially began. On the platform, the crowd watched the competition with interest, sighing at the rapid progress of the Outlanders. It had only been a year, but the strength of these Outlanders had improved by leaps and bounds. Moreover, they seemed to have no shackles and were not worried about their cultivation being stagnant. They couldn't help but be impressed by Link's foresight. When the Inhumans had just appeared and were weak, he had built a good relationship with them and actively guided them to complete the mission and give them rewards. This made these Inhumans rely on Link very much. Yvonne leaned in and asked, "Link, when I came out of my meditation, I noticed a giant object in the near-Earth orbit. It seems to be the Bion Mech City." Yvonne was not aware of Link's plan, so he decided to ask about it since he was invited to the finals. Link's lips curled into a smug smile. "You didn't expect me to launch a mech city that weighs millions of tons into the sky, did you?" Yvonne couldn't help but nod. He could no longer imagine how terrifying Link's technology was. At least from his ability to control the magnetic mutated humans, to be able to launch millions of tons of steel into the air was already beyond human power. How many more terrifying trump cards did this guy have? "Do you still remember the plan discussed by the Wasteland Council?" asked Link. Yvonne nodded. "I've already picked the candidates. They've all come to Shandil with the team. It's just a transport ship. It's too weak to travel in the vast universe alone. That's why I've launched the city into the sky as well, to act as a mechanical fortress for the transport ships." Yvonne couldn't help but look at the duel below the stage and asked, "The Inhuman Professional League and entering the universe, these two times coincide, could it be a coincidence?" "Of course I won't." Link looked at the players fighting in the arena and said, "They are an important part of the Wasteland Expeditionary Force." Wasteland Expeditionary? Evan became shortly stunned. That's an interesting title. 651. Our goal is the Sea of Stars. Most of the people's attention on the field were focused on the exciting game. However, there were still a few people with their own thoughts, including Silverhand. Silverhand sat in his seat and pricked up his ears, listening to the conversation between Link and Yvonne. Wasteland Expeditionary, advance into the universe? Candidates. Silverhand muttered these words. He had been in the position of Dragon City's master for half a year. He had already turned from a young boy who knew nothing to an old fox who was now well versed in state affairs. Silverhand had seen the advanced knowledge in the transport ship before, so he knew that Link was preparing to repair it. However, no one had told him about the Wasteland Expeditionary Force and the candidates. This made Silverhand feel a deep sense of danger. He wondered if he had been ignored and excluded from the core area because he had been away from Shandu for too long. Silverhand made up his mind to ask Macaw after the competition to see if this guy knew anything. Several matches had been played on the field. After entering the finals, the opponents were all very strong. Only by going all out could they advance to the next round, so no one held back. They used killing moves from the start, trying to defeat the enemy as fast as possible to buy some time for themselves to catch their breath. It could also prevent the other opponents watching from below the stage from thinking of a way to break it. The pace of the battle accelerated, dazzling the eyes and dizzying them. It had been less than 20 minutes, and 5 groups had already been engaged. Link fell into deep thought as he looked at the list in his hand. There were quite a few familiar faces on the list, and they had a good relationship with him. However, Long Cheng and Fa Ye did not fall behind either. There were still 2 or 3 people who managed to squeeze into the rankings. There were also some names that Link had no impression of. It must have been a change caused by the butterfly effect. The battle between the Inhumans was still not as good as the four legends' eyes, and could only be said to have some wonderful operations occasionally. But they did not doubt the potential of the variant humans. To be able to grow to such a level in just a year, they could only be regarded as proud sons of the heavens among the local forces. In the eyes of the NPCs on the 2 rows behind the podium, these Inhumans' strength had soared, and some of them had even reached the point where they could arm wrestle them. A sense of danger arose spontaneously. After more than half a day of fighting, Miracle Guild had won the group match against Dragon Travel the World with a slight advantage. The first Wasteland Professional League had come to a successful end. Wind Chasing Wolf won the title of number 1 fighter in the pugilist course and the title of number 1 pugilist on the Wasteland. Lang Feng was ranked second in the pugilist course, but he was defeated by Wind. Heavenly Dragon Resentment, Fried Chicken, Eat Lemons When You're Hungry, Lost Mon, Yayao Spirit and Tangju were also on the list. The top 10 guilds in the team competition were basically all on the list. After all, only these big guilds in the real world could support the development resources of 5 experts at the same time. The final list was presented to Link. Looking at the people on the list, Link couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. Although there were only a few people on the list who had reached level 60, the others were only a few levels apart. In terms of personal strength, they were all outstanding. Link couldn't wait to start a storm as he led a group of top-tier and talented players into space. He remembered that in his previous life, after the players left the novice planet and entered the universe, they quickly set off a storm in the Fandi system. After all, other than the 3 great cosmic disasters, this kind of undead creature that appeared from a projection of a different dimension and could steadily increase its strength had quickly entered the eyes of some powerhouses in this galaxy. It had directly or indirectly affected many decisions. "Are you going to take all these people out of the wasteland?" Yvonne asked. Yvonne saw a lot of potential mutants on the list. If they could stay on the wasteland, they would definitely become the backbone of the mutated humans under his guidance. Link chuckled. He understood what Yvonne was trying to say. "I'm just giving them a chance. Whether they choose to leave with me or not is entirely up to them. I won't interfere in any way." With Link's words, Yvonne finally heaved a sigh of relief. He smiled and said, "I'm relieved to hear you say that. To be honest, there are a few mutants I like on this list. I want to keep them and train them personally, so that they can become the backbone of the mutated humans." Yvonne felt guilty for his little thoughts. Link was much more magnanimous than he was. He didn't believe that Link didn't know the true meaning of these words, but he still agreed. Just this magnanimity alone made him feel inferior. However, for the development of the mutants and Brotherhood, he could only do this. In Ivan's heart, the development of the mutants and Brotherhood was always the first priority. After the macaw's concluding speech, they brought the topic back to Link and invited him to give the winner a speech. The prizes were all prepared beforehand. When Link went up on stage to distribute the prizes, he patted them on the shoulder and said things like, "You're not bad, I can see your hard work, keep working hard next time, I think you can be stronger," and so on. After one round, the players' eyes reddened and they shed tears of gratitude. It was as if he had finally found the person who understood him in a sea of thousands of people. The macaw left after the guidance. As a result, he had just turned a corner off the stage when he was suddenly grabbed by a big hand and disappeared into the shadows. The macaw in the dark wanted to struggle, but it gave up after hearing the man's voice. "It's me." Silverhand clenched his throat and said, "F***ck, it's you. You scared me half to death. What are you doing here, not on the stage?" The macaw couldn't help but complain. Silverhand glanced outside and asked with a serious expression, "What's with the Mechanical Fortress, Expeditionary Force, and the candidates?" On the stage of the Animal Arena. After Lin Ke had distributed all the prizes, the next event was the highlight of the day. "I've said before that apart from these prizes, you'll also receive a mysterious gift. It wasn't just the players on stage who had won the prize. Even the players on the viewing platform and in front of the television couldn't sit still. They all stood up and leaned forward, waiting for the mysterious gift that Link had mentioned. As we all know, the wasteland resisted the alien planet and made them flee in panic. However, according to the information provided by his companions hiding on the foreign planet, the foreign planet was currently invading other civilizations in the star system. As a planet that has been invaded by foreign planets, we know what kind of brutal enemies they are. Now that our fellow planets are suffering the same suffering, we must give a helping hand. Link's words fully explained what the layout was. While the players on the novice planets were still arguing and competing, Link had already considered the other planets his own. He was even willing to work together to overcome the crisis. Driving away the foreign stars is not the end of our journey. Our journey is to the Sea of Stars. As Link finished speaking, the dome of the Colosseum slowly opened. As the sun shone on the arena, a shadow in the sky completely covered the animal arena. A transport ship flying in the air suddenly appeared in front of everyone. 652 Mechanical Fortress. The appearance of such an unprecedented behemoth in front of everyone was truly shocking. It wasn't just the audience and players in the arena, even the cameras were focused on the transport ship that covered the sky. All the TV viewers were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe that this was a flying device that could be found on the wasteland. The shadow shrouded their heads, but it also pressed down on everyone's hearts, making it hard for them to breathe. The top 10 of each class in this professional league, the top 10 in the team competition and the top 10 in the free-for-all battle, will be qualified to board the transport ship and follow me on the expedition. Of course, it's up to your free will whether you want to go or not. I won't force you. After Link finished speaking, he turned to look at the top 10 players in the Esper category. Yvonne thinks that you are all promising talents and wants to keep you and train you well so that you can become the backbone of the Brotherhood. Therefore, you have another choice. On the platform, when Yvonne heard Link's request without hiding any emotions, he was filled with admiration. She tried her best to catch up, but she seemed to be getting further and further away from Link. This mysterious benefit also caused an uproar among the players. No one thought that the hidden benefit would be to follow Link to conquer the Sea of Stars. This also meant that they could leave the wasteland like the defectors and face the vast universe. Of course, the most important thing was that they would become Link's true core. If they surrounded Link's expeditionary force, not only would they be able to build a good relationship with him, but they would also be the first to know the progress of the plot and receive rewards. The players in the audience were all envious. Unlike the defectors who lurked on foreign planets, they were on edge every day and their movements were limited. Following Link, there would definitely be more plots and rewards. They could also enter space one step ahead of time. The benefits were endless. The people on the stage were also stunned by this mysterious reward, and they could not help but look at each other. Before this, they had never thought that this would be the reward. Now that they were suddenly asked to make a choice, it was difficult for them to make a decision. Most of the players present knew each other. Moreover, most of them were from the top 10 guilds. Only a small number of them were independent players. The big guilds' actions were definitely carefully considered, and the decision-making was in the hands of their respective guild leaders. On the other hand, it was the pub players who made their decisions quickly. Bombarding Chicken was the first to step forward. He walked behind Link and said, "I pledge to follow the head of state to the death." Wind didn't think too much about it. The Miracle Guild was able to suppress Dragon travel the world and fate all because he chose Link. Otherwise, they wouldn't be in such a good situation and wouldn't even be able to take the title of the #1 guild on Wasteland Planet. He didn't have to make a choice. He just had to stand by Link's side. Wind Chaser and the other members of the Miracle Guild stepped out and stood behind Link. Seeing this, the other guilds also stepped out and stood behind Link. "Good guy, you got a version bonus during the open beta. Now that version 2.0 has just entered the universe, how can I let you be better than me? Pandora and Victoria, the two novice planets, were still being ravaged by the alien planets. Only if the wasteland destroyed the alien planets and entered the universe ahead of time would they be able to enjoy the first wave of benefits from the universe. Moreover, if they followed Link, they would have plenty of exciting plots and generous rewards. Everyone on the stage made their decision and stood behind Link. Everyone had a common consensus. Whoever could conquer the universe with Link would get the first wave of benefits from version 2.0. Now that the majority of guilds had chosen to follow, the next step would be the internal competition between the guilds. Now, only the Esper players were left in front of Link. Compared to the other guilds and players, they had one more option. It was another legend who followed the wasteland, Yvonne. With a legend personally guiding them and promising them that they would become the central force of Steel Garden of Eden, the temptation was huge. Although space was a good place to go, it was too difficult to compete with the top 10 guilds. There was also Wind-Chasing Wolf, who was Link's loyal supporter. The pressure would definitely be greater. But following Yvonne would not have such worries. Currently, there were no players that could catch Ivan's eye. If they chose to join Yvonne, they would at least get a wave of legendary bonuses. The two choices left the Esper players in a dilemma. Seeing this, Yvonne couldn't help but rise from the platform and control the magnetic force to float to the center of the venue. I can ensure your development, and the Brotherhood has the most variety of mutated humans, who can provide you with help and guidance. Your potential is endless, and you will definitely become the trendiest among the mutants in the future. Ivan's powerful words were extremely attractive, and a few Esper players had a look of yearning in their eyes. After struggling for a moment, the 10 of them finally made a choice, and 7 of them moved to Yvonne. A trace of joy flashed across Ivan's face. Not bad, not bad. 2/3 of them had come to him. This was really unexpected. It seemed that the olive branch he had extended was very sincere, and had a certain appeal among the Outlanders. The 7 of them came to Yvonne, looked at each other, and bowed to him in unison. Thank you for your favor, President, but we still want to go out and explore. However, don't worry, President. When we reach the universe, we will not forget our identity as mutants and will still work for the Brotherhood. The corner of Ivan's mouth twitched slightly. He had not expected this to happen. These 7 people were not here to join him, but to apologize. Yvonne concealed his embarrassment and smiled. It's a good thing to go out. The Brotherhood will also arrange people to join the expedition army. When the time comes, you have to help each other and spread the reputation of us mutants to the universe. The others nodded and lined up behind Link. Yvonne looked at the remaining 3 people. Although they were ranked at the bottom, they were still promising talents, better than nothing. With a snap of Link's fingers, a ring of light appeared at the bottom of the transport ship above them, enveloping everyone within. A golden light flashed, and the light disappeared. Link and the players in the center of the arena disappeared. The players and the natives were shocked by the unprecedented technology that only appeared in movies or games. Oh, I forgot. This is a game. Then, Link's image appeared on the screen again. Behind him was a high-tech cockpit with all kinds of holographic data that dazzled the eyes. Of course, we are not leaving the wasteland today. Before we leave, I will arrange everything on the wasteland and lead the wasteland expeditionary force to the universe. Next, please come with me to enjoy the scenery of the wasteland that we've never seen before. The image on the big screen suddenly changed to the front of the transport ship. Through the camera, everyone saw the scene of Shandu from the perspective of the transport ship, which was a bustling modern city. The transport ship's engine twisted and shot out blue energy, gradually rising. At this moment, many players and natives could tell that the sound of the transport ship was like thunder. He suddenly remembered the thunder that appeared in the sky every night for no reason, and he suddenly realized. As the transport ship rose, the image on the screen changed. The prosperous and vast sand became the size of a palm, and thin clouds appeared. The flat horizon suddenly had an arc and became curved. The sky below was covered in clouds. He had never seen such a clear sky before. As the altitude continued to rise, the blue sky seemed to have been dripped with ink, gradually turning black. There were only a few stars emitting light in the universe, and it looked unusually cold. After the transport ship entered the low Earth orbit, not long after, the mechanical fortress on the orbit began to show its might. The mechanical fortress had been modified to adapt to space, and the modular divisions and settings had also been greatly changed. Therefore, it looked very different from the mechanical city that players had seen before. The flashing indicator lights and the gradually opening hatch made people exclaim. The players on the transport ship were all leaning against the porthole, their eyes wide open and their mouths full of surprise. They were like children who had just entered the city, curious about everything. Link went to the rest area and said, "I've already arranged a place for you to rest in the mechanical fortress. You can go over and take a look." Then, under the lead of the mechanical squid controlled by Troy, the players came to the rest area of the mechanical fortress. "Oh my god, is this really the resting area?" Zui Feng looked at the scene in front of him and was so surprised that he couldn't even speak. The others basically had the same expression as Wind. In the huge hall, there were not only individual living rooms, but also fighting platforms, weapon rooms, assembly rooms, meditation rooms, and even a bar. As long as they could think of it, this place had everything they could think of. It was just like a small city. There were 4 types of rooms for players to rest in: single room, double room, 4 room, and 5 room. The size and type of each species were also different. For example, the smallest single room was 20 square meters, with a bed, a table, and a bathroom. The guild master of the Sentimental Guild, Tangju, leaned against the translucent glass and looked at the assembly room with eager eyes. He was almost drooling. The equipment in the assembly room was extremely luxurious, and Tangju had only seen many of them in Helen's laboratory. He never dreamed that he would be able to use these instruments one day. As a mechanic player and the top mechanic in the Inhuman Professional League, he naturally knew the wonderful uses of these devices. Other than Tangju, the other mechanic class players were also leaning on the glass, sighing. "Wula, can we also use the assembly room?" Tangju came back to his senses and asked while wiping his saliva with his sleeve. "Yes," the mechanical squid Wula replied, "you can use the assembly room as long as you pay the fee. It's the same for the other rooms." The detailed price list was reflected in the price column. "Now, please choose your room and pay the corresponding fee." The players came back to their senses and went to the price list under the lead of the mechanical squid Wula. "Because we need to bring a lot of food, water, and daily necessities for this voyage," explained the mechanical squid, "many activities in the mechanical fortress have to be paid for." The players looked at the price list and found that they were not paying in wasteland coins, but military intelligence points. In order to maximize the Inhumans' benefits, everything that needs to be paid in the mechanical fortress will be converted to points, Wula continued. These military intelligence points would then be converted into expeditionary points. Similarly, your missions and actions in the universe will reward you with the corresponding expeditionary force points. At this point, a lot of players suddenly realized that no one recognized wasteland coins when they arrived in the universe. Everyone looked at each other and decided to exchange their current wasteland coins for various supplies. Some even had the idea of purchasing supplies in large quantities. Of course, the players' thoughts could not escape the mechanical squid Wula's eyes. "It's fine if you want to bring the goods to the mechanical fortress, but you'll have to pay the rental fee for the warehouse." With the mechanical squid's approval, the players' eyes lit up. The first to bear the brunt of the attack was the guild master of the World Dragon, Heaven's Resentment Dragon. He was not happy about losing to the Miracle Guild. Now that they were in space, they had returned to the same starting line. How could they let reserve supplies affect the competition between guilds? As the players who came up this time had all received the rewards from the Inhumans Professional League, they did not have to worry about points. After a short discussion, they decided on their respective rooms. A guild with a good relationship would naturally book multiple rooms for easy communication and discussion. Most of the pub players had booked single rooms, and it was very fun to live alone. After booking the rooms, the players boarded the transport ship again under the lead of the mechanical squid and returned to the dock on the second floor of the Colosseum. You have 5 days to settle your personal problems. 5 days later, we will gather at the Colosseum and set off officially. As the players left, Link returned to the Windhowl Castle. There was only one topic of discussion on the wasteland today. It was not about the Inhumans Professional League. Instead, it was about the huge transport ship that had suddenly appeared after the competition and the expeditionary army that Link had mentioned. They didn't know who the expeditionary force was, but they knew that this group of top Inhumans would be participating in the attack on the alien planet. More importantly, Link had to personally lead the troops to fight against the alien planet and save the other civilizations. What did this mean? This meant that Link was about to leave the wasteland. The good environment on the wasteland was all thanks to Link. Once he left, would the wasteland still be so peaceful? He didn't know any of this. However, Link had said that he would give everyone an explanation. Everyone believed that Link would only leave after settling the wasteland down. But now, almost everyone on the wasteland was waiting anxiously for the arrangement. The next day, there were 2 pieces of news in the Morning Post on Wasteland Planet. The legendary King of Assassins, John, announced the establishment of the Assassin Alliance. Gather the assassins and bounty hunters scattered on the wasteland and settle them at the Shituyan Joint Pharmaceutical Building. The second news was that the Wasteland Council welcomed the King of Assassins, the leader of the Assassin Alliance, John, to join the Wasteland Council. At this point, the people seemed to have discovered something. 653 stowaway. John, who had retired, became active again. First, he established the Assassin Alliance, and now, he obtained a seat in the Wasteland Council, becoming one of the most powerful people on the wasteland. It gave the impression that Link was about to leave and John would take his place. And that was indeed the case. After Link left, there had to be someone who could hold the fort on the wasteland, and that person was John. John was one of his own, and now that he had reinvigorated his ambition, he was strong enough to take on this heavy responsibility. Besides, there was still the legendary Yvonne on the wasteland. Without John to keep him in check, Link would probably lose control the next time he returned to the wasteland. Wasteland Planet was Link's base camp, and the players were his base. He couldn't just throw them away. Now that John controlled the Assassin League, he had the power to compete with the Brotherhood. The two of them kept each other in check, and they achieved a delicate balance. In addition to being a temporary chairman, I'll also leave behind some pets. You can control these pets in case you need them. Also, after I leave, you can bring Marcia here to live. It's not convenient to go back and forth every day, and you're worried. Link was explaining to John the various hidden mechanisms in the castle and the use of the room. John followed beside Link and suddenly asked, "If you leave like this, what will happen to your group of little girlfriends? You can't accuse someone without any basis." "I'm a man, that's easy, but those girls are all virgins. If this gets out, how are they going to live?" "We only have a normal working relationship," Link said righteously. John shrugged his shoulders, not taking Link's explanation seriously. "Don't worry, I'll take good care of them for you after you leave." John's expression gradually became serious after he finished laughing. He asked, "All right, I'll stop joking with you. The wasteland has basically been pacified, but after you leave, some people will probably be ready to make trouble. And Yvonne, when you're here, I can still suppress him, but after you're gone, he won't be content with his place." John frowned and suddenly felt that the wasteland under his control was full of danger. Link, on the other hand, was calm. He patted John's shoulder and said, "Don't worry, I've already made the necessary arrangements. Moreover, your Assassin's Alliance has just been established, and you have to make some achievements to have the deterrent effect of the Platinum Hotel. The biggest purpose of pushing you to the front stage was the same as nuclear deterrence, to check Yvonne. Other than that, Zhen. I know, John interrupted. I will continue to investigate the matter of the Desert Prince. This is also my original intention in establishing the Assassin's Alliance. I won't let such an ambitious person secretly order the wasteland around. Ever since the alien invasion and the Desert Prince incident, John's acknowledgement of the wasteland had increased. In the past, John only cared about his small family, but when he saw with his own eyes that the alien planet was about to destroy the planet and that some extreme forces were helping the evildoers, John realized that his small family could only exist by protecting the wasteland. According to Link's teasing, it was an owner's consciousness. Link solemnly handed the key to Windhowl Castle to John. I'll leave the wasteland in your hands. Don't worry, I'll give you a complete wasteland when you come back. As the two of them were talking, the staff had already packed the various goods. At the same time, in the misty villa at the foot of the Weeping Valley, Grace was commanding her alchemy army and harpies to carry tools. God Tree Noxie and the druids of the Moon Shadow Council were also busy. As things had changed from his original plan, Link had originally planned to put these forces in the transport ship. Although the transport ship was huge, it was filled with all kinds of instruments and equipment, leaving little space for people to move around. However, with the mechanical fortress, the problem was solved. In the mechanical fortress, Link had specially divided the areas for each faction to ensure that they had their own characteristics and to avoid friction and conflicts between different factions. Link was very ambitious. The mechanical fortress might only have so many forces now, but once they left the wasteland, they would definitely come into contact with other forces. At that time, he would be able to rope in more forces or races to join. Even for the transformation of the mechanical city, Link had the foresight to let Dave and Dr. Ludovic add many expansion functions to facilitate the expansion of the mechanical fortress in the future. Almost all the major forces were transporting supplies and equipment to the Colosseum. All personnel, materials, and equipment were moved to the transport ship, which then transferred to the space mechanical fortress. Link's way of maintaining the wasteland's stability was to tie most of the forces to the Chariot of Prophet. This time, the Wasteland Expeditionary Force had gathered almost all the forces on the wasteland. Different spots were given according to the size of the forces, so that all forces could get a share of the pie in the universe expedition. There were 3 advantages to this method. Link couldn't control all the planets, so he had to make sure those who followed him could benefit. This would stimulate their desire to explore and conquer. Secondly, there were still some unstable factors on the wasteland. By tying all forces to his own interests, he could minimize the number of accidents on the wasteland. At the same time, because Link had the exclusive technology of flying into space, it was impossible to replicate. Even if others wanted to rope in these families, they could not offer the same benefits. In the end, because this wave was considered to be opening up a virgin land, all the major forces sent out their own elite teams. This would indirectly weaken the remaining forces on the wasteland, which would also make John's agent path smoother. 5 days passed by in a flash. In these 5 days, the selected players were so busy that they couldn't even touch the ground. On one hand, he had to spend his own wasteland coins to exchange for supplies, and on the other hand, he had to learn from the top players of his profession. The pub players could exchange all the wasteland coins for supplies and then throw them on the transport ship. Big guilds were much more complicated when it came to doing things, and they had to consider more things. They had to carefully consider how much or what kind of supplies they should bring, especially for the meetings. These guilds had held countless meetings in the past few days. The other guilds were fine, but Wind-Chasing Wolf from Miracle Guild had to be dragged to Kylan Hall and was repeatedly warned by Bob. Wind, when we get to the mechanical fortress, you have to show off. You're not only the guild master of the Miracle Guild, but also the leader of our Kylan Hall. As one of the few people from Kylin Hall who managed to board the mechanical fortress, you must not tarnish the prestige of Kylin Hall. You must run the mechanical fortress branch hall well with the others in the hall. Zui Feng repeatedly nodded. He had just come out of the Kylin Hall when he was called over by Alan of the Dasaka family. Zui Feng, although you're not one of our Dasaka people, we're all under a security company now, so we're one family. When we get to the mechanical fortress, you have to take care of Dasaki as well. Alan said with a heavy heart. Don't worry, Boss Ailun. The top few in the mysticism department of the Inhuman Professional League are my friends. We've known each other for a long time, so you can rest assured that I'll handle this. After that, Wind-Chasing Wolf was called over by Simon and Old Turtle, and they all said the same thing. This time, not many people from the Monster Security Company boarded the mechanical fortress. Only the most basic structure and function system were retained. After all, the important people in the Monster Security Company were Link's pets, not the staff. Because of Wind-Chasing Wolf's double identity, he was welcomed by many big bosses, who hoped to continue to work for the security company. There were not many organizations and forces in the mechanical fortress, and the security company could be considered one of their own. There were only advantages and no disadvantages to having a good relationship. On the day of his departure, Link made an announcement in the name of the Wasteland Council that he would lead the first batch of pioneers into the universe. He would arrange for others to follow up when the time was right. During this period, John would be in charge of all matters on the wasteland. Since all the major forces were preparing materials for the expedition to Shandu, the formation of the expeditionary army was no longer a secret. Almost all the people on the wasteland could casually name a few familiar forces. At first, Nicole and Anna wanted to hold a grand farewell ceremony for Link, but Link rejected them with the excuse that he was only going on an expedition, not that he was not coming back. The two girls could only give up resentfully. According to Penny's calculations, there were a total of 877 people in the expedition, 725 staff and service personnel in the mechanical fortress, and a total of 1,602 people. This was an expeditionary force of 1,000 people, and it did not seem crowded even if all of them were placed in the transport ship. All right, everyone, wait for our good news. Link looked at John, Yvonne, Arthur, Benjamin, and the others. He waved his hand and boarded the transport ship. As Helen closed the hatch in the control room, the transport ship's engine started and slowly lifted up, exiting the silo. Inside the transport ship, it was crowded and dark. Move a little closer, you're stepping on my feathers. A voice came from the darkness. I can't change to any other position right now. Bear with it a little longer, and you'll be fine soon. Yay, you're staring at me. Why is it so hard? I can't come in again. Don't be so tense, take a deep breath, you'll feel better. There was an intense creaking sound in the darkness, and then the box was opened with a bang, followed by a series of heavy breathing. Oh my god, I'm finally out. The macaw couldn't help but complain, its feathers completely drenched in sweat. Silverhand's appearance was also extremely unsightly. His disheveled hair was completely drenched in sweat, and there were even bean-sized beads of sweat rolling down his neck. I definitely won't listen to you next time. This trip was too much. Humph. The macaw snorted coldly. Without a brilliant plan like mine, how could we have entered the transport ship without anyone knowing? Silverhand snorted, but didn't say anything. The macaw's words were right, it was not an easy task to board the transport ship under the eyes of the other three legends. The macaw had made arrangements in advance, and the two of them hid in the accompanying cargo container before boarding the transport ship. All right, hurry up and rest. We still have to hide in there later. The macaw patted Silverhand's perky butt with its wings. We're only on the transport ship right now. If we're discovered in advance, we'll definitely be sent back. We will only be safe if we enter the mechanical fortress and leave the planet. 654 Target the Desolation Star System Transition Portal. Link didn't include the macaw or the silver hand in the list. But how could he miss out on these two buffoons when venturing into the universe? After the macaw and the silver hand secretly discussed, they came up with the idea of smuggling. One had to admit that this move was really useful, but it was also frustrating. This was especially so when she thought of how Link was listening to music, drinking red wine, and eating hot pot in the lounge that was hundreds of square meters in size. On top of that, the two of them were going to stay in the stinky cargo container for a whole day. The contrast in this situation made the macaw grit its teeth. After we enter the universe, I'll definitely ask Link for an explanation. Why did you bring everyone but us? Silverhand nodded. That's right. I've contributed to the wasteland. Why didn't you bring me along to pursue the alien planet? In terms of strength, how many people on this transport ship can surpass me? The two of them cursed for a while before they suddenly felt the transport ship begin to accelerate. They quickly hid back into the cargo container in a sorry state. Before they could make sure they didn't leave the planet, they had to keep their tails between their legs. In the transport ship's cockpit, Helen had just set the destination to the mechanical fortress on the low Earth orbit when she was stopped by Link. No, before we enter low Earth orbit, we still have to go to one place. Helen was a bit curious. Wasn't today the day to leave the wasteland? What could be more important than this? He would need to personally drive the transport ship there. Link passed a piece of paper to Helen and said, "Let's stop here." There was a list of coordinates on the paper. According to Helen's understanding of the wasteland's coordinate system, she could tell that they were in a desert area in the south of the Magic Night. She couldn't help but wonder what Link was doing here before leaving. He couldn't remember Link's connection to the desert either. Although she was confused, Helen entered the coordinates into the system and turned on the autopilot. The transport ship streaked across the sky, emitting a rumbling thunder. This time, the stealth mode was not turned on, so people everywhere could see the huge body of the transport ship passing over their heads. There was no fear, only pride. This was the first time in the wasteland's history that they had left the planet to spread their ideals in the universe and fight against an alien planet. At this moment, as a wasteland man, everyone felt honored. The people in the lounge didn't move around randomly. They all waited in their own rooms. However, through the porthole, he could see that the transport ship was not flying straight into space. Instead, it was flying past the land of the fallen, and seemed to be heading in the direction of Far Night. Everyone couldn't help but whisper. Is Link going to Far Night for something before he leaves? I don't think so. The wasteland's affairs have been settled. What important things can wait until now? That makes sense. Could it be that something happened to Fa yet? I've never heard of it before. Faye's pretty stable now. The crisis in the Dark Forest has been settled by the Monster Security Company, and Nature's Alliance and the Moon Shadow Council have also made peace. They're completely united. Do you guys think Link went to fetch someone important from Far Night? As soon as he said that, the others all sneered. Forget it. Even the other legends came to Shandu in person and drove a transport ship to Faye to pick him up. Who else can have such a high status? That's true. Could it be that there are people with higher status than legends? It doesn't exist. The people in the waiting room discussed for a long time, but they still couldn't come to a conclusion. The scenery outside the porthole had turned into a yellow desert, and on the other side was a dark forest that had stopped spreading. There was no need to argue anymore, they would immediately see what was going on with their own eyes. When the transport ship arrived at the designated location, Helen suddenly came to a realization. She clapped her hands and said, I was wondering why I felt like something was missing. So it's because I didn't see Brother Fu. On the screen of the control panel, Fu and Pharaoh Tumen stood in the desert, looking travel-worn. Beside the two of them was a young man wrapped in linen clothes. Her skin had darkened due to the constant exposure to ultraviolet rays. At first glance, Link thought that he was looking at the first AFU he saw. It was a good thing that this young man was skinny. If he pumped air into his body, he would look like a replica of Afu. The transport ship stopped above the three of them. Fu and Pharaoh's Tumen had seen transport ships before, but Jiro was shocked by the sight of the Wasteland Singer, ally. He had never seen a transport ship of such a scale. It was so large that it covered the sky. The scorching sun was completely blocked. The area within a few kilometers was also shrouded in the shadow, shocking everyone. Fu patted Jilu's shoulder and smiled. "You're dumbfounded? Didn't you see the birth and death of the wasteland and the Big Bang in Allies' illusion? Which of those scenes isn't more shocking than this?" Giroud's mouth was wide open as he struggled to control his numb mouth and tongue. "But this is real, those are just illusions. Don't worry, there'll be even more amazing things later. You're already like this now, what kind of expression are you going to change later?" A ray of golden light shot out from the transport ship and enveloped the three of them. A moment later, the golden light disappeared, and the three people on the desert disappeared. The next second, they appeared on the transport ship. Giroud saw the changes in the surrounding scenery and was so shocked that he couldn't speak. In just an instant, he had come from the ground to the stomach of this steel monster. When the three of them arrived at the teleportation room, they immediately saw Link and Helen. Afu Sin rushed forward but was stopped by Link. "We'll talk about the report later. You've been working hard these days and are all travel-worn, so you should wash up and eat something first. We're about to head to the mechanical fortress and get ready to leave the planet." Fu nodded repeatedly. Pharaoh Tumen stared at Fu's back. He had been drooling over the Spirit Vulture Palace for a long time. He had been traveling around with Fu recently, and he wanted to return to the Spirit Vulture Palace to recuperate. "Oh, by the way, I heard that the 9-striped dragon has been modified?" Pharaoh Tumen suddenly asked. This was an old neighbor of his Spirit Vulture Palace. Compared to the other two, the 9-patterned dragon was more approachable. If this was transformed, then the Ling Vulture Palace would have one less friend. "Yes, you'll be able to see the 9-striped dragon when you reach the mechanical fortress." After arranging a rest for the three of them, Link and Helen returned to the cockpit. In just a few minutes, the spaceship left the atmosphere of the wasteland and arrived at low Earth orbit. It slowly stopped inside the mechanical fortress. "Head of state, where are we going next?" Helen looked at the vast universe and suddenly felt lost, as if there was nowhere to go in this vast universe. Link, on the other hand, had a plan in mind. "Troy, look at the transport ship's flight records and find the coordinates of the warp portal in the Desolation star system. We'll leave the star system where the current wasteland is." Just then, a voice rang out from the sound bugs in Link's ears. "There's a phone call for you. 655, the last gift from the wasteland." Link was taken aback. Why was someone calling him when he was already in space? Was this their final farewell? It suddenly dawned on Link that everyone's love for him was so deep that they couldn't say many goodbyes in person and could only express them through phone calls. After brewing his emotions, he turned on the voice transmission bug with joy and was met with John's urgent question, "Link, have you seen the macaw and the silver hand? These two fellows are gone." Link was taken aback at first, but then he said, "These two are together. I'm afraid they're up to something again. Arrange for people to look for them carefully. You should be able to find their whereabouts." John's tone was serious as he voiced his guess. "I suspect that these two people sneaked onto the transport ship and should be on the mechanical fortress now. Since last night, the two of them had not appeared again, and on the day of the finals, Silverhand had secretly made contact with the macaw. You must have heard the conversation on the platform. All right, then I'll immediately give the order for a thorough investigation. After the investigation is done, bring them back together," Link said earnestly. "There's no need for that. The farewell ceremony is over. Everyone on the wasteland knows that you've begun your expedition. It's unlucky to return without even leaving the house. Link was a little surprised. When did you start to believe in these things? Haven't you always been an atheist? We still have to believe in these prizes. Besides, what's the point of throwing it back? Without your suppression, throwing it back would make me worry. There's only one Ivan on the wasteland, I can suppress him alone, there's no need to leave two legends behind. You'll encounter all kinds of danger when you explore the outside world, so it's good to have more capable people to help you. Link was surprised. He didn't expect John to say something like that. He couldn't help but ask, I really didn't expect these words to come out of your mouth. It's really outrageous, your image is about to collapse, hee. Get lost. John snapped. Get lost. After cursing, his tone became calm again. Remember to remind Silverhand that the universe's environment is constantly changing. I'm not worried about his safety, but he should pay attention to his work and rest. After John finished speaking, he felt that it didn't seem to fit his character, so he quickly added, of course, Masha wanted me to pass on this message. All right, if there's nothing else, I'm hanging up. John felt that he would be exposed if he continued, so he quickly hung up the phone. Link chuckled. Trying to hide his father's concern with just these two moves? It was all exposed. Link's lips curled into a smile after he hung up. To be honest, even though he didn't see the macaw and the silver hand this morning, Link had already guessed it. How could the two of them remain calm over such a big matter? Even during the final match that day, Link had noticed Silverhand's unusual behavior from the corner of his eye. At that time, he had guessed that this guy would definitely lose his cool and discuss it with the macaw. Even though he didn't invite the two of them on the surface, it was also a form of invitation to spread the news indirectly. However, Link couldn't say it out loud because of Masha. With Marcia's love and concern for the Silver Hand, she would definitely be extremely nervous if she knew that the Silver Hand was going to follow Link to space. He would most likely not agree, and John would be stuck in the middle. So Link had expected the macaw and Silver Hand to be stowaways. After all, both of them had a record of this. Back in the village, he had disguised himself as a soldier and snuck into the cavalry camp. With the speed of the macaw and the legendary Silver Hand, it was not difficult to sneak into the transport ship. Troy, can you help me find out where these two clowns are now? Troy's data consciousness spread out, and soon, the light green digital signal spread throughout the entire mechanical fortress like ripples. About 10 seconds later, Troy's physical form appeared in front of Link. Head of State, we've found out that the two are currently in a cargo hold. Follow the transport machine to the mechanical fortress A warehouse. Link chuckled, his eyes wide in disbelief. He had thought that the two of them would use all kinds of high-end methods to sneak in without anyone knowing, but he had never expected that they would use the lowest method to be transported in with goods. High-end infiltration, with unnoticeable speed and aura, you can hide from the guards and surveillance cameras and enter the most confidential place of the mechanical fortress. Real infiltration, pretend to be cargo and hide in the transport cabin. Experience the smell of sweat, humidity, and congestion in the sealed cargo container. Through the infrared lens, Lin K could see the two of them tossing and turning in the cargo container. As Link's right-hand men, these two people's infiltration was too uncouth. Link was greatly disappointed and felt ashamed. How could he expect them to carry out earth-shattering missions in the future? Link glanced at it and said, since they like the containers so much, let them stay a little longer. Helen found the navigation data of the transport ship and naturally found the coordinates of the warp gate of the Desolation Star system. After transferring it to the operation terminal of the mechanical fortress, the system automatically estimated the flight distance and obtained the result after a few minutes. Head of State, we're heading to the warp gate of the Desolation Star system. It will take a week to travel at full speed with the mechanical fortress. Do you want to leave now? Link thought for a moment and said, these are the navigation data from 1,500 years ago when the guards came. This time, we are leaving the solar system where the wasteland planet is located. Naturally, we have a special method. You and Troy can pay attention during the voyage. When you pass the outer orbit of the big star, you can use the slingshot effect to eject it. This way, not only will you save fuel, but you can also gain extra acceleration. If nothing goes wrong, we'll reach the transition gate in 3 days. Helen's eyes were already filled with bubbles as she worshipped the all-knowing head of state. All right, stop looking. We can set off now. Link flicked Helen's forehead lightly to get her attention. As the captain of the mechanical fortress, you can't be careless. Helen nodded and saluted, yes, sir. After taking care of Helen and Troy, the expeditionary force was also transferred from the transport ship to the mechanical fortress. The players' houses had already been assigned, so they returned to their own rooms with ease. Penny, on the other hand, led specialized staff to help settle the major forces and settle their settlement. Seeing that everyone was busy, Link got up and went to Fu's room. At this moment, Fu had already changed. Seeing Link, he immediately stood up and said excitedly, I'm ready to make a report, head of state. Link closed the door and sat on the sofa. All right, let's start reporting our experience in this mission. Fu took off the strengthening backpack and reached in to feel around for a while. Then, he took out a round metal ball and said with a bright smile, Head of state, this is the dynasty's treasure. Tumen and I have gone through many hardships and finally found it in the depths of the underground cave in the Gobi Desert to the south of Day. Link looked at the golden, perfectly round metal ball. The arc of the metal ball was intoxicating, as if it had been polished by an advanced civilization thousands of times. Although the entire heavy weapon was metallic in color, it did not reflect any images. It looked rather strange, as if it did not react with any material here. Link knew what it was at a glance. In order to fight against the alien planet, the First Order had created many similar creatures and sent them to lower-level civilizations to fight against the alien invaders. Rather than calling it a divine artifact, it was more like an intelligent creature. The reason why the word creature was in quotation marks was that it was similar to mimicry metals. They were both metallic substances, but they had a certain life activity. The life form of the mimicry metal only looked like it was alive. However, the round metal ball in front of him was different. It was something in between the dead and the living. It was half living or half living. How did you guys find this thing? Link asked in surprise. This thing was half living and had its own consciousness and movement. There was no news of the divine gear in the vast wasteland. Link was curious what kind of coincidence had allowed Fu and the Pharaoh Tumen to find it. Fu scratched his head and chuckled shyly. We didn't find it ourselves, Ally told us. Link's body trembled. His eyes widened and he asked in a puzzled tone, Wasteland singer Arya. Fu nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Link didn't know what to say. He'd just let Fu go out and completed 2 extremely difficult missions so easily. Then tell me how you found the Wasteland singer, Ally. Fu swallowed his saliva and said, It's a long story. First of all, we have to start with the choice we made to reach the Gobi Desert south of Dragon City. It was said that this was the last place where Arya, the Wasteland singer, disappeared. At that time, I walked in the southern Gobi for a few days based on my feelings and finally met the first active human, and that was Jiro, who was on the spaceship. He was one of the people who had witnessed the miracle of the singer. He had also received the grace of the singer and recovered from a thin and weak person on the verge of death. After Ally disappeared, Giroud firmly believed that Ally would appear again, so he stayed in the desert until he met me and Pharaoh Tumen. Pharaoh Tumen found traces of power of faith on Jiro, so we followed the traces all the way to the south of the sea. In the mirage on the sea, we saw the phantom of Wasteland singer Arya. Fu's description was simple, but Link could hear the difficulty in it. Just the 2 of them walking aimlessly in the Gobi Desert for several days was not something ordinary people could do. The second was to sail from the south, facing the deep sea and the storm without any reference. Finally, he was able to meet Ally in the mirage. Fu was indeed a man blessed by the heavens, with deep blessings. You didn't see Ally in person, but only her shadow in the mirage? Yes, we only saw the wasteland singer in the mirage, but she was able to talk to us. That's how we found out about the dynasty's treasure. Then, did you talk to her and learn anything about her background from her conversation? Link asked urgently. In his previous life, the players had also wanted to uncover the mystery of the wasteland singer, Ally. However, they had used all sorts of methods but had not been able to obtain any useful information. As such, the players could only treat it as an NPC that gave out benefits regularly. But now, there was a high chance that Fu might know the truth behind Ally. This made Link excited for no reason. However, Fu's words dampened Link's hopes. No, Fu shook his head. Ally seemed to be able to see through people's hearts, as if she knew what I was going to ask in advance. So, after repeating the question I was thinking about, she didn't give me a chance to ask at all. She only said two things. The first thing is that I've asked you to tell me something, the fate of the wasteland depends on your thoughts. The second thing is that I learned that you are forming an expeditionary force to leave the wasteland. He asked me to give you a gift. This gift is an important weapon of the dynasty. Not only did figuring out the ins and outs of the matter not clear up Link's doubts, but it also raised suspicions. Why did Ally know everything, and even said that the fate of the wasteland depends on your thoughts? Did she have other meanings? He appeared and disappeared like a ghost, but he knew everything about the wasteland. From the looks of it, it did not seem like an NPC that would only give out benefits regularly. There must be a bigger plot and story behind it. All right, I understand. It's been hard on you. Link patted Fu's shoulder. If it had not been for Fu, he would not have been able to find Ally and obtain the dynasty's treasure. Fu chuckled and quickly shook his head. It's not hard, it's not hard. It's not hard at all to work for you, boss. Oh, right, there's one more thing I need to tell you. It's this Jiro beside me. When Ally saw him, she asked him to follow me. Of course, I haven't agreed to it yet. It's all up to you now. Since it's Ally's order, then you can stay by her side. Link turned to look at the dynasty's heavy equipment at the side. He slowly held it in his hand and smiled. I didn't expect to receive such a gift when I'm about to leave the wasteland. The metal ball in his hand slowly turned, and a circle of ripples appeared, spreading from the top of the ball. The metal ball's state changed, as if a pair of invisible hands were kneading a piece of soft mud. A moment later, the appearance of the metal ball changed dramatically. It turned into a strange creature with a pair of wings that was floating in the air. The dynasty's heavy weapon was an intelligent AI program that was built by the entire Fandi star system. It was also an extremely powerful weapon that could perform dimension reduction attacks on low-leveled civilizations and block their development. It could also help low-leveled civilizations develop rapidly and analyze their weaknesses. This was why Link called it life. Although it was an intelligent AI program, its emotional complexity and individuality were no different from that of a normal life. What should I call you? 656 Nuclear Deterrence Admission Ticket. Yujiko. Link pursed his lips. It sounded like a Japanese name. Yajizi seemed to have noticed Link's abnormality and explained, because some of my abilities haven't reached the level of Tomoko, so it can only be Akatsuko. Link was well aware of Tomoko's abilities. Tomoko was a modified intelligent microion that could carry out communication, investigation, knowledge dissemination, interference with particle accelerator, attack, and other missions. Just like the Dragon Bone, it could obtain energy from the vacuum and fly at 1/3 of the speed of light. It could also use quantum entanglement to achieve instant communication. In the weapon state, Tomoko could quickly destroy the core program of the enemy's fleet, destroy the central command set, and attack from the physical state. With the level of science in the Fandi system, it was still impossible to create a complete version of Tomoko, so they only created this kind of Akatsuko. Oh, you said that some of your abilities haven't reached Tomoko's level. To be exact, what are they? Link asked curiously. This was also a way to get to know her better. All conventional abilities can be inherited, but the degree of the ability will be greatly reduced. The efficiency of me obtaining energy from the outside world is extremely low. My flying speed is only 2 to 3 times that of a normal spacecraft. The communication range is also limited to the interior of a solar system. If I were to contact a normal communicator, the speed of the process would be even slower. When in weapon mode, the physical attack power will also be weakened, and the speed will be reduced by a lot. It can deal with the conventional troops of foreign planets and interfere with the operation of the portal. Link checked her information. Name, Yazhi, Wasteland. Race, Intelligent Mechanical Body. Level, Level 70+, Elite. HP, 100000/100000. Energy, 3K/10,000. Skills, Energy Absorption, Stellar Communication, Reconnaissance, Particle Blockade, Energy Level Interference, etc. Evaluation, a model of first-order technology's success. The reason Link had asked earlier was that Yujiko's level was high, and many of her skills were unknown to him. Now that he had Ajiko's introduction, its various conditions appeared in front of Link. Link had no doubts about Ajiko's loyalty. This was because when he had given Yazhi to the Pharaoh dynasty, Yazhi had been bound to the Wasteland planet and would only be loyal to the owner of the Wasteland planet. According to the Pharaoh Tumen, the reason why Ajiko disappeared was that the Pharaoh dynasty did not have a normal succession of the throne, which activated the security procedures and caused him to disappear. The main reason was that the Pharaoh Tumen had hoped to control the power forever, which led to him being sealed by his offspring and the high priest. After that, the Pharaoh dynasty experienced a series of turmoil, and 2 royal families were born. One was the Orthodox Desert, and the other was the Ramon dynasty that had mysteriously disappeared. After that, the dynasty was destroyed, and the Chiliai civilization rose. There was no longer the so-called master of the Wasteland planet. Then came the nuclear war on the Day of Reckoning, which completely reshuffled the forces on the Wasteland. It entered the darkest and most turbulent 40 years, and civilization almost died out. The self-preservation sequence of Yazhi was mainly to prevent people with ulterior motives from controlling Yazhi, which would be detrimental to the planet's civilization and start a war. Therefore, in the initial program given to him by the Vinti guards, only the person who truly unified the Wasteland had the right to control him. The person who had accomplished this feat in 1,500 years was none other than Link. Now that he had the mark of the Wasteland, as long as Link was the Lord of the Wasteland, he would never betray Link. You'll be leading the way outside the mechanical fortress. You'll provide guidance and advice to Troy and Helen. Yazhi retracted his wings and turned back into a metal ball. The metal on the surface rippled under the vibration of the sound waves, like a metal ocean. Afterward, metal ions were emitted from Ajiko's body, and Troy was the first to sense the abnormality. The data itself appeared in front of Link, and said nervously, "Head of state, it's not good. The mechanical fortress has been invaded by an unknown force." But as soon as Troy finished speaking, he saw the metal ball, saw Toko, floating in the air. "Don't worry, this is your new partner, the intelligent program Yazhi." This was the dynasty's most important weapon, left behind when the Vinti guards had descended on the Wasteland to help the Pharaoh dynasty fight against the alien planet. From now on, it will be the navigator of the mechanical fortress, responsible for transmitting signals and data for you. Troy glanced at Yujiko in disbelief. A basketball-sized metal ball could actually provide navigation services for the mechanical fortress. This was simply unbelievable. However, when he thought about how he was able to violently hack into the programs and circuits of the mechanical fortress, he was a little uncertain. As soon as Link finished speaking, the sound bug in his ear sent another communication request. As soon as Link picked up, Helen's hurried voice came through. Head of state, it's bad. The mechanical fortress has been invaded. Link had no choice but to repeat what he said to Troy to calm Helen down. Moreover, Helen was very curious about Yazhizi, and she couldn't wait to see the legendary dynasty weapon and study it. Yazhizi headed to the core control room of the mechanical fortress and had a friendly conversation with Helen. Troy also left the room and began to help adjust the mechanical fortress flight path, leaving only Link and Fu in the room. You've gone through so much in this operation. It's been hard on you. Link patted Fu's shoulder. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Fu was really a blessed general. It was a wise decision to bring him back from the desert. Fu straightened his body, his big belly shaking like jelly. It's not hard to work for boss. There shouldn't be much to do in the next few days. You can take a good rest. If you have nothing to do, you can hang out in the mechanical fortress and catch up with your old friends. You can also bring Garud along. Faced with this arrangement, Fu was not happy. Instead, he was shocked. Boss, you're not giving me any tasks, do you think I'm useless? Link covered his face, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. The closest star system to us is a week's journey. We'll be facing barren star systems this week, and there won't be any missions at all. Fu couldn't help but feel embarrassed by his words just now. He scratched his head and said, when we were in the wasteland, caravans would encounter bandits in the desert. Sea merchants would also encounter robbers, and even in the dark corners of the Sand City, there would be gangsters who robbed with small knives. There's no such thing in the universe. The Van Ti system is one of the poorest systems in the universe, said Link, shaking his hand. It's far from the prosperous areas of civilization. There were only a few low-leveled civilizations, let alone the Galactic Raiders. Think about it, if you were a bandit, would you rob a poor tent? Fu nodded as if he understood. Link returned to his resting room. The smile on his face slowly froze. This time, he had asked Fu to go out and try his luck on a mission, but he didn't expect Fu to really solve it. Not only did he find the dynasty's weapon, but he even met Ally. The problem of the dynasty's weapon was solved, but the problem of the wasteland singer Ally became even more mysterious. How did Ally know the location of the dynasty's weapons? And from her performance with Fu, her spiritual domain must be very powerful. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to read Fu's mind with just one look. At the same time, Link was also glad that Fu had gone. If he had gone and Ally found out that he had transmigrated, he was afraid that something would happen. Such a mysterious existence had actually asked Fu to relay a message to him, saying that the fate of the wasteland was connected to him. This was even more puzzling to Link. Was there some deeper meaning that he couldn't understand? However, he had already left the wasteland, so these doubts could not be confirmed. However, he believed that as the plot progressed, the answer would be revealed when he built a portal to the wasteland. Link glanced at the mission panel and submitted the Dynasty Armament mission. You have completed the Dynasty Treasure mission. The mission rating is perfect. You have received an additional reward. You have received 150000 experience points. Shroud Potion, Blue, Martyr's Unmanned Assault Aircraft Blueprint, Tomoko Blueprint, incomplete. It has been detected that you are in the Blessing of the Knowledge Altar period. The experience gained has been doubled. You have received total of 3 million experience. Link looked at his harvest. It was quite bountiful. The concealment potion was commonly known as the invisibility potion. It was different from a pugilist's stealth. The concealment potion's stealth was stronger. After using the potion, he would appear in front of the enemy without the enemy noticing. Of course, it was only limited to those below level 80 commander tier. Once this standard was exceeded, the other party would still be able to detect the fluctuations with their powerful strength. The duration was also very short, only 3 minutes. It was a type of utility potion. The Martyr's Unmanned Assault Aircraft Blueprint was a good thing. The mechanical fortress was huge, but its offensive and defensive methods were lacking. He also couldn't transform into the Black Throne mode in any situation, as that would be too uncool, and it would be easily exposed. Therefore, in addition to the conventional space artillery, the mechanical fortress should have more offensive and defensive methods. The appearance of the Martyr's unmanned assault aircraft blueprint made up for this. The first was the unmanned assault aircraft, which made up for the lack of manpower in the mechanical fortress. All of them were unmanned and controlled by Troy and Azuko, so they could deal with many regular battles in the universe. Secondly, the technological level of the Martyr's drone was also within the scope of Helen's current analysis. The quality and level of the drone that was produced were comparable to that of first-rank drones. Even the best unmanned assault aircraft that the first rank could come up with was at the Martyr level. Looking at the blueprint, Link's smile was so wide that his mouth was crooked. He had really picked up a treasure this time. As expected of the quest description, the actual difficulty of this quest is higher than the system's evaluation. It was not a lie. But in reality, what kind of difficulty was this mission? All he did was send Fu out. Link finally experienced the feeling of being a boss. He only had to assign tasks to his subordinates while he waited for the results to be announced. It's really pleasant, Ying Luo. The last reward was something that Lin Ke had not expected, the most Tomoko blueprint. Even though it was incomplete, the reward still made Link's eyes light up. Even in version 3.0 and 4.0, Tomoko's complete form was an extremely terrifying existence. First of all, its existence solved the problem of interstar system communication. Second, its movement speed of 1/3 of the speed of light, as well as its ability to block low-leveled civilizations' technology and physical attack, could be considered to be very powerful. Only a higher civilization or force would have a complete wisdom child. Even so, this was only used as a deterrent and was rarely used. This thing was like the nuclear deterrence of low-leveled civilizations. As long as one had this thing, others would not dare to attack easily. Because once he used Tomoko, he would definitely suffer heavy casualties. Now that Link had obtained the blueprint fragment, it meant that he had the admission ticket to becoming a universal power. The day as Heiza became a wisdom child, he would become one of the upper-class powers. Link looked at the fragments. He needed 10 fragments to form a complete blueprint. Although there were many requirements for 10 scroll fragments, he still had a thought. Link put away the Tatsuko blueprint and looked at another mission. The quest related to the Wasteland Singer, Ally, had also been completed. You have completed the B-level mission, The Singer's Mystery. You have been rewarded with 4,000,000 experience points and 1 believer, Giroud. It has been detected that you are in the Blessing of the Knowledge Altar period. The experience gained has been doubled, so you have received a total of 800,000 experience. Although you have had some initial contact with Ally, not only did you not answer your doubts during the contact, but you also gained more unknown. You further understood Ally's secrets and tried to find out her life and background. You have triggered the A-rank mission, The Song of the Universe. Mission hint: Ally is not the only one. Perhaps you can find some information about her from the universe. Mission reward: unknown. Lin Ke was dumbfounded by the series of data after he handed in the mission. He had thought that the mission was over, but it was only the beginning. The B-rank mission had become an A-rank mission, and it had expanded from the wasteland to the universe. This made Link lose his focus. An A-rank mission meant that Ally would be connected to an organization or race in the universe. It might not be the deciding factor in the plot, but it was definitely important. It's not an isolated case. You might be able to find bits and pieces of information from the universe. Link mulled over the mission notification. He remembered that there were similar cases on Pandora and Victoria. On the Wasteland planet, she was known as the Wasteland Singer. In Pandora, she was known as the Arcane Spirit Mother. In Victoria, she was known as the Goddess of the Night. Although the names were different, the effect was the same. Every time it appeared, it would be accompanied by a soul song, healing and repairing all the injured nearby, and letting them see the truth of the universe. Does this mean that I'm to go to Pandora and Victoria, the two novice planets, to get in touch with the local soul singers? In his previous life, when the players explored the universe, there were similar existences in many low civilization planets. After their fruitless exploration, the players simply treated them as buff machines. Link was now in the Fandi system. The closest soul singer to him was only on two novice planets. It seems that I'm destined to go there. 657 The edge of the galaxy. Link rubbed his temples after analyzing the situation. These schemes and foreshadowing plans could easily tire one's mind. After Helen had studied AKO thoroughly, she didn't find any clues. The technology used to create Akoko was higher than the knowledge that Helen currently had, so even if Akoko showed her internal structure, Helen couldn't do anything with her eyes wide open. This was because Yujiko's manufacturing technology was mainly focused on microscopic particles and simulated neural networks. This wasn't something that could be solved by just looking at it. One had to have the corresponding scientific foundation, equipment, and theoretical knowledge to understand the intricacies of the substructure. Helen was helpless in the face of the treasure mountain, so she could only let Yuzhi lead the mechanical fortress. It had to be said that after having Yuzhi, the mechanical fortress's travel in the vast universe had become much easier. Because the detection range of the mechanical fortress's instruments was not far, even if they had the transport ship's flight data from 1,500 years ago, the entire journey would be full of accidents. After all, Helen and Troy had to be on guard at all times to see if there were any new obstacles in the orbit. Traveling at high speed in the vacuum environment of the mechanical fortress tested one's reaction and operation. But now, with Yuzhi, with its speed several times that of the mechanical fortress, it could report the situation on the route in advance, giving the mechanical fortress enough time to change the route and avoid obstacles. It wasn't just the obstacles in front. If there were any problems during the journey, Yuzhi would be able to detect them in advance and provide feedback, giving the people on the mechanical fortress enough time to react. Helen looked at the data coming from Yujiko and couldn't help but sigh. The security team's technological level is really strong. They were able to create such a life form 1,500 years ago. This can be considered to have solved the biggest problem of the mechanical fortress. The warning range of the mechanical fortress was considered very high on Wasteland. After Helen's modification, it could be spread to 100 kilometers away. However, this distance was as small as a speck of dust in the universe. Especially when the mechanical fortress was advancing at high speed, it was impossible to even give a 10-second warning in advance for a distance of 100 kilometers. The effect was almost useless. But now, things were different. With Yujiko leading the way, Helen could even get the data after an hour, which was outrageous. When she first learned that Yuzhi could easily break through the program of the mechanical fortress, Helen was still very wary of this metal ball. But now, the Kazaya was really fragrant. Link left the room and was ready to walk around the fortress to see how the organizations and players were settling down. He would also ask if they had any needs. After leaving the room, Link went to the underground building where the Lin Family Financial Group was located. This used to be the research area of the city. All skyscrapers have the effect of rising and falling. Later, after Dave and Dr. Ludwig's transformation, the place was made into an underground world similar to the slums of Shandu. Link walked down the sparsely populated underground street. The number of people in the mechanical fortress was still too small. There were only about 1,600 people. Then, they were scattered to various areas. These people were like water that had dripped onto a sponge, disappearing without a trace in an instant and being completely absorbed. Link entered the underground building. In stark contrast to the cheerless atmosphere outside, the staff members in the building were walking around in a hurry. After all, they had just left the wasteland, and all the information equipment and documents had just been transferred from the transport ship to the building. The staff still had a lot of work to do. Link greeted the staff as he took the elevator to Penny's office on the top floor of the building. Penny was flipping through documents in his chair and didn't turn his head when he heard the door open. Just put the coffee on the table. Wow, the boss is so charismatic now, Link teased. Penny turned around in surprise when she heard Link's voice. Why are you here? I'm here to see if you're getting used to it. It's no different from the Moro's tower, Pony spread his two short wings. It's no different from the Moro's tower. The staff I brought out this time are all veterans and elites. I've carefully selected them and mentally prepared them, so you don't have to worry about them suffering from deep space claustrophobia. Link was dumbfounded. Penny's plan was too perfect. He even had deep space claustrophobia. Boss, what's your next step? I need to hear your plan first, and then design the mission and reward according to the plan. After all, space is different from the wasteland. The number of Inhumans is limited, and the mission must be accurate and efficient. Penny quickly got into work mode, and the temperament of a capitalist was revealed. His eyes clearly showed that he would not let go of any opportunity to make the players work hard. Before this, Penny had only dominated the players and NPCs on the wasteland. Now that they were on a bigger stage in the universe, Link mourned for the creatures in the Fandi system and other galaxies in advance. He believed that they would soon feel the fear of being dominated by Penny. I can tell you the grand plan first, and you can arrange the details according to the event. However, this plan must be kept a secret. Once it's leaked, the mission will fail, and your life will be in danger. Half an hour later, Link tidied up his clothes and walked to Penny's office. He turned to the overbearing CEO and smiled. By the way, the name Underground Building is too old-fashioned. I think it's time to change it. Then what name should we change it to? Penny asked. I think the name Penguin Building sounds good, Link said with a smirk. Okay, let's call it the Penguin Building. Walking out of the Penguin Tower, Link's next destination was the Moon Shadow Council's territory. Different from the steel cast, cold Penguin Building, the territory of the Moon Shadow Council was luxuriant, full of green plants and exuberant vitality. As soon as Link reached the door, a strong magical aura hit him in the face. There was also a natural smell in it. It reminded Link of the divine tree Noxie in the Crying Valley. As soon as he entered the Moon Shadow Council, Link saw Bomb Chicken, who was busy giving orders. This time, there were more than a dozen druid players who followed Link to the mechanical fortress. The top 10 were the top 10 in the professional league, and the rest were the winners of the guild wars. Although they belonged to different factions and guilds, in the Moon Shadow Council, Bombing Chicken was their senior brother. This would not change just because they were in different factions. Bomb Chicken had quite a good reputation in the Moon Shadow Council. Other than the druid players, there were also some Moon Shadow Council apprentices and elites who were also under Bomb Chicken's command, helping to decorate the garden. Meanwhile, in the garden, the ancient tree of miracles sat firmly in the center. Its entire body was exuding a mist that carried magical power, just like the bright stars. The mist nourished the ground, grass, flowers, and trees, and soothed the plants that had never been exposed to space. The butterflies and birds circled around the ancient tree of miracles and chirped happily. They did not seem to be affected by the high-speed space travel at all. In the small forest not far from the ancient tree of miracles, the piercing sound of metal twisting could be heard from time to time. However, this sound was not abrupt. Instead, it blended in well with the rustling of the trees in the wind. Other than these sounds, there was also a burst of cheerful laughter in the small forest. The sun above the Moon Shadow Council was bright and warm, but it didn't feel hot. Link felt comfortable as soon as he took one step in. In consideration of the habits of the Moon Shadow Council druids, their location was in a specially modified environment. Above it was a dome and a power board created by a semi-holographic environment, which could be used to simulate the change of day and night. There were temperature and humidity control tests in the entire area to ensure the best environment for plants to grow, and it could be adjusted according to the number of plants. When Bombarding Chicken and the rest saw Link, they all came up to him respectfully, their eyes full of admiration. "Your Excellency, Head of State, what are your orders? The fifth elder is casting a spell to build a forest inside. Do you need to report?" Link glanced at the dense forest in the distance and chatted with the others. "Are you used to it?" Everyone turned into little chicks and nodded their heads continuously, each of them saying a sentence. "I thought that the transport ship was already a giant. I didn't expect that I was still too young. I didn't expect there to be such a place in the mechanical fortress. This place is no different from the Colosseum of the Moon Shadow Council. The surging energy from the ancient miracle tree is not any weaker than the divine tree. The ancient tree of war of steel is the perfect combination of the ancient tree of machinery and nature." The players' eyes lit up as they spoke. Even though they had come to the mechanical fortress to choose their dormitory a few days ago, after seeing more areas today, they were overwhelmed with emotions and shock. The magnificence of the mechanical fortress and the exquisiteness of the Moon Shadow Council's base, as well as the two ancient trees in the base that had never been heard of before, had directly pulled the topic to the max. Many players could not wait to go offline and post this news on the forum, causing a wave of envy, jealousy, and attention. "Alright, you guys go ahead. I'll walk around." Lin Ke waved his hand, and the players returned to their busy work under the command of Bombing Chicken. Link nodded at the miracle tree and walked straight into the forest. Walking around the dense forest, Link immediately saw Miranda running in circles. Behind her was a group of steel saplings, treasure-hunting rats, and the 5 mice team chirping and playing. The ancient tree of war looked at her kindly, like an old man sunbathing while watching his granddaughter play. Link was curious and asked, "Miranda, why are you here?" When Link boarded the transport ship, he entrusted Miranda to Grace to take care of her. She would be brought over when the mechanical fortress was stable. However, Miranda had appeared in the territory that Moon Shadow had intended to be on in the blink of an eye. This surprised Link. Miranda stopped in her tracks, the sweat on her forehead drenching her hair. Panting lightly, she explained, "Head of State, Aunt Grace is currently busy rebuilding the Misty Villa, so I brought Little Treasure and the 5 mice to look for Grandpa Steel Tree." Link thought for a moment. Grace had basically emptied out the Misty Villa. There were indeed many things to be done in order to rebuild the villa in the mechanical fortress. Furthermore, Grace had a large number of harpies and alchemist corps under her command. At this time, they would definitely be busy and wouldn't have the time to take care of Miranda. Besides, with the treasure-hunting mouse and the 5 mice following him, there shouldn't be any big problems. After that, Link went to the Misty Villa, the Mutant Brotherhood, the Cross Army Camp, Spider Demon City, and other forces' territories to check on the settlement progress and ask for needs. As for the rest area for the players, Lin Ke did not go there. After all, there were only a few dozen players, and most of them were quite familiar with each other. Moreover, they had already checked out the rooms they had chosen in advance. Of course, the most important thing was that the player's ability to adapt to the environment was even more exaggerated than a cockroach's. An environment that even players could not adapt to did not exist. Link looked at the forum and found that it was bustling with activity. Not only the players from the wasteland, but players from the other 2 novice planets also gathered. Of course, they weren't just here to join in the fun. When they learned that Link was going to help other civilizations that were invaded by foreign planets, the players on both novice planets were all in tears. They had already suffered the abuse and devastation of the alien planet, and now they finally saw a glimmer of hope. From the players on the mechanical fortress, he learned that the mechanical fortress was now leaving the Desolation star system, jumping from the warp gate at the edge of the star system to other stars in the Fandi star system. According to the background story, the 3 novice planets were all in the Vinti system. So, Link's next move was either to Pandora or Victoria. The players from the 2 novice planets were already looking forward to Link's godlike arrival and chasing away the alien invaders. In the past, the players on the forum would argue about which planet's protagonist was more powerful. However, the scene now was unusually harmonious. The gamers of Victoria City and Victoria were all waiting for Link to arrive in their galaxy. Link couldn't help but smile after reading the forum. If the players of these two planets knew that his next primary goal wasn't either of the two, he didn't know if their hearts would sink to the bottom. With Zhuge leading the way, the mechanical fortress easily entered the orbit of the big star. It used the slingshot effect to accelerate and reached the transition portal in 3 days. At the edge of the Desolation star system, a warp gate could be seen with the naked eye in the distance, surging with energy like fog and water waves. The transition portal was extremely large, and the two pillars that maintained it were half the height of Wasteland. The huge mechanical fortress was as small as a fly in front of it. After traveling in the galaxy for 3 days, he had lamented the vastness of the universe and his own insignificance many times. However, after seeing the transition gate, they finally understood the gap between civilizations. According to Link, these dimensional gateways were mass-produced by high-tech civilizations. They were maintained by strange materials with negative pressure obtained from the neutron star. The nature of a warp portal was no different from a black hole. It was only used by an advanced civilization to stabilize the negative pressure and form the warp portal before them. Helen couldn't help but ask, "Chancellor, there are so many different civilizations in the universe. How do they distinguish each other?" 658 Are you doing proper business or looking for fun? Chapter 6.27. Link didn't think that Helen would think of the differences between civilizations while everyone was still immersed in the shock and pressure of the advanced civilization. Since Helen had asked, Link would answer her truthfully. If we want to rank the space civilizations, then the human civilization on the previous planet can only be ranked as level 0. It's mainly reflected in the fact that we can only use the resources of the planet itself for development, and we're still in the fossil fuel stage. Then Link turned to Helen and said, "However, Helen's creation of the tokamak device has brought the wasteland into the clean energy era. The civilization level of the wasteland has now advanced to level 1. While Link was explaining and everyone was listening, Troy was gradually approaching the transition portal under the guidance of Satoko. However, everyone was too immersed in Link's explanation to look at the grand transition door outside. On the other hand, the rest area of the mechanical fortress and the people of the major forces were lying on the porthole, looking at the miracle outside with a dumbfounded expression. "It's too terrifying. This height is like a heavenly pillar. Quickly take a picture, quickly take a picture. I didn't expect to see such a scene in my lifetime. What kind of civilization could have created such a thing?" Both the players and the NPCs were shocked. They had come out of the wasteland like children who had just entered the city. However, they didn't expect that before they even entered the city, just a doorway in the remote suburbs had already shocked them to the point of speechlessness, and their minds were blank. The mechanical fortress was getting closer and closer to the warp gate, and soon, the scene outside the flux window had reached the point where they had to look up. The milky white energy of the transition gate was like a pool of water, and it began to fluctuate as the mechanical fortress approached. When the mechanical fortress was completely close to the transition gate, people could see from the porthole that the thickness of the transition gate sky pillar was beyond their imagination. There were still gaps in the modular installation, looking very mechanical. Zhuge had already jumped in advance, and the scene around him changed as soon as the mechanical fortress entered. At this moment, in the control room of the mechanical fortress, everyone looked out of the scene and saw a bright light outside. On the front, there was a huge black hole, where light quickly dispersed from all directions. It was bright and colorful, as if it had entered some kind of colorful neon pipe. Link's expression remained the same as he continued, "A level 2 civilization is a star civilization. At this stage, the living beings can use the stars in their own star system to obtain energy. The most common one is the Dyson sphere. However, such level 2 civilizations were easily discovered and targeted by others. This was because the brightness of the stars decreased rapidly and would be observed by other civilizations. The competition for energy became more intense, so interstellar wars were the most common among level 2 civilizations. Of course, this is only for technological civilizations. Other Shinix civilizations absorb energy in a similar way, and they call it the Ascension Mayfly. Just as everyone was listening to Link's story, the mechanical fortress left the wormhole and the scene before them changed. After a while, they arrived at another galaxy, which was as empty as the Desolation Galaxy. At this moment, Satoko, who was leading the way in the distance, suddenly sent back a warning message, interrupting everyone. Report, traces of battle have been found on the front line. There were energy field fluctuations that had not completely dissipated after the intense battle, and there were also fallen remains. According to preliminary analysis and appraisal, it was a medium-sized transport ship that was hit. Fu looked at Link in confusion when he heard the report from Akiko. Didn't boss say before that the star systems here were all in the wilderness, and almost no outsiders would pass by? Why would they encounter a battle right after the warp? Almost instantly, everyone's eyes were on Link, waiting for the leader's order. Link thought of what he had said to Fu and felt his face burn. He had just said that there wouldn't be any space raiders in such a barren star system, and in the blink of an eye, he discovered traces of battle. The slap in the face came too quickly. Link's expression turned serious. A medium transport ship was not a small matter. This kind of ship usually existed in a prosperous star system. Because it had both transportation and combat capabilities, it was often used as the most common ship under the command of a larger force or the moving ship of some mercenary battle groups. Even the first rank only had 2 medium-sized transport ships, which were not easily used. Most of the time, they were only used for strategic needs. The medium-sized transport ship had been blown into pieces, which showed the intensity of the battle. However, in the eyes of the mechanical fortress, these ships were only small. In the parking bay of the mechanical fortress, it was not a problem to accommodate 2 medium-sized transport ships. Was he doing something serious or looking for fun? Link instantly made a judgment. With a medium-sized transport ship, whether it was a large force or a mercenary group, it was worth Link's visit. After all, for a medium-sized transport ship to appear in a small and declining star system like the Fandi star system, it was already very strange. Perhaps there would be a plot behind it. Of course, the most important thing was that he was a bastard who didn't eat the melon. Now that the melon was right in front of him, it was not Link's style to just leave. Go and see what's going on, said Link, raising his hand. Everyone's eyes flashed with joy, but at the same time, they were nervous. Helen wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, she couldn't help but say, "Head of state, the mech fortress currently only has railguns that can deal damage. We don't have any conventional means of defense if we approach rashly." Link's lips curled up slightly. He had already seen through Helen's thoughts. "Don't worry, I'll act according to the situation. The 9-striped dragon is on standby." Not many people had seen the Black Throne before. Only Helen and a few staff members had seen the second form of the mechanical fortress. Helen only had 2 words for the Black Throne: "Don't worry." The powerful firepower and exaggerated defense allowed the Black Throne to wreak havoc in the galaxy. Just in the Fandi galaxy, he would have no problem doing whatever he wanted. Hearing Link's words, Helen immediately smiled and rushed to the control console. She began to adjust the course according to the information given by Yujiko. Troy didn't stay idle either. He used the mechanical fortress communication device to report to everyone what was going to happen next and make an early warning. Report to all members of the mechanical fortress. We have successfully passed through the hyperdrive gate and arrived at the Ghost Melt Galaxy, but traces of battle and wreckage have been found ahead. We will now head towards the location at full speed. All combat personnel, please be prepared for battle. Troy broadcasted it 3 times in a row. The players and NPCs were still immersed in the shock of crossing the galaxy, and they were all shocked when they suddenly heard about the battle. Why was there a battle just after crossing the galaxy? However, at the same time, a strong sense of excitement welled up in their hearts. This would be their first time fighting an enemy from outside the galaxy. Whoever had the faster hand speed would be able to grab the credit and spoils of war. All of a sudden, be it players or NPCs, everyone was full of battle intent and were eyeing them covetously. The spaceship gradually approached. Through the porthole of the mechanical fortress, one could clearly see the debris in space. There were even corpses that had been thrown out and were floating in space. They were frozen to death. Link glanced at the clothes of the corpses. He could only see that they were all in the same blue combat uniform with the same pattern on the shoulders and back. Link tried to see the pattern on the battle uniform, but he couldn't see it clearly due to the distance and the twisted shape of the bodies after being thrown into space. He couldn't see it clearly, but Link was sure it was a medium carrier. It must be a mercenary battle group. Helen, who was at the control station, suddenly turned her head and said, "Head of State, Satoko has sent a signal." On the screen, two aircraft were chasing each other in the dark space background. The right wing of the medium-sized transport ship suffered large-scale damage. The porthole was destroyed, and debris scattered into space. The sub-engine at the tail had also died. The one that attacked the medium transport ship was a uniquely shaped aircraft. It was shaped like a medieval pirate ship, with energy cannons on the sides. A huge energy sail spread out on the mast above the pirate ship, relying on the high-energy particles emitted by the star to generate thrust. Although its size was not as large as a medium-sized transport ship, its speed was more than a notch faster. At the forefront of the pirate ships, there was an extremely long, extended metal thorn, which looked like the long and sharp upper jaw of a swordfish. It gave off the feeling that it could pierce through any aircraft. The Corsair's aircraft slowly approached the medium-sized transport ship that was forced to stop. Then, many hooks shot out from the side of the ship, firmly locking the medium-sized transport ship and not giving it a chance to escape. Many small aircraft emerged from the exit of the pirate ship and quickly approached the place where the transport ship had been blown up to begin the landing activity. Link saw the actions of the flying pirate ship and immediately understood. It was just as Fu had expected. In a remote and desolate galaxy like the Fandi system, they'd actually encountered a group of mercenaries and aliens. Link couldn't help but smile after seeing the image. Interesting, it really is a robbery. Let's go, we'll stop the fight. Yujiko continued to wait in place, transmitting the live images of the first scene to the mechanical fortress. The mechanical fortress sped up, and at the same time, Troy made a broadcast in the fortress. Attention all members, we will arrive at the first scene in 3 minutes. All units, please be ready for battle. The small aircrafts in the pirate ship were all stuck in front of the gap of the medium-sized transport ship, looking like predators in nature that ate and parasitized certain creatures. At the same time, inside the medium-sized transport ship, the mercenary group was making their final resistance. The aliens had entered the cabin and completely occupied the latter half. Guild leader, bad news, they've physically cut off the engine control, and we've lost control of the engine room. The leader of the mercenary group frowned and put on his helmet. We need to take back control of the engine room. Otherwise, the aliens will come to us like a swarm of locusts. Send people to repair the shield as soon as possible. As long as we can fix it, the aliens won't be able to hurt us. As long as we make it to the next warp gate, the first order in this system will help us deal with the aliens. I'll lead the others to take back control of the engine room. The rest of you, guard the front of the ship. Do not let the aliens enter the cockpit. The leader of the mercenary group was fully armed and was about to count his men to leave, but he was hurriedly stopped by the pilot. Guild leader. There was a turning point. A large aircraft is rapidly approaching. Should we send a distress signal? The pilot was so excited that his voice trembled when he shouted. Super large aircraft. The moment these 6 words came out, the dozens of mercenaries in the cockpit were all stunned. Everyone knew what this meant. Only advanced civilizations could create such a large aircraft. The appearance of aliens in this barren system was already shocking enough, and now there was one. It was like a ray of light in the darkness. Guild leader, do we really have to send out a distress signal? What if the alien is in cahoots with the alien? One of the mercenaries couldn't help but worry. Even if he's the enemy's ally, can he be worse off than now? The captain chuckled. Even in the vicinity of the Morwall galaxy, there are only a handful of aliens with super-large spacecrafts, but they would never appear here. So, let's go. The regiment commander gave the order and the pilot immediately started operating. They were constantly sending signals for help and access to the mechanical fortress. At the same time, the aliens detected the approaching ship and discovered the presence of the mech fortress. Sir, it's bad. We've discovered a large aircraft approaching at high speed. The leader of the pirate ship's aircraft frowned and immediately asked, how long before they arrive at the scene? Based on the enemy's current speed, we have 3 minutes left, the operator quickly replied. The leader slammed his fist on the table, his face twisted. Damn it! Why would there be a super-large aircraft in such a remote place? Didn't I do some research before I came here? Where did this *T galaxy come from? However, being angry at this moment wouldn't solve anything. After the leader finished scolding, he immediately made a decision: order the landing team to finish the battle in 3 minutes. At the same time, arrange for a leash to drag this group of mercenaries forward. The aliens were well trained and had done this many times in the universe. He easily and familiarly attached a traction rope to the medium-sized transport ship, and then directly dragged the transport ship away. The interstellar aliens' actions shocked the mercenary group. The members in the transport ship turned pale and couldn't help but exclaim, "This group of lunatics!" In the cockpit, the operator suddenly shouted excitedly, "We've connected! We've made contact with the other party!" The mercenary leader immediately moved to the control panel and looked at the black and white noise screen that gradually became clear, and a young girl's face appeared. "This is the mechanical fortress of Wasteland Planet. We have received your help signal and know your current situation. Please hold on for another 3 minutes. Our fortress will arrive at your location in 3 minutes." The entire cockpit was silent and dumbfounded. 659 The Black Throne's Might. After saying that, Helen hung up. After all, this kind of signal could easily be eavesdropped by third parties, which would lead to the failure of the plan. In order not to give the aliens a chance to decipher it, Helen cut off the link. The pilot turned his head with difficulty and asked the regiment commander, "Guild leader, what should we do now?" The mercenary group leader's face was ashen. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, "We can't count on anyone else. We're on our own now. Stick to our original plan and take back the engine room. We need to find a way to escape the aliens." The eyes of the mercenaries in the cockpit were dim, and they were not happy at all that they had reinforcements. That group of reinforcements, let's talk about it after they can protect themselves. This mercenary group had come to the Fandi system for a certain mission. According to the habits of mercenary groups, every time they went to a new star system to carry out a mission, they would first understand the power structure of the star system and the level of danger. They would then conduct an assessment. The evaluation level of the Vanti galaxy was not high. The only forces that had real deterrence within the galaxy were the First Order and alien planets. They had also learned about the other low-leveled civilizations from the records. Wasteland Planet was one of them. This was also the reason why they were so disappointed. This was because, to their understanding, the Wasteland Planet could only be considered a level 0 civilization. They could not even leave the planet. Now that someone who claimed to be on Wasteland Planet was approaching in a super-large aircraft, there was only one possibility: this group of people must have been lucky enough to pick up such a super-large aircraft. Also, judging from the girl's expression and tone when they were talking to the girl who seemed to be the captain, she seemed to be very curious about the things in the universe, even excited. She did not even know the most basic common language, which further confirmed their guess. Even if he were to fly a super-large aircraft, he would not be able to unleash his full power. They might even be forced onto the planet by the experienced aliens. The mercenary group's leader's eyes flickered as he analyzed. The aliens must have noticed the signal from the super-large aircraft. They're dragging us away to avoid danger. Within these 3 minutes, they would definitely gather all their firepower to attack the cockpit. The aliens won't expect us to take back the engine room at this time. As long as we can hold on for 3 minutes, the enemy will definitely retreat when they see the super-large aircraft. The mercenary group's leader's eyes flashed with a sharp light. In fact, if the Galactic Raiders discover that there are a group of Level 0 civilization humans in this super-large aircraft, do you think they will give up a watermelon for us? A surprised look appeared in the eyes of the group members at the side. They hesitated but did not ask. After all, the regiment commander's words represented authority and absolute authority. Questioning authority would result in being kicked out of the mercenary group. The leader picked up his weapon and waved his hand. We must hold the front. As long as we hold on for 3 minutes, we will win. Leave the engine room to me. I'll drive these alien scum out of the ship. The mercenary group's leader did a head count, and then the mechanical door opened. The sounds of gunfire and explosions immediately emerged from the defense line outside. There were also energy waves of Esper abilities sweeping through the air, and the scene was in chaos. Strengthen the defense and defend the position to the death. Just hold on for another 3 minutes and we'll win. The mechanical door closed once again. This time, the cockpit was much emptier, leaving only a few pilots and members guarding the cockpit. Isolated from the gunshots outside, this place was like a paradise, but everyone's mood was still heavy. Do you guys think what the guild leader said just now was true or false? The pilot asked. The navigator and the co-pilot hesitated for a moment and said, Ying Luo should be the real one after all, he said, even if we all die, we must complete the mission. Let's hope the aliens back off. If they continue to be persistent, our leader will really choose to sell information about the aircraft on Wasteland in exchange for his escape. The pilot looked back at the mercenaries behind him and found that their faces were also uncertain, as if they were ashamed of their leader's behavior. I'm going to the washroom, Ran. One of them had a wandering look in his eyes. The others just pretended to be ashamed and found a place to ease their emotions. After entering the bathroom, the member immediately locked the door and window, took out a miniature signal transmitter, and began to click on the ciphertext in. The Interstellar Raiders pirate ship dragged the medium-sized transport ship into deep space. Through the porthole, they could clearly see the fierce exchange of fire in the transport ship corridor. The Raiders' frenzied attacks successfully suppressed the mercenary battle team. The mercenary battle team's front line quickly shrank. They lost the large area in the middle, leaving only the front cockpit and some passages. He only needed to increase his strength a little more and he would be able to take down the entire ship. The leader of the alien forces sat on a metal seat made of scrap metal, looking down at the transport ship that was being dragged. The emotion in his eyes was like he was examining his spoils. This operation has taken several months from laying the foundations to launching the attack. Now, it's finally time to close the net. A medium-sized battle group is enough to feed us for half a year. There were many good things in a medium-sized battle group, and a medium-sized transport ship was almost full. When they'd blown up the ship's opening, many mercenaries had been sent flying into space with their supplies. It was a painful sight to see. Now that they were about to attack the cockpit, they would soon gain full control of the medium-sized transport ship. Just then, one of the aliens quickly handed a piece of paper to the leader. Leader, I think you need to take a look at the information from the transport ship. The leader took the paper and looked at it. His brows furrowed, and he turned. Is this news reliable? The sub-chief shook his head, a trace of confusion flashing through his eyes. In his past life, he had never encountered such a situation. It was a super-large aircraft that represented an advanced civilization, but it was controlled by a group of people from a level 0 civilization. Just thinking about it made people feel that it was extremely absurd, not to mention that in such a serious occasion, the spies at the front line suddenly sent such ridiculous information. It was really unbelievable. The leader's eyes flickered, and he rubbed his chin. The spy is in the cockpit. He should have seen the conversation between the mercenary group and the other party with his own eyes. After hiding for several months, the spies have also successfully infiltrated the Baton's battle group. They have not discovered any contact between the Baton's battle group and any forces in the Fandi star system. Furthermore, how could there be a civilization in such a remote star system that had a super-large spacecraft? It must have been left behind by a certain civilization and was discovered by this group of ants from a level 0 civilization, so it rashly entered the universe to show off. The leader's eyes glowed red with excitement. If it was really an ant from a level 0 civilization that controlled the super-large flying device, this was definitely a good opportunity for him. If he could take down the alien, he would become a fearsome alien and an overlord of a region. The alien leader's breathing grew heavy, as if he could already see himself reaching the peak of his life. But soon, the leader's rationality gained the upper hand. He suddenly realized that if this was a trap, then he would be completely annihilated if he turned back. Even if there was only a tiny chance, his years of hard work would all be in vain. In their line of work, they had to always leave a way out for themselves. Even when faced with a great temptation, one had to consider whether they could take it. Maybe we can arrange for a reconnaissance aircraft to test the waters? The leader's lips curled into a smile. He ordered his men, "Go, arrange a reconnaissance plane, then catch a chicken and investigate it carefully. Let's see if it can shine at the end of its life." The subordinate immediately laughed when he heard that. The so-called chicken was a captive, tied to the reconnaissance aircraft and then remotely controlled to get close to the super-large aircraft, so that they could find out the other party's information immediately. If it was really a high-leveled civilization, they would retreat without a second thought. If it was really a level 0 civilization, the pirate ship floating in the universe would immediately change direction and begin its landing operation. Very quickly, his subordinates had arranged everything. A reconnaissance aircraft was released from the stern of the pirate ship and moved quickly in the opposite direction. The alien leader and the rest of the corps members looked at the surveillance aircraft's point of view on the holographic screen. Their nervousness and anticipation were mixed together. In the fast-forward image, a ball of metallic luster appeared in the distance. Under the light of the star, it glowed like a dazzling diamond. As the light grew brighter, the details of the mechanical fortress appeared in the alien's eyes. The huge metal structure was like a city of steel, speeding through the universe. Other than its size, the mechanical fortress didn't look anything special to the experienced aliens. It looked like a giant building made of the crudest building blocks. Especially after the reconnaissance aircraft scanned the exterior of the mechanical fortress, it found that there were only a few orbital cannons on the surface, and the propulsion energy was also blue flame energy. It could only be said that it had just surpassed the clean and controllable fusion energy of fossil combustion. It was unbelievable that such a massive object could be assembled with such basic technology and successfully enter space. The alien leader couldn't help but chuckle when he saw the enormous alien. It was this thing that had scared them out of their wits and made them run away in a panic. Now, it seemed simply ridiculous. The exterior of this super-large aircraft didn't even have as many means of attack as the pirate ship. But while it was useless, it was a massive object. If the aliens were to take over and modify it, it could become a deadly weapon. With his appearance, it would be a waste if he didn't have a few hundred energy cannons. Moreover, with the size of the mechanical fortress, it was not a problem to accommodate the pirate ship and medium-sized transport ship in the parking cabin. It could even form a flight formation. At this thought, the leader's face broke into a smile. The enemy had already sent the gift to the door. It was time for him to go out and welcome it. In the holographic image, the reconnaissance aircraft began to attack the mechanical fortress in front of it. Red energy beams were shot out one after another. The rail guns on the exterior of the mechanical fortress were also deployed for defense, shooting out dense cannon fire to disrupt the operations of the reconnaissance planes. The reconnaissance aircraft was like a mosquito, constantly teasing the exterior of the mechanical fortress. In the end, it charged straight at the mechanical fortress, not dodging or avoiding it like a suicide squad. As the holographic image dissipated, the drone was hit by the cannon and exploded. The leader of the alien forces nodded in satisfaction. Even though the reconnaissance aircraft had launched a suicide attack at the last moment, the mechanical fortress had not come up with any more countermeasures. The only thing that they could show off were the 4 railguns. Their firing speed also reflected the level of a level 0 civilization. There was no improvement at all, and there were no surprises. The leader's suspicions were dispelled. "Turn around and kill our way back." The leader rose to his feet and beckoned to his armory. As the armory was opened, all sorts of modules and equipment appeared before him. Eye implant, nerve implant, main implant, light armor, exquisitely made belt, engineering syringe, scanner, and force field sword. Compared to a medium-sized transport ship, the leader of the aliens was prepared to be fully armed. He was going to make a grand appearance and land on the mechanical fortress, the ultimate ship of the aliens. After the pirate ship completed its turn, it headed towards the mechanical fortress at full speed. The alien leader had already implanted the modules into his body. His every move seemed to change the environment around him, and even his voice had a hint of electronic vibrato. "Now, go all out. Let the low-level creatures see the true power of the universe." The leader of the pirates opened his arms, and all the attacks of the pirate ship were released. It was as if it was a confirmation of the saying that they had to welcome the guests from afar in the most enthusiastic way and let them experience the passion and fun of the universe. Compared to the mechanical fortress, the size of the pirate ship could be said to be small, not even 1/10 of it. But now, the pirate ship was firing at full force, approaching the mechanical fortress without dodging. The momentum was quite like a suicide squad. However, only those who truly understood knew that the small body of the pirate ship contained a huge attack method that was far from comparable to the mechanical fortress. At the same time, within the mechanical fortress, Link looked at the approaching pirate ship and couldn't help but laugh. "What do you think? I was right, right? They will come back on their own." Unlike Link's smile, the others around him looked as if they had lost their parents. "You're all willing to accept your loss. When this wave is over, you must keep your promise." At the mention of promises, these people's expressions became even more depressed. All of them pouted and couldn't help but reflect on themselves. Why had they made a bet with the head of state? Didn't he know that this guy had the ability to predict the future? Link clapped his hands and summoned the 9-striped dragon. "9-patterned dragon, are you ready for your first official appearance?" "I can't wait." The 9-patterned dragon smiled. The other people in the control room clenched their fists. Damn it, they got it. The 9-patterned dragon suddenly disappeared from the control room of the mechanical fortress. Immediately after, a dense dragon bone appeared on the control desk in front of him. At the same time, the entire mechanical fortress underwent a terrifying change. An energy called Dragon's Might spread and surged in the galaxy. The leader of the alien forces, who was fully armed to welcome his new ride, saw the changes to the mechanical fortress. The relaxed expression on his face froze, then turned into shock. The same expression spread across the entire pirate ship, and not just the pirate ship. At the same time, the battle inside the transport ship stopped abruptly. The aliens and the mercenaries leaned on the porthole and looked at the shocking scene outside. 660 How to Get Along Quickly, Chapter 6.29. The scene in front of them had completely exceeded everyone's imagination. The iron lump that was originally bloated in space suddenly transformed. White bones extended from the steel and wrapped around the entire mechanical fortress. The huge bones extended and curved, forming a shape similar to an abdominal cavity. It looked terrifying. In everyone's eyes, the sudden change in the situation was beyond their imagination. Some of the bones were even bigger than the mast of the pirate ship, looking ferocious and terrifying. Although the bones only wrapped around the mechanical fortress, everyone could vaguely see the space around the mechanical fortress distorting. Space dust and light bent to form a translucent dragon head and a pair of wings. It was as if the cold mechanical fortress had suddenly become alive. The railgun was also wrapped up by the white dragon head. Its eyes emitted a terrifying red energy as it glared at the pirate ship not far away. It was even more imposing than the pirate ship's full fire aiming just now. After all, this was not just an overwhelming advantage in terms of momentum, but also in terms of numbers. On the originally empty tracks, there were all kinds of weapons of different sizes. Other than the dragon head railgun, there were also many weapons that had never been seen before, all of which were emitting a terrifying energy. The pirates on the pirate ship couldn't help but swallow their saliva. They had no doubt that one shot from these weapons would completely destroy the pirate ship and merge it with the interstellar dust in front of them. What kind of monster is this? Isn't it a wasteland planet of a level 0 civilization? How can it have this kind of thing? Very quickly, the pilot of the medium-sized transport ship received a call from Captain Battens. Quickly find out what's going on. Why did this mech fortress suddenly change? Before Captain Battens arrived at the engine room, he saw a force that could distort the deep space through the porthole. He saw with his own eyes that the mechanical fortress, which had nothing but a huge size, had undergone many changes and was now wrapped in white bones. The mercenary in the control room immediately went to the control panel and reported all the data he saw on the detector to Battens. The energy index is completely off the charts. The surrounding space is surging with magical Chinook energy, and even caused some spatial distortions. The mercenary skillfully adjusted the interface to the energy distribution map and gasped with his mouth wide open. After a long while, he stammered under Battens' urging, The energy of the bones spread out, forming a layer of energy flow outside the fortress. The energy flow, together with the shape of the white bones, formed a swan eye. It formed into what? Quickly tell me. Battens urged. Why did these people drop the ball at such a critical moment? The mercenary swallowed his saliva and stretched out his stiff hand to start the operation, sending the data to Battens. Guild leader, you should take a look for yourself. When Battens' armor received the information, the holographic projection on his arm lit up. However, Battens immediately gasped and fell silent. The scene before their eyes was truly shocking and unbelievable. The energy took the form of a dragon, completely enveloping white bones and the mechanical fortress. At the same time, two clusters of energy shot out from its abdominal cavity, forming two huge energy wings. There was even a lifelike dragon's mouth in the energy phantom. Oh my god, what the hell did I encounter? Battens was speechless and completely stunned. Everything about recapturing the engine room and holding on for 3 minutes was meaningless in front of the bone dragon. The same thing happened on the pirate ship. When the Black Throne's energy distribution was revealed, the alien leader, who had been preparing to enter the mech fortress, fell to the ground. The surging energy of the shapeless white bone spiritual dragon in front of him was soul-stirring, completely different from the harmless Xiao Budian just now. If the mechanical fortress was said to be bullied by everyone before, then now that the white bone spirit dragon had transformed, all the forces and starships in the entire Fandi system had to give way and show respect. What is this thing? The alien leader sighed, his mind blank. The strength of the energy emitted by the mechanical fortress was enough to destroy the pirate ship 1,000 times over. The pirate ship's pilot finally analyzed the energy composition. Looking at the answer given by the meter, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Leader, I've analyzed it. This thing seems to be a dragon bone armor. No one knew better than the aliens what dragon bones were. Dragons were also a rare legendary creature in the universe. They had extremely strong combat power and there were many kinds of them. Usually, the forces could only retreat when they saw it. Even if they killed giant dragons, most of them were only targeted at the young dragons. Very few people would have any improper thoughts about adult dragons. A single dragon bone was enough to keep the aliens from work for a year. Now that the mechanical fortress had so many dragon bones, it was not only inhumane, but with the dragon bones, the defensive and offensive power of the mechanical fortress had reached a terrifying level. The power of the dragon bones was enough to make ordinary forces feel despair. For example, the firepower of the pirate ship that the leader of the pirates was so proud of could only scratch the dragon bones even if they used all their firepower. Such a complete dragon bone that was as large as a satellite was the top even among legendary dragons. To be able to perfectly combine the dragon bone with the mechanical fortress, this scrap metal was definitely not as ordinary as it looked. The leader of the alien forces roamed the universe robbing ships and organizations. He had a good eye for things. He didn't expect to be pecked by a bird instead. "Leader, we can't do this anymore. Let's run away now," the subordinate said with a trembling voice, trying to make a final struggle. The leader of the pirates laughed bitterly and gave up on resisting. After a long time, the words that came out of his mouth made everyone despair. "It's too late." Yes, it was too late. Who didn't know that in the face of such a terrifying giant, even escaping would become a luxury? These two words seemed to judge everyone's fate. Many of the aliens fell to the ground, some even wailing. Those who liked to fight and fight would bully the weak and fear the strong. When he really encountered a situation that he couldn't handle, the cowardice hidden under the viciousness would all emerge, and his performance would be worse than that of an ordinary person. Most of the people in the mechanical fortress had never seen the Black Throne before. Now that the dragon bones had been reborn, magic and chinic energy were surging everywhere, and the interior and exterior of the mechanical fortress had undergone a huge change. The players and NPCs were all amazed. At this moment, they really wanted to board the transport ships or pirate ships outside, so they could have a clear and complete view of the mechanical fortress. Troy also made the announcement. "Don't be surprised. The mechanical fortress has activated its second form, the Black Throne. In this form, the mechanical fortress would be covered with dragon bones, and its various functions would be greatly enhanced. It would become a terrifying giant beast in space. In addition, when the wartime state is lifted, everyone can resume their normal activities and work." They had not expected Link to transform the mechanical fortress into a second form. And now, while they were still in a confrontation with the enemy, Troy announced that he was no longer in a state of war. This was a very tricky move. In other words, when the Black Throne appeared, victory and defeat were already set in stone, and the enemy would not have any possibility of turning the tables. Just as everyone was worried about entering the universe, Link used his actions and power to tell them, "Don't be afraid. Even if you are in space, you have to stick your head out and not be inferior to me." Everyone outside was shocked by the Black Throne's appearance. However, in the control room of the Black Throne, a new dispute had arisen. The pirate ship has returned and even sent reconnaissance planes to probe. This in itself is contrary to the immediate evacuation. It's very abnormal. And for a mid-sized transport ship to appear in the Fandi system, and for an alien to appear here, it's very suspicious. I have reason to suspect that there must be a spy planted by the aliens. The appearance of the Black Throne can't be returned without any results. We have to intimidate them, so I suggest that we destroy the pirate ship directly to show the might of our wasteland star. Helen, who was at the side, quickly said, "We can't do that. We only have one transport ship. Now that we have a fully armed pirate ship, not only can it be used as our battleship, but we can also study the weapons and equipment on it. I don't mind if you throw away the people inside, but this pirate ship must suffer as little damage as possible." "What about the medium transport ship? Since it's a mercenary group, I suggest we use their method to solve it." Penny's eyes lit up. The control room was full of discussion, but no conclusion was reached in the end. Everyone looked at Link, waiting for the ruler's final answer. Link thought for a moment and quickly came up with an idea. We've just entered the universe, so naturally we have to build good relations with the powers of the universe. This was especially true for mercenary groups, which had a lot of connections and resources. As for the galactic aliens, they're evil forces in the universe. If they hurt ordinary merchant ships, we'll get rid of them quickly and make a name for ourselves. There's a bounty on their leader's head. We have to consider all of that. After Link finished his analysis, he said firmly, the pirate ship can't be destroyed. After all, it's the most valuable loot we've got. However, the Black Monarch can't return empty-handed, so we have to show off our strength. Link stared at the pirate ship for a while and pointed at the huge sail. You can restore Helen's sail, right? Helen rubbed her chin like Link and said, no problem. Besides, I've disliked this sail for a long time. Not to mention the fact that it didn't have a retractable function, it wasn't convenient to park inside the mechanical fortress cabin at this height. That's why you made a wise decision, head of state. You flatter me. I can only say that great minds think alike. Just as Link and Helen were praising each other, the Black Throne's weapon systems were aimed at the pirate ship. A green beam of Shinik power shot out. In an instant, the huge sail of the pirate ship was eroded by spiritual energy and full of cracks. The next second, it shattered into pieces and lost its power. The people standing behind Link finally understood. So this was what the head of state meant by getting along quickly. 661 Feel the passion from the wasteland. Wow, it's so beautiful. Helen put her hands together and seemed to see a splendid scene in the universe. But to be honest, it was a beautiful scene. Helen wasn't the only one. Everyone else in the control room was also attracted by the splendid scene in space. The sail was torn into pieces and then ignited by green Shinik power. The top of the entire pirate ship was floating with green flames, looking like numerous leaves falling from the treetops, appearing in the form of a wonder of the universe. The players and NPCs on the Black Throne were all amazed by the beauty of destruction, but the members on the medium-sized transport ships and pirate ships were not in such a good mood. To be able to destroy the sails of the pirate ship with a single Shinik beam of light, this kind of power had already exceeded their imagination. As the most important energy part of the pirate ship, the light energy sail had always been reliable. As an exposed energy power device, its strength was even stronger than the engine of a transport ship. Just now, the mercenary group and the pirate ship had been fighting for a long time, but they had not been able to cause any damage to the power sail. Now, a single ray of spiritual energy shot out from the Black Throne had completely disintegrated the sail. This meant that if the Shinik ray hit the pirate ship, the ship would also disintegrate like a sail and become part of the magnificent view of the universe. It could be said that the combat power between the two was on a completely different dimension. This was the complete suppression of a higher dimension against a lower dimension. The moment they saw the Black Throne, the pirates on the ship lost all courage to resist. Now that he saw the sail being destroyed in one blow and saw the tip of the iceberg of the Black Throne's power, the last bit of fantasy was completely destroyed along with the sail. The only thing they could do now was to wait for fate's judgment. The alien leader had already begun to remove the various plants from his body. There was no need to resist. The power the Black Throne had displayed was beyond his imagination. He had finally figured it out. The Level 0 civilization on Wasteland and the mechanical fortress with only 4 railguns were all fake. They were all used to hide his identity and fish. At the same time, on a medium-sized transport ship. Whether it was the raiders or the mercenaries, both sides had stopped firing. Not a single gunshot could be heard from the carrier where the battle was intense just now. There was not even a single sound. Everyone was dumbfounded to see the power sails of the pirate ship being disintegrated by a spiritual ray. They were extremely shocked. The alien assault team, which had been full of fighting spirit just a moment ago, was now weak. Their eyes were unfocused, and their weapons fell to the ground. What's the point of fighting? There was no need to attack. Even if they could take down the medium transport ship, it would not change the outcome. The members of the mercenary group also stopped. As the Black Throne fired a Chinook cannon, the battle came to an abrupt end. The mercenary leader, Battens, turned pale. The moment the dragon bones wrapped around the mechanical fortress, he knew that this so-called wasteland planet was just a cover. He then thought about how an advanced civilization could disguise themselves as a level 0 civilization. Even he had been fooled. This was a brilliant move. Battens was terrified. Fortunately, he had not thought of selling the mechanical fortress in exchange for an opportunity to escape. If he really did that, the entire mercenary group would probably be reduced to dust like the sails of the pirate ship that were disintegrated by Chinook power. While everyone was still in shock, the Black Throne moved again and slowly moved toward the two ships. Whether it was the raiders or the mercenaries, their Adam's apple bobbed and they swallowed their saliva, waiting for their unknown fate. In the control room under the Black Throne, Link looked at the two spaceships, who didn't dare to move, and gave another order. Yazhi, you and Troy will infiltrate the pirate ship and the transport ship, cut off all attack equipment, and cut off the defense and control authority. Next, we are going to welcome the friends on the two ships. Following Link's orders, Yazhi quickly infiltrated the pirate ship. He used both physical and signal methods to nullify all attacks. Then, using its own signal ability, it received Troy's energy form in a signal format. The two of them joined hands and directly took over the highest control authority of the pirate ship. All the automatic defenses and cannons on the pirate ship turned around and pointed at the pirates. They were so scared that they didn't dare to move. They didn't know what was going on. The pilot was dumbfounded as he looked at the various malfunctioning instruments and indicator lights. He felt like there was an invisible spirit controlling the spaceship. "Leader, I think we've lost control of the spaceship." The pilot tried a few times, even using physical control, but there was no response. Before the pirate leader could speak, an announcement was made throughout the ship. "Inform the aliens that your ship is now under our control. What you need to do next is to put down the weapons in your hands and don't think of resisting. The outcome of resisting is something neither you nor I want to see." After Troy's broadcast, the raiders looked around suspiciously, as if they wanted to find out where the voice came from. Most of the aliens put down their weapons, but a few of them still held on to them. One of them was quick to react. He ran into the sealed toilet, locked the door, and shouted, "I'll die if I surrender. My life is in my own hands." However, as soon as he finished speaking, a series of screams came from the sealed toilet. The people outside trembled in fear, completely unaware of what terrifying things had happened inside. After a while, the sound became weaker and weaker, and the door of the toilet opened with a creak. All the aliens were frightened and stepped back. But other than the blood-covered aliens, there was no sign of any enemy. Fear gripped them. Immediately after, Satoko and Troy arrived at the medium-sized transport ship and used the same method to seize the final control of the ship. When Battens received the notification that his authority had been modified, his expression changed. He looked at the pirate ship opposite him through the window. All the weapons had been disarmed, and it was probably under complete control. He couldn't help but feel a sense of fear. In their eyes, they were no different from the aliens. To high-leveled civilizations, the war between low-leveled civilizations was nothing more than an uneven distribution of resources. And this kind of fight was not righteous. There was no distinction between good and evil, good and bad. In this case, their fate would be no different from the aliens. At this moment, Troy once again broadcasted to the entire ship. "Everyone on the ship, your ship has been fully taken over by us. Please put down your weapons and wait for us to take over." He wanted to emphasize that this was not a suggestion, but an order. "Those who disobey orders, please look at the side porthole." Everyone on both sides looked out of the porthole and saw several bodies thrown into space from the pirate's hull. There were also various indescribable wounds on their bodies. The people from both sides in the transport ship couldn't help but shiver. They were both shocked by the scene in front of them. They had fought with their lives to board the ship and fight for control of the ship. In the end, when the other party arrived, they had already seized control of the spaceship. This difference in strength made people feel a deep sense of despair and powerlessness. In front of a higher civilization, they could only be manipulated by others and had no right to speak. The Black Throne gradually approached, and the dragon ribs that extended out gradually opened. The huge dragon bones with sharp thorns were like a big hand that was slowly lifted, covering the pirate ship and the medium transport ship under it, and then slowly closed. The two battleships were now in the ribs of the Black Throne, and it looked as if they were swallowed into its stomach. At the same time, the cabin on the side of the Black Throne slowly opened, and two controlled ships drove in and stopped next to the transport ship. Seeing that there was a transport ship inside the Black Throne, the people on the two ships exclaimed again. This is the model of a transport ship from 2,000 years ago. After the two spaceships stopped, the side door slowly closed. The stars, and the universe were completely isolated. Link smiled and waved his hand. All right, it's time to let them experience the passion of the wasteland. 662 The Secret of the Mercenary Group. Link led the group to the port of the mechanical fortress and looked down at the two ships that were still fighting. The mast and sail of the pirate ship had been completely destroyed, and the side of the medium-sized transport ship had also been blown up with a big hole. There were many small aircraft attached to it, and the body of the ship had also been damaged to varying degrees. There were still many threads connecting the two, and it looked like they were still connected. Come out and welcome your friends from the universe. Link clapped his hands, and the tentacles dragon appeared at the harbor. Its tentacle-filled body moved quickly and wrapped around the pirate ship. The pirates on the pirate ship felt their scalps go numb, and a chill ran down their spines. What is this thing? The aliens had seen all kinds of large creatures in the universe, but this centipede-like bug was beyond their imagination. The tentacles had sharp bristles, huge pincers at the mouth part, slender tentacles, and poisonous tentacles at a glance. Just the appearance alone made them feel terrified. The mercenaries on the medium-sized transport ship next door also saw this scene. Although the terrifying big bug did not climb onto their ship, they felt the same fear at this moment. If he were to be bitten by such a pair of pincers, he would probably be cut in half. I've heard that there are outsiders. The ancient tree loves to welcome its friends. A long, metallic sound slowly rang out, drawing everyone's attention away from the touch dragon god. Then, the ground began to shake, and an ancient war tree made of metal slowly walked out. It was holding a steel sapling in its hand, as if it was going to throw it at any time. As a common race and natural creature in the universe, ancient trees often appeared in some lush and old forests. They were the existences and protectors of nature. However, the ancient tree in front of him was completely made of metal. It did not have any natural energy in its body. When it walked, it made a creaking and twisting sound. This guy said that he liked to welcome friends, but looking at his posture, he didn't seem to be friendly at all. Just when everyone thought that this was the end, more strange creatures that they had never seen before appeared. The metal spider, the crypt assassin, and the 4 gargoyles stood around the 2 ships, forming an independent barrier. There were monkeys made of metal, gator men with the blood of low-level gods, and metal ants, illusionary vines, and invisible killer bees. If there were any patients with trypophobia, they would definitely faint on the spot. These creatures that had never been seen before were terrifying. The large creatures had a clear target, but the small and large number of mutated insects gave him goosebumps. What was scary was that the pirate ship was still sealed, but these vines, ants, and killing bees had come in from somewhere. These small creatures seemed to be under his command. After entering the spaceship, they formed a line, as if they were welcoming him. The same situation was happening on the medium transport ship. It looked like a welcoming party, but in fact, the spikes protruding from the tails of the invisible killer bees flying in the air indicated that they were being held hostage. Please disembark in an orderly manner. Do not have any offensive intentions or actions. Otherwise, it will be regarded as resistance. The Black Throne will activate all means of suppression. Please be careful and do not say that you did not warn us. Link naturally wouldn't be careless. Although they had disarmed themselves, many of these aliens were pugilist and esper. They were all strong. If he didn't suppress them, there might be trouble. The players and NPCs on the Black Throne also swarmed over. They leaned on the railing and looked at the two captured spaceships with curiosity. The pirate ship's cabin door opened with a whoosh. Steam and pressure burst out from the gap, and then the alien leader and the other aliens walked out. All of their weapons and equipment were disarmed, and even their protective suits were removed. They walked out naked. The leader of the aliens saw Link at first glance, especially the air of superiority he exuded. One look was enough to tell that he was the leader of a high-leveled civilization. Link and the leader's eyes met. Link quickly read the leader's information. The leader's power level was only C, much weaker than Link's. Many of his subordinates were D rank, and some were even E rank, not much different from the players. According to Link's memories from his previous life, such a force was only average in the entire Maul galaxy. In the early stages of the game, it would cause a lot of trouble for players, but in the middle stages, it would be a free experience and equipment. For such an ordinary raider force to dare intercept a medium-sized transport ship, Link would not believe that there was no spy. This was interesting. Space werewolf kill? I'm very curious as to why you've returned, Link asked, his hands on the railing. The leader didn't say anything. What else could he say? He turned his head away. Seeing that she didn't answer, Link shrugged helplessly and waved his hand, signaling for them to be locked up. The mechanical fortress had a special prison for prisoners. It was modified from the previous human energy battery. The syringe was directly connected to the spinal nerve, and the signal was directly connected to the dream host demon's body. The dream energy generated by the dream host demon and the dream energy of the mechanical leader at that time were converted together to strengthen the ability to restrain the mind. Other than the dream realm prison, the high-energy particle prison was also very strong. These were all created by Helen from her advanced knowledge. He had always thought that it was a waste, but now that it could finally be put to use, he was naturally happy. He wanted to see if his masterpiece would be useful to these cosmic life forms. King Kong adjusted the tactical eyepiece on his eye and examined the aliens one by one. He snorted. A weakling with a combat power of a few hundred. King Kong had thought that the universe was filled with strong people, but the aliens in front of him shattered his thoughts. It turned out that the most abundant things in the universe were these weak fish. Penny the Penguin issued a mission to the players, which was to take turns to guard the prisoners every day. Firstly, he was worried that they would have some way to escape. Secondly, he wanted to give the players something to do. Otherwise, they would be bored out of their minds in the mechanical fortress. Even the aliens in the medium transport ship were brought out and thrown into the prison. After that, the members of the mercenary group were brought out, led by Captain Battens. Just like the raiders, the mercenaries were all dressed in plain clothes and didn't carry any weapons. But their spirit and energy were completely different from the aliens from before. The space pirates knew they had no hope of running away. Their eyes were filled with despair. They hung their heads in low spirits as if they had lost their parents. On the other hand, the members of the mercenary battle group looked around with curious eyes. Each of them was like a curious baby, wanting to see what was so different about this ship from a higher civilization. The strange creatures that had appeared first were already an eye-opener for them, and many of them were even beyond their knowledge. It didn't look like it was formed naturally, but more like a product of some kind of transformation. Captain Battens placed one hand on his chest and bowed to Link. "Thank you, leader, for saving us. Everyone in the Battens mercenary group expresses our most sincere gratitude to you." Link raised an eyebrow at the mention of battens. No wonder he felt that the battle mark was familiar. Oh, I didn't expect to catch a big fish on the way. The Battens mercenary group wasn't unknown. Looking at the entire Maul galaxy, the Battens mercenary group could be considered as one of the main pillars. After witnessing the Dark King's destructive attack, the Battens mercenaries were very respectful to Link. Link raised his hand slightly to signal for them not to be so formal. He said, "I've heard of the Battens mercenary group. He is considered a pillar of the entire group and has a good reputation." Link's words made the mercenaries overjoyed. He thought to himself, could it be that his mercenary group had become so famous? Even the higher civilizations were paying attention to it. Link looked at Battens. This NPC had the same ability rating as him, a C rank. His pair of wise eyes gave people the feeling that he could see through the future. In his previous life, Link remembered that the Battens mercenary group had risen again not long after the players had entered the universe. It was said that he had completed a secret mission and received the appreciation of his financial backer. The team's strength and equipment had been greatly upgraded, and they had grown from a medium-sized mercenary group to a large-scale mercenary group. Furthermore, they had many outstanding performances in the Maul Star System Group's plot. Link's eyes glinted. He had entered space early because of the butterfly effect. The appearance of the Battens mercenary group in the Fanti system and their coincidental encounter with the aliens was extremely abnormal. According to the plot, since the Battens mercenary group could rise to power in his previous life, he definitely wouldn't die today. The raiders wouldn't get their way. In other words, even if he didn't meet Link, he would still be able to escape. Don't tell me that the mission that allowed the Battens mercenary group to rise to power is today's mission. A bold idea popped up in Link's mind. He finally understood what King Kong had said before you and I are fated. There was no problem with the logical analysis, but whether it was true or not, he still needed to study it. Their eyes met for a moment, and Battens also felt the same energy level surge from Link. However, the powerful attack that the Black Throne had just displayed, as well as the fact that it had claimed to be a level 0 civilization on Wasteland, made Battens subconsciously think that the energy fluctuations were also a disguise. Since he was from a high-leveled civilization and had disguised his background, there must be some secret mission. Battens had been in the universe for many years, and he knew one thing: the less he knew, the safer he would be. Once he found out about the other's secret, he was also destined to be dragged into the vortex of conflict. A battle of this level was not something a small fry like him could participate in. "I'm very sorry for what you've been through today," said Link. "You may all follow the designated person to the lounge." Link saw that Battens' mouth was twitching as if he wanted to say something, so he stopped him with a sentence. "We'll talk about it after everyone has rested." After the raiders and the mercenaries were all taken away, Helen couldn't help but run to the pirate ship to find out what was going on. Just as she reached the door, Link called out to her. "Helen, you should study the other ship first." Helen was taken aback for a moment, but she quickly understood what Link was thinking. She quickly ran to the medium-sized transport ship at the side and began to race against time. Link glanced at the expeditionary army and the players beside him. "What are you still doing? Hurry up and help." As he spoke, he randomly picked a quest and gave it to everyone. The capacity of a medium-sized transport ship was not small, especially since many of the valuable assets of the Battens Legion were stored on it. It was even more so for the pirate ship, which stored the wealth of the pirates over the years. All sorts of materials, weapons, equipment, knowledge, and wealth were being brought out. With the four of them, including Yujiko, Troy, Helen, and Dave, as well as the various NPCs and players of the expeditionary army, it would be a very smooth process to collect the spoils of war. On the other side, the aliens locked up had all been placed into survival vessels. They still didn't know what kind of fate they were about to face, but they were already extremely terrified. The room and equipment in front of him did not look like a prison at all. Instead, they looked like some kind of container. This made them panic, as if they were going to be made into specimens for collection. Soon, all the plunderers would enter the dream world and be interrogated by the dream parasite demon. In this kind of dream, the dream sender demon would enter their subconsciousness and explore the deepest secrets in their hearts. There was no need to torture them, they would confess all their secrets in their dreams. This was Link's two-pronged approach. All the secrets on the pirate ship could not be hidden from him. The most important task now was to conduct a comprehensive search of the medium-sized transport ship. The players found a lot of good things in the process of moving, and they were amazed. The guildmaster of the Sentimental Guild, Tangju, couldn't help but drool when he saw the set of the Marauder leader's implant. This is a high-end implant. Eyes, nerves, main body, light armor, and engineering syringes. Was this a universe-level mechanic? He's actually taking the same path as Professor Zhao from the machinery faith, modifying his own machinery, but this is obviously much more high-end. The other players looked at the weapons of the raiders and mercenaries and were also envious. They also found many good items in the arsenal. Seeing the players and NPCs exclaiming in admiration as if they were looking at a treasure trove, Link chuckled and turned to leave. There was nothing for him to worry about here. He only needed to wait for his subordinates to finish everything and submit the report to him on his desk. As for what he was going to do now, it was naturally to go to the warehouse of the mechanical fortress, find the two big rats hiding in the dark, and tell them what happened today. Then, he would enjoy their regretful expressions. 663 The Crouching Dragon and the Young Phoenix took action. Link went to the warehouse of the mechanical fortress alone. The battle with the aliens had been short, but it had caused quite a stir. The cargo hold was located at the bottom of the mechanical fortress, and it was also the place where sound was transmitted the loudest. Although sound couldn't be transmitted in a vacuum, the mechanical fortress transformation into a black throne, the bombardment of the spirit power cannons, and the transportation of the two spaceships all made quite a lot of noise and movement. With the awareness of the macaw and the legendary Silver Hand, it was hard not to hear these sounds. However, there were no porthole in the warehouse. They could hear the sound but could not see what was happening. The two were so anxious that they scratched their ears and cheeks. What's going on outside? According to the time, they've just left the galaxy, how did they cause such a big commotion? The macaw was puzzled. Silver Hand scratched his head, anxiety written all over his face. It was a waste of time to guess, since he couldn't get out anyway. The defense outside was tight. Both of them knew how powerful Troy and Helen were, and there were no blind spots in the mechanical fortress. So, they hid in the cargo cabin the whole time, afraid that Link would find them and kick them back to the wasteland. Fortunately, the two of them had made sufficient preparations before they sneaked in. The macaw had prepared a single container of food and water, so there was plenty of food. The only bad thing was that the macaw only brought junk food. Imagine the two of them hiding in a sealed warehouse at night, singing the same tune and not daring to show their faces. How despairing would that be? The macaw and Silver Hand leaned against the container and came out for a breath of air. There were only sparse lights in the warehouse, but it didn't prevent the two people's extremely haggard faces from being clearly illuminated. Their faces were dark, and they had two big black eye bags. They looked dispirited. "Sigh, when will these days end?" Silver Hand said with a sobbing tone. The universe he was looking forward to should be an interstellar war, full of all kinds of strange things, rich races in the universe, and an unprecedented energy system. He would not be hiding in the warehouse and farting with this stupid bird in front of him every day. The macaw glanced at Silver Hand and said, "Steady, don't panic." He must have just left the galaxy and was still far from the bustling area. At the very least, we need to go to a place with a dock where we can hear the sound of the crowd outside. Only then can we sneak out. If we rush out now, all our previous efforts will be in vain. The macaw's head gradually approached the Silver Hand and brainwashed it. "Think about it, Masha will be furious if she finds out that you're missing. If Link finds you on the ship, he'll send you back without a second thought. We'll have to face the wrath of both John and Marcia. The macaw held down the silver hand that was about to speak. I know you want to say that you're not afraid of John, but ask yourself, are you afraid of Marcia? Masha's face appeared in Silverhand's mind, and he hesitated. He wasn't afraid of anything, but the two of them. One of them was Link, and the other was Masha. Link was always sweet-talking and would often analyze the situation and sell her out. He would even count the money for her. Marcia was more like a mother. Silverhand didn't want to disappoint her or make her feel sad. Silverhand thought that this made sense. In order to not see Marcia's disappointed expression, Silverhand decided to continue hiding. Just as the two reached an agreement, Silverhand suddenly heard a movement outside, and he could sense that this force was very powerful. Silverhand's face suddenly changed, and he exclaimed in a low voice, "Oh no, Link's here." Hearing Link's name, the two of them quickly hid in the container, their eyes filled with confusion. What was Link doing in the warehouse? Had they been discovered? However, Silverhand immediately denied this speculation after some careful thought. She had been doing reconnaissance every day. Other than the first day when they were unloading the cargo, there were very few people in the warehouse. There were no surveillance cameras in the warehouse, so how did Link know they were here? The macaw was more courageous. It lowered its wings with all its might, indicating for the Silverhand not to get excited and to wait and see. Perhaps Link was just here for a stroll, or he had hidden something in the warehouse and would leave after taking it. The Silverhand was already panicking without even knowing why Link had come. As soon as they hid, Link opened the cargo hold door. The light from the outside shone in through the door, accompanied by the creaking of the iron door. It was as if two small knives had stabbed into the hearts of the macaw and Silverhand. They suddenly tensed up and were so scared that they did not dare to breathe. Link's footsteps were elegant and slow. Every step he made on the iron splint was etched in their hearts. Suddenly, Lin Kai stopped in his tracks. Judging from the sound, he seemed to have stopped in front of the cargo container they were hiding in. The hearts of the macaw and Silverhand were in their throats. "All right, stop hiding. I already knew you were here," Lin Kai said as he crossed his arms and looked at the container. The macaw pressed down hard on Silverhand's shoulder, indicating that he shouldn't go out. This was all Link's trick. However, there was no movement after he finished speaking, as if he was talking to himself. Link shrugged helplessly. The two of them really wouldn't give up until he found them. They wouldn't admit it until he personally dragged them out. Link stepped forward and opened the warehouse. The light shone on the macaw and Silverhand, as if they were frozen in place. "You're still hiding?" asked Link. The macaw and the Silverhand didn't move at all, as if they were dead. They imagined themselves to be transparent air and began an outrageous performance art. Link couldn't help but chuckle at the two's performance. "All right, stop pretending. John and Marcia knew you two had escaped when we were still on Wasteland Star. They also wanted me to tell you something, and that is to take care of yourself." Link then turned to the macaw and said, "As for you, even if I didn't invite you, you'd definitely find a way to board the ship. I'll be here anyway, so why should I tell you?" The macaw was dumbfounded by Link's words. It had never seen such a shameless person. "Aren't you just trying to mess with me? Getting on the ship openly and being served with good food and drinks every day is nothing like hiding in the dark and damp warehouse and eating farts," the macaw complained in its soul. Link was thick-skinned enough to show his sympathy for the macaw, but his expression did not change. "As for why I didn't expose you two, I wanted to teach you a lesson. There were many powers in the universe, and the situation was complicated. The races were as vast as smoke. Every race had different habits and personalities, and they had to be treated with caution. Otherwise, sometimes, you wouldn't even know when or why you would offend a powerful force in the universe. Both of you are rash and impulsive, so I'll take this as a lesson for you and I won't pursue it any further." The macaw was so angry that its lungs were about to explode. Good fellow! Good fellow! Link, you're the one who tricked us, but now you're not pursuing it. You're really making bogus accusations. Link's expression became even more ferocious. He clutched his chest and said, "You've only been sulking for 3 days and eating farts for 3 days. I, on the other hand, felt as if my heart had been cut by a knife for 3 days. I know that you're suffering, but in order to educate you, I can't free you in advance. Do you know how it feels to watch your backbone general suffer? No, you don't understand. You're all thinking about how to go out and risk your lives. Only I, Link, care about your lives." Link's words rendered the macaw and the silver hand speechless and rooted to the ground. Although this guy was shouting so loudly, it actually made some sense. Link didn't intend to pursue this topic with the macaw. After all, he had already forgiven it. What else could it do? He waved his hand and quickly changed the topic, not giving the macaw and silver hand any time to react. Just like just now, when we entered the Ghost Melt Galaxy, we were attacked by the Interstellar Raiders. In the end, the Interstellar Raiders were eyeing the mechanical fortress and turned around to attack us. Fortunately, I summoned the Black Throne at the first moment and shot through the power sails of the aliens. We captured all the enemies, otherwise our interstellar journey would have ended as soon as it started. This time, the macaw and silver hand were even more stunned. What? So many things had happened while they were hiding in the cargo container. With Lin Kei's level of literature, other than exaggeration, there were no other adjectives to describe it. Even so, it was touching to listen to. One could imagine the real scene at that time, how shocking and magnificent it would be. And they had completely missed it. Immediately, the macaw and the silver hand felt as if they had lost $1 billion. All right, your resting rooms are ready. Go wash up and get some rest. Link couldn't help but take a deep breath. He shivered. The smell of the cargo container was really too much. Link turned and left, leaving behind only the regretful and sighing macaw and silver hand in the warehouse. After a long time, the two of them suddenly froze. Wait, something's not right. The macaw looked at the silver hand. Aren't we accusing Link? Why did it suddenly become us who are sorry to him? Silver hand blinked his eyes, unable to react for a moment. After a long while, the silver hand patted the macaw's fat shoulder. All right, let's not worry about this. Didn't you hear what Link just said? All the space pirates have been captured. Aren't you curious about what the alien looks like? Hearing Silverhand's words, the macaw instantly became spirited and slapped its thigh. Right. The aliens are the most important. Let's go, hurry back to wash up and join in the fun. Link heard their conversation from the corridor and shook his head. He muttered to himself, they're really a pair of crouching dragon and phoenix chicks. They've been deceived so easily. What are they going to do when they face the complicated universe environment in the future? After successfully releasing the silver hand and the macaw, the mechanical fortress once again welcomed vitality. Link chose to release the two clowns at this time for his own purpose. He wanted to mislead Bartings and make him think too much. One had to know that imagination was a fatal thing. Once a person firmly believed that you were an expert, then no matter how stupid the person's actions in the future were, they would be understood as having a deep meaning. Battens had already witnessed the power of the Black Throne and the horror of the spaceship's system being hacked by Masako and Troy in an instant. He had already subconsciously thought that Link was the leader of an advanced civilization in disguise. As for the appearance of such an advanced civilization in a remote star system, there must be an unspeakable secret. Now that the first round of information gaps and misunderstandings had been formed, all Link had to do was to strengthen them. The macaw and the silver hand were the perfect candidates for this mission. Helen was moving the loot with the players, Penny was checking the inventory with the Lin group, and Link had asked the crouching dragon and phoenix to leave the mountain. Link hesitated for a moment, then decided to take a look at the Misty Villa and the Pet Paradise. Thus, Miranda was sent to the Misty Villa, where Grace would personally take care of her. He didn't know if Miranda had been frightened by the appearance of the Black Throne in the battle with the aliens. Link arrived at the Misty Mountain Villa's exclusive area. The entire place was shrouded in grey fog. However, when it sensed Link's arrival, the grey fog gradually parted to reveal a path. Just as Link stepped into the Misty Villa, he met Grace, who had a look of resentment in her eyes. The wild look and the pair of resentful eyes were lethal. If the onlookers who didn't know the truth saw this, they would think that it was an emotional drama where a scumbag abandoned his wife and daughter. You asked me to study Saffron's alchemy every day, but you secretly modified the entire mechanical fortress. Gretel called him an old hag the moment she opened her mouth, leaving Link speechless. He didn't know how to explain, so he said, "Well, this is an idea and inspiration that I had by chance some time ago. I didn't expect to succeed on the first try. Don't you think it's a coincidence?" Grace clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. She glared at Link and said, "Miranda just took an afternoon nap. Come back in the afternoon." Link shrugged helplessly. He didn't think that Miranda would be so carefree to fall asleep in such a situation. However, Link was relieved to know that Miranda was fine. "What, you're still not leaving? Are you waiting for me to come to you with Saffron's alchemy blueprint?" Hearing this, Link immediately ran away. If she really brought the alchemy blueprint to ask for advice, Link really didn't know how to deal with it. After leaving the Misty Villa, Link went to the Pet Paradise. The Pet Paradise was what Link jokingly called it. This was where Link's pets lived. As it was an independent area, there was no need to worry about being disturbed by the expeditionary force or players. From the giant tentacles dragon to the small silver army ants, they all lived in this area. This place had everything from snow mountains, deserts, lowlands, swamps, rainforests, deserts, and even the ocean. It was simply a small ecosystem. Link had spent a lot of time and effort building this place in order to simulate as many natural environments as possible so that his various pets could rely on it. After all, they had all left the wasteland with him. 664 Continue to Bluff and Dance, Chapter 7.3. Head of State, we've already grasped all the secrets of the pirate ship. We've seized a large amount of ammunition, weapons, small reconnaissance planes, landing planes, wealth, and materials. At the same time, Roger's secret warehouse has been opened. It's full of mechanical parts and all sorts of treasures. When Penny reported to Link, there was a rare excitement in his tone. To be able to obtain such a large number of spoils from a pirate ship was truly beyond his expectations. It gave people the joy of finding a treasure house the moment they left the mountain, no different from the newbie gift package. Other than the supplies, how much money does Roger have in his account? Link asked curiously, his eyebrows raised. Supplies could be acquired and materials could be collected, but the wealth of the aliens was an important part of the Wasteland Expeditionary Force's capital to enter the universe. Yes. Penny's expression suddenly turned serious. According to the password data that the dream parasite demon obtained from Roger's dream, we unlocked his electronic account and found a total of 870,000 universe credits. Link couldn't help but shake his head. He straightened up and said, "So little." To be honest, 870,000 yuan was indeed a little low. Just the cost of a single pirate ship was more than 1 million, but after being a pirate for so long, he only had 870,000. It was indeed a little too little. If Roger, the leader of the pirates, heard Link's words, he would definitely go crazy. The 870,000 had been earned by him and his entire army, and now they were being despised. Fortunately, Battens did not hear Link's Versailles speech. Otherwise, he would have been furious. They could only get a total of 200,000 yuan for the mission they had accepted this time. In comparison, 870,000 yuan was already a lot. However, to Link, who had the vision of the future, 870,000 was just a drop in the ocean. There was still a lot of room for him to fulfill his grand plan. However, Lin Ke was only lamenting for a while. After all, he had the starting capital. And this was only a small part of it. After all, there was still a big fish in the mechanical fortress, and he could get more when the time came. Where's the Baden's mercenary group? What did you find? Link's face was filled with anticipation. After all, the Baden's mercenary group's mysterious mission in the Ghost Fusion star system could very well be their first bucket of gold that would help them rise to fame in the future. No, Penny shook his head. Other than weapons, equipment, and knowledge, there's just some normal furniture and equipment. I didn't find any clues. He's not in the spaceship? Then it's on my body. Link couldn't help but be curious. He didn't doubt his men's attitude and seriousness at all. Helen, Satoko, and Troy went into battle together, not leaving any blind spots. All right, said Link after a moment of thought, I understand. Thank you for your hard work. He stored everything on the pirate ship and told Helen that the ship could be repaired. As for the mercenary group's things, we'll seal them for now. After all, the wasteland is friendly and treats people with sincerity. We won't touch our friends' things. Boss is right. We will always stick to our business credo in our hearts. Link agreed. Penny returned to the Penguin building to continue his work, registering and categorizing all the items seized from the pirate ship. Link was curious as to how the Macaw and the Silver Hand were doing. He entered their names into the computer and quickly found their figures in the surveillance cameras of the mechanical fortress. As expected, the two of them had sneakily arrived at the resting area where the Baden's mercenary group was located. Link had designated a resting area and rooms for the Baden's mercenary group. He had also arranged for Inhumans to guard them 24 hours a day to pass on their requests. For the Macaw with abilities and the legendary Silver Hand, bypassing the player's sentries was an easy task. However, now that they had entered the resting area, they did not know what to do. They could only hide in a corner and stare at each other. You were the one who said you would come. What do we do now? The Macaw's rice-sized eyes were filled with scrutiny. Silver Hand was also a little dumbfounded. Just now, he was only thinking about seeing the alien. Now that he was in the other party's activity area, he didn't know how to meet him. Countless scenes flashed through his mind, and he felt extremely embarrassed. How about we go check out the aliens first, Chien? Silver Hand suddenly suggested. However, what welcomed him was the Macaw's large wings, which flapped towards his face with a whoosh. The Macaw was filled with righteous indignation. Since you're here, why leave? Aren't you just an alien? Look at how inexperienced you are, Ying Luo. Silver Hand was rendered speechless. It was the Macaw who asked what to do, and now it was blaming him. Just like Link, one was marked by the company one drew. At the same time, in the resting area, the Baden's mercenary group had also arranged for corresponding sentries and guards. All of them had grave expressions on their faces. They didn't feel lucky to have survived the disaster, but instead felt that they had fallen into another trap. Although they were treated better than the aliens who were captured and interrogated in the dream world, they were not much better. There were guards outside the rest area, so they could only move around in the rest area. Once they wanted to leave, they would be stopped by the guards. However, these obstacles were all soft and did not force them to leave. Instead, they would ask if there was anything they needed and then persuade them to leave. Simply put, they were under house arrest. This was already the second day, and the leader of the advanced civilization did not meet with Badens. This gave Badens a bad feeling. Badens glanced at his trusted aide beside him. Everyone, please share your thoughts. What should we do now? His trusted aides all lowered their heads. They had dealt with high-leveled civilizations before, but this was the first time they had experienced such a situation. They had no idea what to do. Badens had arranged for his men to talk to the guards at the door, wanting to meet the leader for a detailed discussion, but he was rejected on the grounds that the leader is busy now and has no time to receive him. Suddenly, a terrifying thought appeared in Baden's mind. Do you guys think that this high-leveled civilization is also here for that thing? I can't think of any other reason other than this. Baden's expression was grave. He had thought a lot during the 2 days he was under house arrest. First of all, the appearance of the interstellar aliens here was already different from the rest. Now that he thought about it, how could there be so many coincidences? Baden suspected that there was a spy in his team, but there was no way to investigate the current situation. Furthermore, the galactic raiders had already been captured by the higher civilizations. No one knew where they were being taken to or what kind of treatment they were receiving. But from the conversation of the guards at the door, all the supplies of the raiders and the pirate ship had been taken. It could be seen that their ships and resources would probably not escape the same fate. The staff officer beside him said resolutely, "We didn't even tell the ordinary mercenaries about this mission. We only told the outside world that we're carrying out a mission. If it really involved leaking secrets, it must be because of the management. If this was not the reason, then it could only be a coincidence. Besides, if the aliens really did know the inside story of this mission, then with the means of the higher civilizations, they would definitely get the answer they were looking for. Since they haven't come to us yet, it means that the mission's content hasn't been leaked yet." The staff officer's words made his trusted aides around him all heave a sigh of relief. They were most afraid of analyzing over and over again, and in the end, the problem would appear on themselves. After all, in the current situation, if she was suspected, there was no evidence to prove her innocence. "We're definitely being monitored right now. As for the words spoken by the guards at the entrance, they're most likely intentionally letting us hear them to test our reaction. What we should do now is to stay the same and see what the other party wants to do." Hee. The relative laughed bitterly. "With their civilization and technology, we can't resist whatever they want to do. Oh, by the way, did you get any useful information from the guards outside these 2 days?" Badens asked. Some of his trusted aides nodded while others shook their heads. "There were many words that I've never heard of before. In my conversation with them, I found that they were very detailed and vivid about what happened on Wasteland Planet. However, when it came to where they came from, he kept it a secret and asked 10 times to get 11 answers. What M78 Nebula, Azeroth, Alad, Blue Star Pishiu? It's not much different from what I said before. However, I did discover a rather unique phenomenon. These guards with strange behavior were growing in strength at an abnormal rate. On the first day, I met a guard who was only E-class. However, when they met again the next day, this guy's strength had risen to D without any warning. It was truly frightening. After that, I observed in detail and found many similar situations. Although it's not to the extent of increasing one's energy rank overnight, the increase in strength that can be seen with the naked eye is truly frightening. The most shocking thing is that these guards would sometimes disappear into thin air, and sometimes they would appear out of thin air. I've observed the surrounding area and there are no spatial energy fluctuations, so it's not an ability. As the crowd continued to talk about this bizarre civilization, the image of this advanced civilization in everyone's mind became more and more mysterious. But at this moment, the mercenary group's sentry knocked on the door and entered, interrupting their conversation. He even had a rare nervous look on his face. "Leader, we've discovered someone approaching from outside." One sentence, and the atmosphere immediately became tense. Had this advanced civilization finally taken action? "Have you checked the identity of the person who came?" Badens asked anxiously. The sentry didn't know how to report this. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to tell the truth. "To be precise, it's a man and a bird. The person should be a mechanic with a mechanical arm. He was very strong, but he couldn't tell how strong he was. But with my insight, I shouldn't be any weaker than the guild leader." As soon as he said that, everyone present gasped. Hiss! He wasn't any weaker than the guild leader. In other words, this person's strength was at least C class. And from the bird, it was very likely that they were here to scout the situation. However, at this moment, a hint of doubt flashed across Baden's eyes. Wait, if this person's strength is not weaker than mine, then how did you find out? In an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on the sentinel. It's because the bird and the man are quarreling, the sentinel said helplessly. Even if they deliberately lowered their voices, it's not soft. I only knew there was someone in the corner when I heard the argument. Because the guards had only been at the entrance for the past few days, I immediately came in to report when I saw this. With the man and bird quarreling over there, it probably hasn't ended yet. Baden's eyes lit up. No matter what the man and bird's purpose was, they were the only creatures that had entered the rest area in 2 days. He had to seize this opportunity to communicate with them and obtain more information about the higher civilizations. Let's go out for a while now. With a wave of his hand, Badens immediately led his men out. Not long after he left the rest area, he heard the sound of cursing coming from the corner. You're a silver hand, but you don't dare to speak in front of me. You're not a social terrorist, do you have to do this? And I'm already in front. It's too embarrassing for you to hide in a corner and eavesdrop. What do you know? This is called one in the light and one in the dark. This is the best way to investigate. Now that both of them are out, they will be exposed and many things will be out of the investigation. Hearing the argument between the two, the mercenaries could not help but frown. The sentry on the side shrugged, indicating that this was what he had just seen. Badens furrowed his brows. These two jokers were having a conversation, and they even said that they were going to eavesdrop and sneak in. However, this was completely open and aboveboard. Did the higher-leveled civilizations really have such a weirdo? Link's appearance and his deep eyes filled with wisdom flashed across Baden's mind again. At the same time, the Black Throne's destructive Chinook cannon also flashed across his mind. These images quickly flashed through his mind, and it was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured on him. He suddenly shivered. Something's wrong. There was a problem. These two people are so brazen, they must have other motives. We must be careful. Badens was on guard. He then stepped forward and pretended to cough. Cough, 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 what business do the two of you have here? The macaw and Silver Hand, who were quarreling, were shocked when they suddenly heard Baden's voice. The feathers on the macaw's body all stood up. Oh my god, when did you guys discover us? The macaw sighed and immediately turned to look at the Silver Hand, sneering, just this? And he's under the tutelage of a famous killer, yet he didn't even notice when someone else came. This is too weak. Silver Hand clenched his fists in anger. The mechanical arm creaked, and the silver dragon electric current surged on the surface. When Badens saw this, he was shocked. The man with a mechanical arm in front of him was exuding an aura that was comparable to his peak. Now, he finally believed what the sentry had said. This person's strength was not below his. May I ask if the two of you have come because of your leader's instructions? Badens asked again. Silver Hand couldn't react in time and let out an ah, but the macaw immediately buried it in its armpit with one of its wings, stopping it from continuing. Yes, that's right. Link asked us to come. The macaw was very certain. 665 I really haven't used my full strength yet. Oh? Please come in, two emissaries. Badens raised his hand to welcome the self-righteous macaw and the dumbfounded Silver Hand into the lounge. After entering the room and taking a seat, 2 cups of warm tea were immediately served to the macaw. These respectful actions made the macaw's eyes light up and it was very satisfied. It felt that it was being valued, and this made it suddenly have a lot of ideas and creativity. Badens looked at the macaw that was sitting firmly in the lead. His small eyes were filled with light, and he didn't feel uncomfortable being stared at by so many eyes. Just now, when he heard the sentry report that each person had a bird, he thought that the bird was a pet for reconnaissance. But now, when he compared it to the status of the person next to him, he felt a sense of oppression. However, his eyes flickered, not as steady as the fat parrot in front of him. From this, Battens deduced that this fat parrot was the main character of the day, and the powerful young man beside him was most likely just his bodyguard. After confirming the primary and secondary relationship, Battens took the initiative and said, "I wonder what instructions you have for me." The macaw flapped its wings in a mature and prudent manner, and its voice also became mature. "I wouldn't dare to call it an order. This time, I'm mainly here on the head of state's orders to show some concern and comfort. After all, I'm sure you're all shocked to have encountered such a thing in the wilderness. After 2 days of rest, our emotions have calmed down a lot," Battens said. "Thanks to your hospitality, we have been eating and drinking in the mechanical fortress for the past 2 days, enjoying a full 24-hour security service. This made us feel flattered and uneasy to sleep and eat. We don't know how to repay Ying Luo for your warm hospitality." The macaw couldn't help but roll its eyes, but because its eyes were too small, the other party didn't notice the difference. The macaw knew nothing about repayment. He and Silverhand had snuck in, but they had failed and were discovered. Now, they had been invited in as special emissaries to enjoy the best hospitality. However, if she were to change the subject, he would definitely see through her. The macaw's face didn't turn red, and it didn't even pant as it slowly said, "There's no need to repay me, it was just a casual act. However, the Fandi system is so remote and isolated. For you to suddenly come here and coincidentally encounter a pirate ship, I'm afraid it doesn't seem like a coincidence, right?" The macaw's small eyes stared at Battens, who immediately felt as if there was a dagger on his back and broke out in cold sweat. This fat bird didn't make any foreshadowing at all and directly went straight to the point. With one sentence, he twisted the routine that he had prepared to pieces, making him a little rushed. Battens was at war with himself, and the two thoughts in his mind were fighting. On one hand, Battens's rationality told him that it was impossible for the other party to trick him with their level of civilization, so he would not ask such a question for no reason. On the other hand, when Battens thought about the mission and the things behind it, he felt that he could get lucky. As long as they could keep the secret and ensure that the mercenary group's bottom line was not leaked, the generous rewards this time would become an important condition for the rise of the mercenary group. At the same time, you can also gain the friendliness of that force. Seeing that Battens didn't answer, the macaw's small eyes immediately examined him. "Are you hesitating?" Once again, the macaw hit Battens in his soft spot. His eyes were slightly flustered and he hurriedly replied, "How could that be? You're our benefactors. We, the Battens mercenaries, would never lie to someone who saved our lives." Battens hesitated for a long time before deciding to take the risk and hide the information about the mission. This was because he could not evaluate whether this advanced civilization in front of him would still maintain this friendly attitude after learning about the mission resources. "We came to the Fandi system this time to carry out a mission." Battens gestured to his trusted aide beside him to take out the items. The trusted aide beside him was stunned for a moment. His eyes widened in disbelief. He never thought that their regiment commander would really tell him what happened. "Guild leader, do you know the consequences of your actions? If the employer finds out that we leaked the information, I'm afraid that our Barding's mercenary group will no longer have a foothold in the Maul galaxy. It's just a box. The other party is our savior," Battens said with a firm expression. "If it was really for the box, they would have seized everything at the first moment and would not have let us live." The confidant was stunned again. He took out a bracelet with an extremely reluctant expression. Then, his finger tapped a few times on the floating screen of the bracelet. A blue energy wave shot out, and a blue energy box was projected on the table. When the energy wave gradually dissipated, the energy on the box also dissipated, and an ancient-looking square box appeared in front of him. "The purpose of our trip is this box. The Roswell Foundation hired us to retrieve this. The macaw looked at the simple-looking box and found that there were many patterns carved on the surface of the box. The patterns on top and bottom were complicated, and there was a hint of talisman carvings. And around the box, printed on it were some stories with rich pictures. In the first picture, the corpses spread far and wide. Even though it was just embossed, the carvings were vivid and lifelike, and one could feel a sense of despair and death through the picture. The macaw couldn't help but frown. In the second scene, the floating corpses turned into skeletons. Some people staggered to their feet before their flesh and blood had even melted. There was also the scene of people eating dead people. The scene looked disgusting, and the most basic human morality had completely collapsed. The macaw couldn't help but retch. In the third image, there were groups of skeletons and dense clouds in the sky. The image was dark and oppressive. In the fourth picture, the lines in the clouds seemed to form a strange face. It had curly hair and many tentacles like that of an octopus at its chin. It looked at the plague that was wreaking havoc in the world as if it was admiring its spoils of war. After the macaw finished reading, it felt terrible. The image on the box was strange and uncomfortable. The thing inside the box was definitely not good. But as the emissary, he had to be clear. The macaw pointed at the box and asked, "What exactly is inside?" Battens opened the box without a second word, but it was empty. The macaw and the silver hand were dumbfounded. They had caused such a ruckus, but there was nothing in the box. "Where are the things inside? Don't tell me you only found an empty box." "Yes." Battens nodded, feeling wronged. "We followed the instructions of the Roseville Foundation and came to the desolate planet. After many searches, we only found the box in the ruins and nothing else. When we opened the box, it was empty. However, due to the contract with the Rothschild Foundation, the only thing we agreed on was to retrieve the box. So, we took the box and returned. Who knew that we would be attacked by raiders on the way? We were attacked first and fell into a disadvantageous position." The macaw stared at Battens, trying to get the right answer from his eyes. After looking at it for a while, the macaw suddenly patted Battens on the shoulder. "You guys are too unlucky. It's the worst of our luck to run into these aliens in a corner like the Fandy system." Battens helplessly shrugged his shoulders and continued the macaw's words. "Who said it wasn't?" The macaw didn't continue the topic of the box as its interest wasn't on the box. After pondering for a long time, it asked, "The head of state praised your mercenary group's strength. It seems that you are one of the top forces in the entire galaxy." I don't dare, it was just an overpraise from his peers. The Battens mercenary group is just an ordinary medium-sized mercenary group in the Maul galaxy, and their strength can't be considered the strongest, Battens said humbly. "I heard you say something about C and D class. This is completely different from the strength evaluation we use over there. Why don't you send someone to spar with the guard I brought here? Let me see your strength and understand your evaluation standards." Everyone in the mercenary group had a strange look in their eyes. The macaw had said everything, but it had not said anything. Their energy level evaluation was accurate across the universe. However, the fat parrot in front of them said that its evaluation of strength was completely different from theirs. This meant that the superstar cluster they were in was definitely not under the flag of the Universal Deep Space Star Development Alliance. It seemed that they were indeed from an advanced civilization. The macaw saw that Battens and the others were hesitating, so it lowered its bottom line and said, "It's just a normal sparring session. There won't be any injuries." If one wanted to understand the mercenary group, nothing would be more straightforward than a fight. Moreover, the macaw wasn't really a special user. He and Silverhand were here to have fun and cause trouble. As the saying goes, if you don't use your rights, they will become invalid once they expire. Taking advantage of the fact that it could still pretend to be a specialist this time, the macaw naturally had to arrange some programs. Battens hesitated for a moment, then said, "If it's just sparring, we're still willing." Battens knew that the man with the mechanical arm was very strong, but he was a little stupid. As the leader of the mercenary group, he could not be the first to fight. Since it was just a test, they had to arrange for their trusted aides to appear first. Lai Fu, you'll be the first. Badens called over his trusted aide, Lai Fu, who had armor like Silver Hand. However, Silver Hand was a mechanical arm, while half of Lai Fu's body was armor. One of them was a normal human eye, while the other was an eye implant. His large muscles were knotted, and his body was like a small mountain. The right side of the lung was normal flesh and blood, and the body was bare. The heart had completely turned into metal. Through the metal plate on its chest, one could vaguely see that its heart had been modified into a device similar to a miniature furnace reactor, all of which was provided with survival energy by the reactor. It was the same for his arms. One of them was an arm of flesh and blood, while the other was made of metal. There was a large empty space in the center of the resting area that Link had assigned to them. When Badens and the macaw walked at the front, Silver Hand and Lai Fu followed closely behind. All the members of the mercenary group who were resting here walked out of their rooms and formed a circle in the large open space, waiting for the sparring between the higher civilization and the mercenary group. However, there was no atmosphere of encouragement in this spar. The members of the mercenary group hesitated, not knowing if they should cheer or not. If they shouted it out and made him unhappy, did they still want to live? Lai Fu and Silver Hand left the stage. Lai Fu was 2.5 meters tall and looked like an iron block. Especially when he held the mechanical arm tightly, the steam that sprayed out from the upper part of the arm gave people a feeling of dominance and power. Baden's mercenary group, captain of the assault team, Lai Fu, energy level, C, may I ask for your guidance? Lai Fu's aura was fully released, and the mini-reactor in his chest began to operate violently. The air in the open space became hot, and the thick mechanical arm glowed with a faint red light. Seeing this, the mercenary group members all secretly encouraged themselves, hoping that Lai Fu could win this match. Silver Hand crossed his arms in front of his chest and walked to the center casually. His tone was also a bit casual, and his introduction was extremely simple, with only 2 words, Silver Hand. Lai Fu was stunned for a moment, his face gradually flushed red, and anger accumulated. There was no announcement of any position, no introduction, and even the name Silver Hand seemed to be a code name. His meaning couldn't be any clearer. You're not worthy of knowing my information. All right, both parties are in position now. The sparring officially begins. Badens hurriedly walked out. Lai Fu might be big, but he was extremely fast. He quickly pressed the buttons on his mechanical arm as soon as the match started. In less than a second, Silver Hand suddenly felt Lai Fu's combat power soar, and his body's appearance also changed. His entire body was wrapped in a ball of flames. His skin was red, and his eyes were also swallowed by the flames. The battle chi formed by the flames enveloped his entire body like a battlesuit. The metal mechanical arm appeared to be melting, as if it was tens of millions of degrees hot. The macaw heard the mercenary at the side take in a cold breath. Hiss, Form 3. It's hard to say who's going to win this time. Even if the leader wants to take down Lai Fu who has activated his 3rd form, he'll have to pay a big price. The macaw's little ears twitched, still wondering what Form 3 was, but at this moment, Lai Fu and Silver Hand moved at the same time. There was no clash of gorgeous moves or earth-shaking auras. The 2 of them raised their fists at the same time and rushed at each other. Everyone's hearts were in their throats as they watched the 2 men, who were not fast, jump high into the air and punch each other. Boom! The shock wave produced by the 2 fists spread rapidly, forcing everyone back 3 feet and staggering. The 2 people on the field were on completely different levels, but the result was something that made everyone speechless. With just 1 punch, Lai Fu was sent flying. The molten mechanical arm was twisted and deformed, and sparks and lightning burst out from the cracks. His facial features were all twisted together, and he seemed to be in extreme pain. On the other hand, Silver Hand, who was standing on the field, had his mechanical arm intact and his entire person was expressionless. Everyone's eyes couldn't help but focus on the silver hand. The macaw's metal beak opened wide, looking like it was about to fall to the ground. You, the macaw pointed at the silver hand, not saying a word. This guy had made things difficult for its specialist. Silver Hand, however, looked very aggrieved and defended himself. I really haven't used my full strength yet. 666 It turns out that I'm the clown, Chapter 7.5. As soon as he said that, the members of the Baton's mercenary group present felt like vomiting blood. After Lai Fu activated his third form, he could temporarily increase his strength to a C class that could be used alongside Baton's. In Baton's opinion, Silver Hand's strength was on par with his, and he could definitely hold his own against Lai Fu, who was in his third form. He could even force Lai Fu to reveal his true level or trump card. However, the result shocked everyone. Silver Hand had blown Lai Fu away with a single punch, and even his mechanical arm had been twisted. This showed that the strength of the two was not on the same level. Baton's mind went blank, and only one word was left in his mind: C+. Silver Hand's strength was at least C+, which was why he could defeat Lai Fu so easily. In terms of strength, Lai Fu wasn't weaker than anyone after activating his third form, but now, he was like a piece of paper against Silver Hand. This made the members, who had always thought that Lai Fu was the strongest in the mercenary group, unable to accept such an instant kill and defeat. The fire on Lai Fu's body had subsided, and the reactor flame in his heart was much smaller than before. The mercenary group members around him immediately stepped forward to help Lai Fu up. Lai Fu's forehead was full of sweat, but he still endured the pain and cupped his hands. Thank you for showing mercy. Others might not know, but Lai Fu clearly felt that during the process of the fist exchange, the other party's fist force was extremely strong. When it crushed his mechanical arm, a terrifying force was about to drill into his heart, but it suddenly stopped when it was about to reach his heart valve, and all the force was sucked out. Lai Fu understood that the other party had held back at the most critical moment and controlled his strength. This punch had completely convinced Lai Fu. Although his power had increased dramatically after he had activated the third form, he definitely could not control it so precisely. The other party was stronger, and his control was also perfect. Whether it was in terms of strength or technique, he had completely lost complete defeat. Lai Fu, submit. Lai Fu's mouth was already covered in blood, but he still pouted to express his admiration for Silver Hand. Everyone could see that Lai Fu's mechanical arm was much more advanced than Silver Hand's. The reactor furnace was boosting and charging inside, and in the three forms, there were multiple power superposition. Silver Hand's mechanical arm, on the other hand, looked like a product of a level 0 civilization. It was close to level 1 technology in all aspects, but it was not there yet. To be able to kill him in one blow under such circumstances, it showed that it was completely due to the difference in individual strength. Silver Hand saw that this silly man was frank and straightforward, not angry from embarrassment because he lost to him, and also understood the fact that he had held back. He couldn't help but have a favorable impression of him. He waved his hand and said, "You're actually quite strong, but you're too dependent on machinery. Even though it looks like you've gained quite a bit of strength, it's actually shackling your own potential." The renewal of machinery always relied on the development of science and technology, and the development of science and technology was subject to the thinking of the creator. Instead of using a third party's machinery to improve our strength, it's better to directly develop our own potential. Hearing Silver Hand's words, Lai Fu was dumbfounded, and his mind seemed to be experiencing a great storm of absolute heaven pass. The ideas and thoughts that had formed in the past collapsed at this moment. A new point of view and idea was like a tall mountain, rising from the ground and quickly occupying the peak. Machinery is only an aid. The real potential is the human body itself, Lai Fu muttered. His eyes lost focus, and it was as if a door to a new world had appeared in front of him. After a long time, Lai Fu finally regained his senses. Although his body was weak, his eyes were extremely firm. "Thank you for your guidance. You're giving me a new lease of life." The surrounding people understood what this meant, and their eyes were filled with shock. Battens was the first to react. He stood up and applauded. Then, the mercenary group members began to clap, and they looked at Silverhand with respect. Lai Fu's strength would definitely improve after he returned, and the key to his improvement was Silverhand's words. It was extremely difficult to improve one's strength in the universe. Knowledge of higher levels was extremely expensive, and the price of machinery was also clearly stated. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't get stronger quickly, Lai Fu wouldn't have had to transform half of his body into a machine. However, such an improvement was not conducive to spoiling things through excessive enthusiasm, and it would fall into a vicious cycle. If he was unable to improve his strength, he would have to change the parts on his body or mechanically modify more parts. Over time, the entire person would become a mechanical body. And today, Silverhand had proven to Lai Fu with his actions that he could defeat machines by relying on his own abilities. Moreover, the human body had endless potential, far stronger than machines. Silverhand poured this idea into Lai Fu, and even pointed out the path for Lai Fu's entire martial arts career. This kind of generous bestowment without asking for anything in return, although they were not master and disciple in name, they were in fact master and disciple, making people feel incomparable admiration. Although Silverhand didn't understand why these people suddenly looked at him with shining eyes, he knew that this was the best time. The battle with Lai Fu just now didn't hurt at all. He didn't even use any strength before Lai Fu fell down. It couldn't even be considered a warm-up, let alone show his style. Silverhand looked at Battens and couldn't help asking, "Is there anyone else you want to spar with?" This sentence was simply too flamboyant. Even the top 3 of the Barding's mercenary group, Lai Fu, had been defeated with a single punch. There was no need for the others to fight. Moreover, with the current situation, even if their leader, Battens, were to take the field personally, he would not be able to gain any advantage. Silverhand didn't show off, but his first move was earth-shattering. No one in the mercenary group could answer Silverhand's question. Everyone's eyes were fixed on their leader, Battens. Battens laughed awkwardly. Even Lai Fu had been killed in seconds, so there was no need for him to try. Lai Fu is one of the top 3 in our mercenary group. If even he was killed in seconds, then our mercenary group doesn't have any more talents. Battens had tactfully rejected Silverhand. However, it was unknown if Silverhand was being rash or intentional, but he stared at Battens and said, "Then it's you. Since you're the leader, you're definitely stronger than Lai Fu. Why don't we come over to Cheng Cheng?" However, before Silverhand could finish his sentence, he was struck in the face by the macaw's wings. "What nonsense are you talking about? Battens was the leader of a mercenary group. Is our mission here to spar with a mercenary group? We're here to express our friendly greetings. Don't forget your mission," the macaw said fiercely, especially emphasizing the word mission. The two of them had been in cahoots for a long time, and they knew what to say the moment they lifted their butts. Silverhand immediately understood the macaw's meaning. It was telling him not to go too far, or else it would not end well. After all, they were fake envoys. If Link found out, they would be skinned, if not killed. Hence, Silverhand proudly raised his chin. "All right, I'll spar with you again in the future if I have the chance." After he finished speaking, he returned to the back of the macaw and became a guard again. Battens had an even better impression of the envoy macaw who had made him feel bad, but before his gratitude could build up, the macaw blurted out the second half of its sentence, "If you accidentally beat up Captain Battens, you'll have to take responsibility in the future. Do you understand?" Battens' face turned red and he almost vomited blood. He thought that the macaw might as well not have said the second half of the sentence. The macaw saw that they had had enough fun today and was prepared to stop and fight another day. The head of state sent the two of us here today to show his concern and to see how you've been these 2 days and how you're feeling with today's contact. I can report the truth to the head of state. Everyone's emotions are stable and in good condition. After the macaw finished speaking, it turned around and prepared to leave with the silver hand. At this moment, Batten suddenly pulled the macaw, nodded, and bent over. His voice was also a little low and submissive. Then, Envoy Wanjun, can you help us ask the head of state when we can leave? After being disturbed in the mechanical fortress for 2 days, we were deeply uneasy. Now that we've finished recuperating, we still have a mission on hand, so it's really inconvenient for us to continue disturbing you. How could the macaw not understand the meaning behind Batten's words? This guy obviously couldn't wait any longer and wanted to leave. However, Link's intentions were clear when he arranged for Inhumans to guard the area and not let them out. As Link's lackey, how could the macaw not understand what Link meant? It could only yawn and say, "All right, I'll report this to the head of state. But don't worry, your transport ship is still damaged, it's not something that can be repaired in a day or 2. After that, the members of the Batten's mercenary group sent the macaw and silver hand out. "All right, that's all you need to do. Go back and rest. I can see that Lai Fu's injuries weren't light, you guys should take a good look." The macaw flapped its wings, signaling them to go back. If he continued to send her off, he would be sending her to the door and meeting the Inhumans. It was just that the macaw never expected that the more worried something was, the higher the probability of it happening. The Inhumans on guard duty today quickly heard the commotion in the resting area and saw the macaw and silver hand being sent off. Coincidentally, these 2 people were old acquaintances of the macaw. They were Tangju from the Guild of Friendship and Soda Pork Ball. The macaw immediately felt its scalp go numb. Its little head was spinning quickly, and it gave Silver Hand a look. After bidding farewell to the members of the Batten's mercenary group, the macaw swaggered towards the door with Silver Hand. "Ayo, you two are on duty today," the macaw said unhurriedly. Tangju and Soda and Pork Ball had been dumbfounded since the beginning. They had been waiting here for 2 to 3 hours, but they had not seen anyone enter. When did the macaw and the Silver Hand enter? He even had such a good relationship with the mercenary group, almost becoming one with them. And I didn't see Silver Hand at the departure ceremony. When did he get on the boat? Yes, we're on the day shift today. Tangju and Soda Pork Ball straightened their backs. The macaw looked left and right, and after making sure that there was no one else in the 4 weeks, it whispered, "Don't tell anyone that Silver Hand and I are here today. This is a secret mission." Tangju and Soda Pork Ball's expressions immediately turned serious, and they nodded repeatedly. Since the 2 of them were from the same guild, and Tangju was the guild master, they looked at each other and felt that this was an opportunity. The macaw and the Silver Hand were here on a secret mission. Now that they knew about it, they might have a chance to participate in this secret mission in the future. Moreover, there were not many people from the Friendship Guild who had managed to enter the mechanical fortress. Therefore, the 2 of them could be considered to be relying on each other. They would naturally not tell anyone about such a good opportunity, lest they get a share of the loot and miss out on their own great opportunity. The macaw nodded and was very satisfied with the 2's tight-lipped behavior. Before he left, he even patted their shoulders and encouraged them, "I'm optimistic about you guys." These short 5 words made the 2 of them feel as if they had been injected with chicken blood. "All right, you guys continue to hold your positions. We'll be leaving." The macaw and the Silver Hand quickly disappeared behind the cover. After that, the 2 of them took off the communicators in their ears and let out a breath. The translator was also stolen by the macaw from Helen's laboratory. The function of these translators was to translate all the different universe languages into the common language, which was convenient for communication between the races. There were a lot of them in both the pirate ship and the medium-sized transport ship, and they were all collected by Helen. Among the players, only those who went to stand guard and carry out missions every day could get it, and they had to return it after carrying out the mission. Without this item, players and mercenary groups would not be able to communicate. Oh my god, today was so exciting. What the hell is the mercenary group talking about? If I didn't have a translator, I wouldn't have understood a word. It seems that I have to find a time to go to Helen's place to learn the universal common language, or else I'll be wasting my talent as a translator. That's right, if you learn the common language, you won't have to wear this thing anymore. Silverhand cheered. Link said that you should study hard too. The macaw snorted and spoke with the confidence of a translator, don't worry, tomorrow. Tomorrow. I can still communicate with the mercenary group without this thing. Then, the macaw turned around and said in surprise, oh, right, when did you suddenly become so strong? He knocked Lai Fu down with one punch. I've seen the advanced knowledge before, Silverhand said with a smug smile. John has created a new move, so I'm not allowed to improve? The macaw nodded in satisfaction, as expected of one of the 4 legends of the wasteland, not bad, not bad, I'll translate and you'll protect me. We'll work together to cause trouble and brave the universe. All right. Pa, pa, pa. Not bad, not bad. Both of you are very ambitious. Just as the macaw and Silverhand were fantasizing about the future, a figure suddenly appeared from a corner. Link stood up and clapped his hands. He walked in front of the two, dumbfounded by the sight. What was this guy doing here instead of staying in his luxurious house? Facing their surprised and judgmental gazes, Link crossed his hands in front of his chest. My 2 emissaries, don't you plan on reporting what you've gained from this trip? The 2 of them shuddered when they heard this. It turned out that Link had been watching their every move. They'd thought that their plan was meticulous and had been able to fool everyone. After all that, I'm the clown. 667 Ancient Life Scroll, Chapter 7.6. The macaw knew that the entire mechanical fortress was under surveillance, and Troy was everywhere. However, to the macaw, Link was busy with a lot of things every day. He had to lay the foundations and make arrangements for his grand plans in the future. He definitely wouldn't put his attention on a small figure like it who only knew how to have fun. Troy had to spend his time on the voyage and the research of the pirate ship and the medium transport ship with Helen every day. He definitely didn't have time to care about it, right? It was with this hope that the macaw and the Silverhand had sneaked out, but they were still caught red-handed by Link. Link brought the bird and human back to his territory. He made a cup of tea and sat back in his chair. Looking at the 2 clowns who had done something wrong and were still standing there, he suddenly felt that this scene was familiar. It was like a form teacher calling the naughty children in the class to the office to give them a lecture. The scene was exactly the same. All right, you can tell me what useful information you've obtained today. Link's tone was calm, and he had no intention of criticizing the 2. He immediately jumped to the mission report stage. The macaw and the Silverhand were extremely surprised. They looked at each other and asked, "You're not going to hold us responsible for sneaking into the rest area and contacting the mercenary group?" "I was the one who sent you to scout," said Link, confused. "How can you say you've sneaked in?" His words rendered the macaw and the Silverhand speechless. The macaw was also a flexible person. Seeing that Link didn't blame them and even protected them on the surface, giving the 2 fake envoys the title of true envoys, clearly meaning to let bygones be bygones, it immediately laughed and said, "Boss, we've found quite a bit of explosive information this time, including why the Baton's mercenary group appeared here, as well as some of their internal affairs. Allow me to explain in detail." The macaw moved closer to Link and began to explain. "First of all, we pretended to quarrel after we went in to attract their attention, ying. Silverhand's mouth twitched as he said this. In fact, it wasn't a fake quarrel. It was real. At that time, all his attention was on the quarrel and he did not notice the mercenary group approaching. Now, he was naturally saying this to beautify it. After entering the interior, I directly questioned Battens based on the information I heard from the mechanical fortress a few days ago. In the end, this guy couldn't withstand my verbal attack and directly admitted that they came to the Fandi system to carry out a mission. Link raised an eyebrow. He suddenly had a feeling that the truth was right in front of him. They said that they've received a commission from a company called the Roswell Foundation to come here in search of an item. However, Battens said that they only found the box and did not see anything inside. Oh, right, Battens also showed me that box. The metal box was carved with complicated patterns, and the patterns carved around it were of millions of corpses, and then all of them turned into skeletons, and the final scene of the great demon's descent. The moment Link heard the name of the Rothschild Foundation, he could not help but smile. When the macaw talked about the metal box and the millions of corpses that had turned into skeletons, he was certain that the item the macaw was describing was the treasure he had thought of before, the ancient scroll of life. After that, Silverhand even fought with Lai Fu, who was known to be one of the top 3 mercenaries. Lai Fu looked big, half of his body was made of metal, and there was a reactor in his heart, which was very scary. Moreover, he had activated his third form at the beginning of the battle. Even so, he was still knocked out by Silverhand with a single punch. After being killed in one hit, this guy actually didn't get angry. Instead, he cried out, "I give it to you." He was very grateful to Silverhand. The macaw described the scene with a glib tongue. In the end, it came out of the resting area and reported the situation to Link. Link nodded. After a while, he asked, "Old Jin, are you sure that the metal box you saw was empty?" The macaw nodded repeatedly, then looked at Silverhand, who didn't even dare to breathe. "It's empty." Silverhand saw it too. Silverhand nodded as well, proving that the box was empty. After all, he was one of the 4 legends of the Wasteland planet. He still had the ability to judge. Moreover, with Battens' strength, even if he were to use illusions in front of them, he would be able to see through it with a glance. They had confirmed that the Battens mercenary group's mission was indeed related to the Rothwell Foundation, and they would definitely get their hands on the ancient Book of Life. However, Battens did not hide the mission from the macaw and said that he had only received an empty box. This was clearly half-truth, half-lie, trying to deceive the world. If he was not wrong, the real ancient scroll of life should still be with the mercenary group members. That's right. Both of you have contributed greatly to the investigation this time. As for what you said about them wanting to leave early, you can use the reason that the spaceship's maintenance is not completed to delay them for 2 days. The macaw's sharp senses told it that Link had some sort of plan in mind, and it was most likely for the metal box. It couldn't help but ask, "Link, tell me the truth. Is there a story behind that box?" Link knew that even if he didn't say anything, the macaw would find a way to investigate. In order not to cause any trouble, Link decided to tell them the truth. The Roswell Foundation is a well-known company in the Maul Galaxy cluster. Its main business is to study the ancient ruins and ancient products in the galaxy. You can understand them as the joint pharmaceutical company in the Maul Galaxy, but they are neutral and not considered the villains. The macaw and the Silverhand were suddenly enlightened. This explanation was very simple and clear. They instantly understood what the Rothwell Foundation was doing. As for this box, it contains the ancient scroll of life. I believe you can tell the story from the appearance of the iron box. Some kind of plague descended, and all living people turned into corpses and skeletons, becoming the slaves of the god of plague. The end of the world had arrived. This ancient scroll of life is used to fight against the god of plagues. The macaw and Silverhand were dumbfounded. Why was it that they could cause the end of the world and the universe's crisis just by getting involved in a matter? Link was afraid that the two still didn't know the god of plague's strength, so he gave another example. Grace's grey mist and mutated cells are actually one of the products of the god of plagues. The god of plagues can sense it through rituals and give so-called blessings to expand its influence and believers in the universe. The macaw and Silverhand gasped. They were very clear about the power of the grey fog and the mutated cells. These were the two most powerful points of the Grace Alchemy army. The macaw clenched its wings and slammed the table angrily. So Grace, with her long legs and big boobs, is actually the god of plague's lackey. Link quickly comforted the macaw. Grace only got this at the cost of her life. In reality, she has no direct contact with the god of plagues. She doesn't even know about his existence. I'm just giving you an example to show you the tip of the iceberg of the god of plague's strength. I'm not trying to make my own people my enemy. I'm telling you all this because I want to tell you that we must get the ancient scroll of life, said Link. The god of plagues was still cultivating believers in the universe to develop his forces wantonly. One day, it would completely explode and become a disaster that would sweep across the entire universe. If we can get the ancient scroll of life and make preparations in advance. That way, we won't be affected by this disaster and might even play a decisive role in the counterattack. Link didn't forget his position just because of the mercenary group's imagination. Furthermore, they were a newbie that had entered space from a level 0 civilization. Now that the ancient book of life was right in front of him, as long as he seized the opportunity to make further preparations, he would definitely be able to seize the initiative and shine in version 3.0. The macaw's eyes flashed with determination, then it stretched out its wings and gestured at its neck. Why don't we just kill them and get the ancient life scroll? Link's mouth was wide open in surprise. You can't have the idea of killing and robbing. Besides, who do you think I am? Do I look like someone who would kill for a mere scroll of life? Link's words were powerful and resonating, and the macaw and Silverhand couldn't help but be shocked. We have the treasure hunting mouse and the agent mouse team. We just need them to sneak in quietly and steal the scroll of life, right? The turn of events happened too quickly. The macaw and the Silverhand didn't have time to react. Their mouths twitched, and they were speechless. In version 3.0 of Doomsday Echo, the Rothwell Foundation had used the ancient Book of Life to unite all the major organizations in the Morwall galaxy to fight against the God of Plagues. In the end, they had even received the attention of the Deep Space Galactic Development Alliance. As the first mercenary group to bring the ancient Book of Life back to the Morwall Galaxy Group, the Baden's mercenary group had also received the support of the Roswell Foundation and became the top mercenary group in the Galaxy Group. Now that Link had run into her, she naturally had to say, "Fellow deist, please wait. I think we're fated." Now that he had decided to obtain the ancient scroll of life, he had to solve the second problem. In the version in his previous life, the Rothwell Foundation had found clues in the research of interstellar ancient culture and ancient ruins, and had then entrusted the Baden's mercenary group to search the target location. In other words, the Roswell Foundation knew what was inside the metal box. If he took it from the Baden's mercenary group now, it would definitely arouse the Rothwell Foundation's suspicion, and they would point their fingers at him. He was only a wasteland expeditionary force from a level 0 civilization. Although he had the Black Throne, he was definitely not a match for the old Golden Foundation in the galaxy. When it was time to be domineering, he had to be domineering. When it was time to be humble, he had to be humble. Hence, Link's plan was to retrieve the ancient life scroll, duplicate it, and then return it without anyone knowing. Now, there was only one problem left. How to completely copy the ancient scroll. There were a few options before Link. One was Yujiko's analytical ability. The second was Troy's data analyzing ability. The third was to see if Helen had any good ideas. 668 The Five Rats Secret Service Squad moved out again. Late at night. In the resting area, Battens and his trusted aides gathered in a room and had a secret discussion. The entire room was isolated by the mutated humans who could control sound. There were also magicians who could control water to form a water ball around the room. The water ball tightly wrapped around the place where the few of them were seated. It was completely sealed in a large water ball. "What do you guys think of today's matter?" Battens asked. He still felt a little uneasy. Although he had told them half the truth, he still felt that the penguin that had come today would not be so easy to fool. Or rather, it would be more accurate to say that it would not be so easy to fool Link, who was behind it. The guild leader has made a good move today. He shared the mission and the disc, but he didn't mention the item to minimize the suspicion of the other party. In the past, Battens would have been smug. But now, thinking of Link's deep eyes, he felt as if he had been seen through. He couldn't help but shiver. I don't think it's that simple. Besides, we're still under house arrest. No one knows what's going to happen next. Battens was careful, and he felt uneasy. If there had to be a reason, it was probably because they were in the rest area and not on their own spaceship. I think you're overthinking things, leader. Based on the performance of Macaw and Silverhand today, the other party clearly has good intentions. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taught Lai Fu techniques for no reason. In the eyes of such a high-leveled civilization, the things that we value and fight for might just be ordinary to them. Battens was convinced by these words. The spirit-powered cannons were enough to destroy the aliens and force them to give up. He then thought about the strange creatures he had seen when he first entered the dock. They didn't seem to be formed naturally. There was also a parrot that could act as a special envoy and was close to him in communication. There was also Silverhand, who was his guard, and his strength was actually on par with him, or even slightly higher. After boarding the mechanical fortress, everything he had seen and heard was extremely bizarre, subverting the common sense that Bartings had known for so many years. Lai Fu's mechanical arm had already been removed, but he was still speaking up for Silverhand. Guild leader, I also don't think they have any ulterior motives. Silverhand's advice was very helpful to me, and he held back at the critical moment, obviously not wanting to harm his life. If his subordinate's stance before was half and half. However, after the Macaw incident today, the mercenaries' attitude towards Link had changed to a 70-30 chance. 70% of them felt that the other party had no ill intentions, and only 30% felt that they needed to be vigilant. It had to be said that the Macaw and Silverhand's ability to accidentally stumble upon something was not small. Now, there was an obvious difference in the attitudes of his subordinates. The members who had decided to wait and see were now either supporting him or still skeptical. Battens knew that this topic could not be discussed any further, or the group would fall apart first. Everything about the mission is the same. We only found the metal box, but there was nothing inside. I don't want to offend this high-leveled civilization, but I can't offend the Rothwell Foundation either. As long as we complete this task, our progress for the year will be completed ahead of time, and you can get whatever you want in advance. Lai Fu, the mechanical arm you want, oh, you might not want it anymore, old Bai, you can get the control panel you want. That's why I don't want to cause any trouble at this juncture. Do you understand? His trusted aides nodded in unison, all of them promising to keep their mouths shut. Soon, the water ball disappeared, and the sound isolation also disappeared. The trusted aides quickly left the living room and returned to their own rooms. The lights in the resting area's windows gradually went out. Tangju and Soda Pork Ball, who were standing guard at the door, yawned and couldn't help but complain, the people inside are already asleep, but we still have to stand guard at the door. It's really too tragic. Tangju winked and smiled. What's so tragic about it? We're on duty today, and we're lucky to know that the Macaw and the Silverhand are on a special mission. If there's a next stage, we'll definitely be of use. This is a good thing. Soda Pork Ball nodded and said, that's true. We've been floating in space for more than a week, and now that we've encountered a big event, we have to seize this wave of version bonuses. Miracle Guild was able to establish an advantage during the open beta of Wind Chaser. In that case, the advantage of this version will be led by our guild, the Sentimental Guild. Just as the two players were having fun in their dreams, a few small things suddenly ran past a dark corner of the rest area in a row. Led by the treasure-hunting mouse, the Special Agent Mouse team entered the rest area at lightning speed. That night, Link gave the treasure hunting mouse and the agent mice team a difficult mission. He asked them to go to the rest area and steal the ancient scroll of life. The macaw described the spatial container accurately, and Link even drew a picture of the ancient book of life. After the treasure hunting mouse led the special agent mouse team to study seriously, it took advantage of the late night to embark on the journey. This was the second time the treasure hunting mouse and the special agent mouse team were out on a mission in their full form after almost a year. The last time they sneaked in was during the Battle of the Floating Mech City. Therefore, the treasure hunting mouse had 3 requirements for this mission. The 6 mice sneaked into the rest area, avoiding the players' sentries and patrols outside. They also perfectly avoided the mercenary group's sentries. All the metals and treasures in this area couldn't escape the treasure hunting mouse's sharp sense of smell. As soon as it entered the rest area, it sensed a strong aura of treasure. With the help of the 5 mice's cooperative chip reconnaissance, the rest of the mercenary group in the resting area had nowhere to hide. They all appeared within their signal range. The treasure hunting mouse and the 5 mice were old acquaintances when it came to the mechanical fortress. After all, it was the place where the home of the Bratz fetter was first activated, which directly blew up the machine giant and saved Link from the fire and water. Although it had been modified, he had become familiar with it again after playing with Miranda a few days ago. The treasure hunting mouse took the lead, and the 5 special agent mice followed to assist. Soon, the 6 mice stopped in their tracks, because the 5 mice's synchronization chips detected danger. The special agent 5 mice's perception ability was amazing. Water Rat, who was the largest, straightened his body and made a soft squeak. A moment later, Water Rat's eyes turned green, and a scanning ray shot out from his eyes. In an instant, the infrared rays in the air were all revealed. After the Water Rat squeaked a few times, the other rats immediately understood. The infrared rays in the air quickly turned green, and then the alarm failed. It turned out that Troy had used the synchronization chip in the body of the 5 special agent mice to temporarily take over Water Rat's body. He had used his own data analyzing ability to infiltrate the other party's defenses and obtained a vacuum defense for the treasure hunting team. After clearing the obstacles, the rats immediately entered the room. The treasure hunting mouse arrived at the location of the treasure without much effort. It then found a sheepskin scroll in the interlayer of a stinky shoe. Looking at the lines and patterns on the parchment, she could immediately tell that it was exactly what Link had drawn. Water Rat, who was the largest among them, carried the ancient scroll, and the group of mice sneaked out of the rest area. At the same time, in the laboratory of the mechanical fortress, Link, Helen, Dave, Pony the Penguin, and Troy sat around a round table. Ajiko hovered in the air, discussing ways to copy the contents of the ancient scroll. 669 I vomited on this book. Troy suddenly paused and said to everyone, "The treasure hunting mouse has broken through the line of defense. I think it won't be long before we get the ancient scroll of life." When the people at the table heard the news, not only were they not happy, but they also frowned. "Helen, have you guys thought of a way to copy the ancient scroll of life?" Helen was at her wit's end, and she looked dejected, feeling that she had let the head of state down. However, no matter how hard she tried, she could not think of a way to copy the contents of the ancient scroll of life. The smooth spherical surface of Yazhi, who was floating in the sky, rippled. "If it's in the wisdom state, I'm confident that I can copy its contents. However, there are too many castrations in the wisdom state, and I can't meet your requirements." Link turned his gaze to Troy. This was his last hope. Unfortunately, Troy also shook his head helplessly. "If it is information that exists in a data stream or an electronic storage medium, I can perfectly copy it. I'm sorry, but I can't help you with material content like the ancient scroll of life." The 3 generals that Link had high hopes for all expressed their helplessness. This was the first time Link felt that he was lacking in power. With how careful the Batten's mercenary group was, the first thing they would do when they woke up in the day was probably to check the ancient scroll. There was not much time left for Link. He only had one night. Now that they were in a deadlock, Troy couldn't help but ask, "Head of state, should we inform treasure-seeking mouse to stop its actions?" After all, there was no way to duplicate the ancient life scroll now. It would be too dangerous to steal it and then send it back. Link frowned, but he raised his hand to reject Troy's suggestion. "No, let the treasure-seeking mouse continue its mission. Since the conventional method doesn't work, we'll have to find another way." Link's method was simple. Since science couldn't answer him, he could only seek metaphysics. "Troy, help me find Fu." Hearing Fu's name, Helen and Troy couldn't help but show happy expressions. Fu's luck could no longer be explained by science, but it was very strong. Yazhi was a little confused. He knew about Fu, but he didn't believe that a fatty could solve a problem that the three wise men couldn't solve. A few minutes later, Fu arrived at the meeting room. After Link briefly explained the whole story, he asked for Fu's opinion. Fu scratched his head. "The ancient book of life is a book, right? Since we can't solve it with technology, we can only use books to deal with books." Everyone frowned. This was the first time they had heard of using books to deal with books. Even Link was interested. He asked, "What do you mean by book for book?" Fu pointed in the direction of the collection room. "Boss, did you forget that you relied on the Book of Dreams to advance to legend in the library of Shudu? I think since Helen, Troy and Akoko can't replicate the scroll from a scientific perspective, why don't we try the Dream Book? Maybe it can record the ancient life scroll." Fu's words suddenly opened the door to a new world for everyone. Fu's words reminded Link of the Book of Dreams. When he left the wasteland, Link had even brought this thing with him. The ability of the Book of Dreams was to depict dreams and spiritual perception. The most important thing was that this thing was in a sealed state. As a special creation-like existence, its background was unknown, and its true strength was unknown. However, the Dream Book was still considered a living thing. It might really have a way to record the contents of the ancient life scroll. Link didn't want to let go of any opportunity. He turned and brought Fu to the collection room. In the collection room, many of Link's treasures were kept in a sealed glass room at a constant temperature and humidity. As soon as Link's foot touched the book, it began to speak in a strange tone. "Hey, look, isn't this our famous wasteland legend, Head of State Link? Why are you suddenly interested in coming here today?" Link ignored the Book of Dreams' provocation. His usual bickering with the macaw was much better than this. To provoke him with this level of trash talk was simply wishful thinking. "Do you want to come out?" Link's simple words made the Book of Dreams, which had been provoking him just a moment ago, admit defeat. The Book of Dreams hurriedly replied, "I've been dreaming about it. But can I come out just because I want to? That doesn't exist. If you have nothing better to do than to play with me, then you can save it. If you have something to ask of me, then just tell me." Although it was called the Book of Dreams, these words could be said to have awakened the human world. Link was pressed for time. Hearing the Book of Dreams being so open, he asked directly, "I have an ancient scroll here. As long as you can copy the contents of the ancient scroll, I will let you out." Ancient scroll? What ancient scroll? Anything related to ancient characters had always been sealed. It was very difficult for such things to completely copy the content. And I have to see it with my own eyes before I can give an answer. Although the Book of Dreams didn't directly answer, it seemed to say that it could copy the content without the seal and magic. "Fu," Link instructed. "Later, the treasure-hunting mouse will bring the items back and bring them directly to the collection room." 10 minutes later, the treasure-hunting mouse led the 5 mice Secret Service squad to the collection room with the ancient scroll. However, before the rats could hand the ancient scroll to Link, the Book of Dreams in the glass cabin refused. "This won't do, I really can't do this. You're here to tease me, right? I told you that without the seal and magic, you can copy the content. In the end, the thing you gave me not only had a seal, but also magic and ciphertexts. I'll copy you. The Book of Dreams swallowed the last word. The treasure-hunting mouse's arms drooped, and the 5 secret agent mice behind him were also dejected. It turned out that they had carefully carried out their mission today, but in the end, they had done nothing. Link's eyes remained unmoved as he continued, "Then let me ask you this. What kind of ability do you have to be able to crack such a triple encryption ancient scroll and make an accurate copy of its contents?" The Book of Dreams didn't know why Link was asking this, but it still answered honestly, "The simplest way to crack the Trinity encryption is to have the ability to investigate dimensions." He directly bypassed the encryption of reality and recorded the contents of the ancient scroll from the dimensional space. However, this ability is simply a dream. It's simply daydreaming. Link understood what the Book of Dreams meant. The so-called dimensional space ability was like an exhaust pipe in a room. The Trinity of encryption was a series of locked doors. Under normal circumstances, one would have to open 3 doors to obtain the contents of the ancient scroll. However, with the dimensional survey ability, it was equivalent to entering an exhaust pipe, bypassing the obstruction of the 3 doors. The invisibility of the lurker was a way to escape into the dimension. However, this invisibility only applied to the body and could not be used on external objects. The Book of Dreams looked at Link, who was deep in thought, and couldn't help but sneer, "Don't even think about it. If I had dimensional abilities, would this seal be able to trap me?" Link paused for a moment before turning to leave. Ah Fu and the treasure-hunting mouse quickly followed, thinking that Link couldn't stand the guy's poisonous tongue and left. "Boss, don't anger yourself. We can still think of other ways," Fu said hurriedly. Link went to the secret storage room. It was filled with all the precious materials he had collected. Link scanned the various shelves and stopped in front of one. He grabbed a bottle of potion from the shelf and rushed back to where the Book of Dreams was sealed. Link held the potion in one hand and pressed the Book of Dreams with the other. His lips curled into a smile. "I've already brought the thing. It's the Eye of Search potion. Its effect is to see things in the dimensional space for a certain period of time. As long as you're willing to submit to me, I can apply the potion's effect on you right now, and at the same time, you'll be free. Do you want to continue being sealed here, or free yourself and broaden your horizons? The choice is up to you." The Book of Dreams was stunned. Link's confident words did not seem to be false. Could it be that this guy could really apply the potion's effects on him? But when it thought about how it had been sealed for hundreds of years, and how it could escape this situation as long as it surrendered, the Book of Dreams became restless. Lin Ke glanced at his watch and said, "I don't have much time to wait for you to consider. If you can't make a decision within a minute, I'll take my men and leave." The dream book struggled for a moment before letting out a breath. "Ah, forget it. Forget it, there's nothing bad about working for you, at least I don't have to be trapped in this damn seal. I'll do it, I'll do it. Come on, whip me willfully." The Book of Dreams said as it opened its cover, revealing the white pages inside. The 4 corners of the Book of Dreams seal were bound by chains, and now that they were completely open, the scene suddenly became erotic. Now that he had the Book of Dreams, Link started the synthesis without hesitation. Book of Dreams, sealed, plus Eye of Search potion, blue, equals. Compatibility, 93%. Bone synthesis will consume 800 health points. Do you wish to synthesize? Yes/no. Incubation time of the blood cocoon, 20 minutes. The Book of Dreams was still sealed. Although it was a level 55 elite, it only had 300 HP. In addition, the Eye of Search potion was blue quality, so the synthesis did not consume too much HP. Even the incubation time was only a short 20 minutes. The Eye of Search potion was absorbed by Link. His hand that was pressed against the Book of Dreams was now bloodshot, and it slowly climbed up to the book. The Book of Dreams felt its body covered in blood and shouted in fear, "What is this? Wasn't it about bestowing power? What the hell was this?" This didn't seem like a normal process at all. Mother, I'm unfilial, I've accidentally entered a boat-destroying extremist organization, and I can't get out. The Book of Dreams gave up after a few shouts and was now completely surrounded by the blood chrysalis. The next thing he had to do was wait. While waiting, Link received the ancient Book of Life. A mission appeared on the system. You have triggered the S-rank mission Doomsday Echo. Accept/decline. Mission hint: according to the ancient scroll of life, it has been 100,000 years since the God of Plagues was sealed. The sealers of the previous generation had all been reduced to ashes over time, so no one knew where the God of Plagues was sealed. The God of Plagues will shuttled through the universe, bewitching and developing believers, gradually accumulating power in an attempt to make a comeback. The sealers have left behind the ancient scroll of life, which contains the method to reseal and fight the plague. Please unseal the ancient scroll and prepare the materials to seal and fight the plague, then exile the God of Plague to another dimension. Mission progress: Doomsday Echo - unseal the ancient scroll. 1. Mission reward: 2000000, experience points 50, potential points 1, epic level material, 1 epic level equipment. Note: during the entire mission, you must ensure that you have the ancient scroll of life on hand. Once the mission status is taken away, it will be terminated and locked. Link couldn't help but gasp after reading the mission. In his previous life, this ancient scroll had been at the Roseville Foundation, so no player had ever received this mission. The fight against the God of Plagues was also led by the Roswell Foundation, and only A-rank missions were assigned to the players. There had never been an S-rank mission. Now that Link had obtained the ancient scroll of life, an S-rank mission popped up. It was a pleasant surprise. Moreover, this Doomsday Echo S-rank mission was actually in a stage like Heart of the Swarm, so it could be considered one of the extremely rich rewards. Just the first round alone gave him 2 million experience, 50 potential points, and epic materials and equipment. At the same time, Link also saw the mission's note. He was required to have the ancient Book of Life throughout the mission. Once he lost the Scroll of Life status, the mission would also be terminated. Link couldn't help but look at his mission panel, and the corners of his mouth curled up. 1 S-rank mission Heart of the Swarm. 2 A-rank mission The Revenge of the Mandala. 3 A-rank mission The Conspiracy Behind the Clues. 4 A-rank mission Intergalactic Kinship. A-rank mission The Song of the Universe. 6 S-rank mission Doomsday Echo. He now had a total of 6 missions, 4 A-rank and 2 S-rank. It was an extremely luxurious mission. However, just as he entered space, his fate was already tightly linked to the universe. 3.0 The version of Doomsday Echo and the version 6.0 Heart of the Swarm were both tied to him. Just as Link was lamenting, the blood cocoon around the Book of Dreams began to crack. 20 minutes quickly passed, and the Book of Dreams twisted its outer layer, trying to remove the blood cocoon. Quick, someone come and help me. What's all this hard scab on my body? It's so disgusting. Tisk. Link didn't have time to check the Book of Dreams information. He quickly asked, "Can you copy the contents of the ancient scroll of life now?" But as soon as Link finished asking, the Book of Dreams jumped up, broke free of the seal, and jumped into the sky. Haha, I'm finally free. The loyalty I said was just a stalling tactic. Who would be stupid enough to give up their freedom and follow you? Link, you've been tricked. The Book of Dreams laughed loudly, then opened its seal and flew out. Link couldn't help but chuckle at the book's reaction. He snapped his fingers. After the 4 corners of the Book of Dreams broke free, the remaining chains suddenly grew and spread, forming a complete chain that bound the Book of Dreams. Ah! The Book of Dreams screamed. He fell to the ground. 670-dimensional codex. The Book of Dreams was tied up like a dumpling by the chains, and it twisted back and forth after falling to the ground, looking like a binding play. Link, you're cheating. You have a backup plan. The Book of Dreams struggled and cursed with righteous indignation. It had been sealed for hundreds of years and had never seen such a shameless person. The treasure-hunting mouse and the 5 special agent mice all burst into laughter when they saw such an absurd scene. Feeling everyone's ridicule, the cover of the Book of Dreams felt as if it was burning, as if it was about to ignite sparks. At this moment, it wanted to hide among the thousands of books in the library of Shudu, as it was too ashamed to face anyone. Link walked up and raised his hand. The sealing chains returned to the corners with a creaking sound, untying the book. "Are you still going to run?" The Book of Dreams nodded, but then shook its head. "I won't run, I won't run. I swear loyalty to the great Lord of the Wastelands, Link, and become his most loyal servant. I will do everything I can to serve the Lord of the Wastelands, until the stars move, the sea dries up, and the stones turn to dust." After hearing this, Fu snorted coldly, "Nonsense, I'm the most loyal servant of the boss, who do you think you are?" That one sentence made the Book of Dreams choke. Link didn't believe a single word the Book of Dreams said. This guy was much better at changing sides than its secretary. The Book of Dreams resentfully climbed onto the table, and 2 of its pages rubbed together as if it was trying to curry favor. "Boss, I was just making a small joke to liven up the atmosphere. I now have the ability to copy the contents of this ancient scroll." Link glanced at the obsequious Book of Dreams and checked its current stats. Monster attributes. Name, Dimensional Codex. Grade, Blue, Sealed. Race, Special Creation. Attribute, Dimensional Energy. Level, 55+, Leader. Initial Skill 1, Dimensional State. The Dimensional Codex can enter a dimensional interaction and bypass all kinds of traps, seals, and shackles. Initial Skill 2, Knowledge Theft. The Dimensional Codex can copy the knowledge of the books it has read, once per month. Initial Skill 3, World in the Book. Dimensional Codex can create a world in the book. The constructed soul's dream will flow slowly. Initial Skill 4, Sealing Chain. Sealing Chain can not only seal codex but also seal and bind other items. Initial Skill 5, Dimensional Codex is sealed. Unseal to unlock more abilities. Evaluation, a bound evil tome. What kind of surprise will it bring after its seal is removed? Link finished reading the Dimensional Codex's introduction and was finally convinced that the creature had the ability to copy books. "If you behave, I won't treat you badly. Now, my blood flows in every page of your book. I can control your every move." The Dimensional Codex scoffed, but he soon felt that something was wrong with his body. The Code of Law found that it had lost control of its body. Every part of the book was extremely stiff, and it could no longer flap its pages or twist the seal like before. At this moment, it was like a bystander, watching Link manipulate the code on the table. The movements were extremely exaggerated. Ah Fu and the rats were dumbfounded, their eyes wide open. "Quick, stop!" The Dimensional Codex's voice trembled. It was only because the positions that Link had made it do were too embarrassing. It felt that it was too ashamed to face anyone. Link suppressed his laughter and spoke as if he was narrating a trivial matter. "But I'm a very democratic person. As long as it doesn't harm me, I'm not willing to use this method of control." The Dimensional Codex felt that it had regained control of its body. It flew to Link's side and pretended to be intimate. "Boss, look at what you're saying. If anyone tries to harm you in the future, my Dimensional Codex will be the first to object. I'm determined to unite around the central area with Boss as the leader and sweep away all the monsters and snakes. I'll shine and shine on the road of Boss's expansion." "All right, don't be so excited. Help me make a copy of this ancient scroll of life first." The Dimensional Codex took the ancient book of life and couldn't help but sigh. "Ah, an ancient sheepskin scroll, a trinity of magic seals, reappearing after all the vicissitudes of life, haha. Speak human language. Well, there's no problem with copying the ancient scroll of life. It just needs a corresponding paper carrier. Ordinary paper can't bear the power of the energy and seal. "Afu," said Link, "go to the secret room and get the inscribed cloth." The dimensional codex immediately clenched the tentacle-like teeth that extended out of the cover and said respectfully, "Boss is wise. This Majweed cloth contains powerful magical energy and is extremely stable. It is not affected by conventional fire and water and can also bear a huge amount of energy. It is the best material for copying scrolls." After a while, Fu returned with the inscribed cloth, and the dimensional codex opened its bloody mouth and swallowed the entire roll of inscribed cloth in one go. After swallowing it, it even burped and said shyly, "I'm sorry. It's been a long time since I've eaten such a delicious Majweed cloth. I've lost my composure." Then, the dimensional codex extended a chain and brought the ancient scroll of life to his mouth. He held it in front of his mouth and opened his bloody mouth again. There were even fragments of the Majweed cloth in his mouth. Kabang! The dimensional codex swallowed the ancient scroll of life in one gulp. Then, like an old woman tasting delicious food, it kept giving out comments. Mysterious, energy, ancient, and life. What a terrifying feast! Fu, treasure-hunting mouse, and the 5 mice all looked at the dimensional codex, waiting for the scene to be replicated. "Stop acting and get down to business." Link was speechless. The dimensional codex was as good at acting as the macaw. If these two actors met, it would definitely be an Oscar night. The dimensional codex burped and immediately became well-behaved. "Chaotic dimension, confusion, escape into it, dispel doubts and seek truth. I'm going to go with the dimensional codex." After the dimensional codex finished speaking, the entire book's surface was enshrouded in a layer of dense purple-black gas, and it disappeared on the spot. Link, Afu, and the other rats waited in the collection room. A moment later, the dimensional codex appeared from the dimensional space. It panted heavily, opened its cover in mid-air, and lay on the ground, like a strong man who had just been hollowed out. After that, he folded a few pages of the dimensional codex, turned them into hands, stuffed them into his body, and pulled out the ancient scroll with great effort. "Wait, there's more." The hand of the dimensional codex reached into his mouth again, making an artificial sound, and then took out an ancient book of life. After that, he lay on the ground and panted like a dead dog. Fu picked up the 2 ancient scrolls from the ground and compared them. He found that the patterns and details were exactly the same. There was no difference at all. "Boss, these 2 ancient scrolls are exactly the same." Fu couldn't help but exclaim. Link took the scroll and studied it carefully. He couldn't see any difference from the outside. Then, he entered the Heaven Sun's insight mode and found that the 2 ancient scrolls were exactly the same in terms of seal, runes, and energy. He actually couldn't distinguish the truth from the false. It's indeed exquisitely done. I just don't know if the contents inside are the same as the appearance, enough to pass off as the real thing. The dimensional codex could not accept this. "You can doubt my character, but you can never doubt my ability. The content is definitely 100% authentic. Boss, take a look if you don't believe me." The dimensional codex flew to Link's side and opened the ancient scroll on his right. Despite the seal's power, it was still easy to open. The contents were displayed in front of Link. "The other 4 powerhouses and I have successfully sealed the god of plague's physical body and banished his soul to another dimension. However, we know that this seal is only temporary. The exiled god of plagues will do everything he can to re-enter the physical universe." Link quickly scanned the scroll to confirm its authenticity. "Although you're too dramatic and have a rebellious bone in the back of your head, you're still very good at copying books. It's indeed accurate." The dimensional codex immediately became a drama queen and said with an aggrieved and sobbing tone, "Boss, you've been wronged. My admiration for you is like a torrential stream of water that can't be stopped." Just then, Link received another system notification. "Congratulations on completing the mission Doomsday Descends - Unseal the Ancient Scroll, 1. You have been rewarded with 400,000 experience points, including the Blessing of the Knowledge Altar, 50 potential points Epic Level Material Astral Fragment, and Epic Level Equipment Force Field Scepter. You have activated the second phase of Doomsday Descends Clues of the 5 Sages, 2. Mission Hint: confirm the identity of the 5 sages according to the records in the Ancient Scroll of Life. Also, from the clues left behind by the sage, find the materials that need to be collected. Mission Reward: 400,000 experience points, 70 potential points, 2 epic level materials, 1 epic level equipment. Note: during the entire mission, you must ensure that you have the Ancient Scroll of Life on hand. Once the mission status is taken away, it will be terminated and locked. Link looked at the rewards and the next step of the mission. He was both happy and depressed. He was happy that he had received the rewards. The epic material Astral Fragment and Force Field Scepter were all good things. He was depressed because he knew who the 5 sages were and what materials he needed to collect, but the system would not read his mind. In other words, he had to go through the homeland of the 5 sages again to trigger the clues before he could complete the mission and move on to the next step. Although it did not prevent him from gathering materials in advance, the homeland of the 5 sages was in the opposite direction. It would take a lot of time to walk around it, and it would take at least 3 to 5 months. If the players were to find out that Link was still complaining about the trouble of receiving an S-rank mission, they would probably build an aircraft to catch up to him and give him a good scolding. He was simply taking advantage of her and still acting innocent. Because he had personally experienced the course of the Doomsday Echo version in his previous life, he was very clear about what happened at what point in time. Thus, Link did not spend too much effort on the mission clues to the 5 sages. Instead, he focused his attention on the rewards. 4 million experience points were in his pocket, and 50 potential points were all invested into his luck attribute as usual. While chasing his dream, he also increased his skill damage. As for the Astral Fragment and the Force Field Scepter, it was not the time to pay attention to them yet. Link handed the original Scroll of Life back to the treasure-hunting mouse and said, "Xiaobao, you and the 5 My Secret Service squad will return to the rest area with the Ancient Scroll of Life and return the items to their original owners." Water Rat, who was the biggest among them, picked up the Scroll of Life. Treasure-hunting mouse squeaked and straightened up with the 5 My Secret Service squad. They saluted Link. The Dimensional Codex at the side couldn't help but clap and cheer. What a loyal subordinate! Let's give a round of applause to the little mice. Although they were shouting happily, no one agreed with the Dimensional Codex, which made it a little awkward. As soon as the treasure-hunting mouse left, Link asked Fu to bring the copied Ancient Book of Life. They were ready to leave the collection room and rush to the conference room. The Dimensional Codex suddenly shouted, "Boss, if you all leave, what about me? Aren't you going to take responsibility for what you've done to the Lun family?" The Dimensional Codex was really panicking. Link's resolute back view gradually overlapped with the heartless scumbag in the books. The Dimensional Codex was afraid that Link would use it up, so it sealed it again in the cold storage room, where it lived with the air all day long. Link stopped and turned to look at the drama queen. He suddenly wanted to see the battle between the Macaw and the Dimensional Codex's Oscar Knight. He smiled and said, "You are now one of my people, no longer a sealed book. As long as you don't leave the mechanical fortress, you are free to do whatever you want." The Dimensional Codex's nose felt sour, even though it didn't have a nose. "Free time, Ying Luo. This mechanical fortress is huge, but there's no place for me to stay. It's desolate everywhere. The world is so cold and indifferent. Alas," he said. "I might as well ignite myself. At least I can feel a trace of warmth at the end of my life." He started acting. Link's lips curled up imperceptibly. He turned to leave, but before he did, he added, "I'm going to the meeting room for a meeting now. If you have nothing to do, you can join me." Upon hearing this, the Dimensional Codex was suddenly interested and jumped up from the cold ground. Meeting room, meeting, at this time. Needless to say, it was definitely a meeting of the higher UPS. I'm loyal to the boss. I participated in an important plan as soon as I joined. If I don't go, what kind of core meeting is this? I'll go. The dimensional codex bared its teeth and followed him. Link's mouth twitched. This guy really had a good sense of self-confidence. When Link returned to the meeting room and threw the ancient book of life on the table, Helen, Ajiko, Troy, and the others were all shocked. Helen picked up the scroll of life and looked at it. She asked, "Isn't this the original version that treasure hunting mouse just retrieved?" "I've sent the original back to the treasure hunting mouse. This is a copy," answered Link. Helen couldn't help but gasp. Even with her keen observation, she couldn't see any problem. Just then, the door of the conference room was pushed open, and a book flew in. "Hello, AVAD, I'm a new member of this organization. My name is Dimensional Codex. I'm a meaningful book, and I'm also the hero of the ancient book of life." Of course, all of this was thanks to the wise and powerful head of state's guidance. Helen and Troy looked at each other and couldn't help but face-palm. It was really a familiar smell. Yazhi tilted his metal head. This guy actually copied the 3-in-1 encrypted ancient scroll? 671. The famous detective Macaw. Link's expression did not change. After the dimensional codex's boasting, he said calmly, "Everyone only needs to listen to 10% of what it says. Helen, you can open the ancient scroll of life now." Helen couldn't wait to open the ancient scroll, and she found that the Trinity sealing energy was still there, but it had completely lost its effect. Helen was dumbfounded when she read the message. The others also gathered around to see the epic-like events recorded in the ancient scroll of life. Although there were only a few strokes, the vastness and danger of the universe were vividly displayed. After reading the content of the ancient scroll, Helen concluded, "Head of state, are we going to visit the hometown of the 5 sages and find the clues they left behind?" Smart. But before that, we still have to do the things at hand and gather information. With our current strength, it's still too much for us to investigate these 5 places. It's better to go after we're a little stronger. Even with the Black Throne. Helen couldn't help but be surprised. Slightly less interesting. Helen immediately understood what Link meant. The battle with the aliens had made her think that their strength was not bad in the universe. However, Link's slightly lacking doused her hopes. It turned out that they still had a long way to go before they could become a pillar of support. "Helen, Penny, Troy, the ancient scroll of life is kept and guarded with top-secret information. No public display is allowed. You must also get my permission to conduct research visits, understand?" Link had used the highest level of protection on the ancient book of life. After all, this ancient scroll represented the authority of the S-rank mission in version 3.0. If the scroll was lost, Link's mission would come to a standstill. On the other side, the treasure hunting mouse and the 5 mice secret service squad returned to the rest area with the original scroll of life. In the guard post outside the resting area, Tangju and Soda Porkball were yawning one after another. Their eyelids were fighting each other, and their bodies were swaying left and right as if they were drunk. "Hey, don't fall asleep. The new shift will be here in half an hour." Tangju shook the Soda Porkball beside him. However, Soda Porkball was already in a daze, and with a slight shake, his entire body swayed left and right uncontrollably like a spring. The two of them didn't notice that treasure hunting mouse and the 5 mice had disappeared into the shadows from the corner. The soldier in charge of the night watch was in the same state as the 2 players, and he was so sleepy that his eyelids were fighting. The treasure hunting mouse and the 5 mice sneaked into the room where they had stolen the scroll of life. Water Rat and Bamboo Rat, who were the largest and strongest, and the others pushed against the wall with all their might before they managed to stuff the scroll of life back into the compartment of their shoes. By the time they were done, the 6 rats were already exhausted and sweating profusely. They all leaned against the wall and gasped for breath. Suddenly, the person on the bed turned over and moved. The 6 mice stood up at the same time. Treasure hunting mouse made a shushing gesture, and all the mice squeezed into a dark corner, covering each other's mouth and nose, not making a single sound. Battens couldn't sleep well at night, feeling that something was going to happen. When he woke up in the middle of the night, the first thing he did was to lower his head and check the interlayer of his shoes. After opening the inner layer and seeing the ancient scroll of life, he heaved a sigh of relief. It seems like I'm overthinking it, Ying Luo. After making sure that the item was still there, Batten's tensed nerves finally relaxed. He lay back on the bed and let out a long moan as if he had been released. Not long after, the steady snoring gradually sounded, and the rats hiding in the corner heaved a sigh of relief. Then, under the quick command of Treasure Hunting Mouse, they left quickly. As soon as the mice left Batten's room, they suddenly heard a rustling sound from the other side. Driven by curiosity, the Treasure Hunting Mouse decided to go and take a look. He gave the 5 mice Secret Service squad a series of complicated hand gestures, and the 6 mice moved forward in an orderly manner to approach the target. Very quickly, in a dark corner, they saw Ying Ying. The next day, the macaw and the silver hand came to the rest area again. The moment it saw the mercenary group, the macaw spread its wings and shouted, "Everyone, we meet again." Battens forced out a smile, and the corners of his mouth twitched. This fat parrot was really familiar with others. Looking back at his own mercenary group, there were actually quite a few people who were sincerely clapping their hands in welcome. Among them, the one who clapped the loudest and the most frequently was none other than Lai Fu. He bared his teeth and laughed happily, looking at Silverhand as if he was looking at his own family. When Battens saw this scene, he couldn't help but sigh. When the people's hearts were in a mess, it would be difficult to lead the team. As soon as the macaw's butt touched the sofa, it went straight to the point. "I've already asked the ruler about Captain Batten's question yesterday. I can give you a formal answer here. Your transport ship is heavily damaged, and it will take some time to repair it." Just as Battens was about to speak, he was quickly interrupted by the macaw. "Although the amount of work was huge, we finally managed to repair the transport ship after all of our overtime work. Only some minor details were left." Battens was overjoyed. He did not expect the mechanical fortress to be able to repair the medium transport ship in such a short time. Even if the ship was handed over to the starport for repair, it would take at least a month to get out of the ship with such damage. It could only be said that it was worthy of being an advanced civilization. The speed of restoration was far beyond what a low-level civilization like them could imagine. "We're already very grateful that you saved us from the aliens. We won't bother you with the rest of the details. We'll repair it when we get to Starport. Old Jin, you also know that we still have a mission to complete and we still need to report the results to the Rothwell Foundation. It's not good for us to stay any longer," Battens said in an almost pleading tone. The macaw pretended to think for a while and suddenly said, "Since you've said so, it should be true that you're not used to staying here and you're eager to return home. It just so happened that the head of state had said that if you wanted to leave, he could send you to the nearest intergalactic gate. But before that, the head of state wants to meet you one last time and give you one last gift." The corners of Battens' mouth curled up, and his smile almost reached his ears. He had never thought that things would progress so smoothly. Could it be that his previous thoughts were unnecessary, and the higher civilizations really did not have any covetous thoughts about them? "There's no need for gifts. We've been pestering you for several days and are already very worried. It's not appropriate to accept gifts. All right, since you're so reluctant, then I'll let this matter go. I hope you don't regret it." The macaw raised its little brows, and the expression on its face was also quite funny. For a moment, Battens was truly regretful. He did not know what this gift from this high-leveled civilization was. If it was something powerful, wouldn't he be able to rise to the top and dominate the entire starport? However, on second thought, Battens realized that the Roseville Foundation had already given him quite a generous reward. He should be content with what he had and not let his greed cause more trouble. He should not end up in a situation where both sides would not benefit. Then may I ask when the head of state will meet us? Since you're so eager to return, let's do it tonight. I'll arrange for the head of state to meet you tonight. After that, you can board the ship and leave. The macaw waved its hand. Battens forcefully suppressed the joy in his heart, and his mouth was still saying some hypocritical words. "Aya, I really don't know how to thank you guys. If it weren't for your help, our mercenary group might have been completely wiped out." Since everything had been explained and he would be able to leave later, Battens was no longer in a good mood and began to chat with the macaw about everything. The macaw had always been good at chatting. Now that the two of them had let down their guard, they were chatting happily. It was simply a pity that they had met too late. The macaw and the Silverhand's original purpose was to hear about the universe. Battens had led the mercenary group to travel around the Maul galaxy and had experienced many battles. He had a lot of things in his stomach. One was speaking happily, while the other was flattering, just like a pair of confidants. "I'm so angry, I didn't get to know old Jin earlier. It's rare to find such a friend in the universe." There was a dejected look on Battens' face. "It's a pity that we're going to separate after knowing each other for such a short time. I don't know when we'll meet again, Ying Luo." The macaw patted Battens on the shoulder and said, "It's fine. Who knows, maybe the next time you guys encounter a problem, we'll suddenly appear again." Battens chuckled, treating the macaw's words as mere courtesy. "The universe is so big, and your target isn't here. I'm afraid the chance of meeting you again is slim. If we really have the chance to meet in the Maul star cluster, I'll definitely treat you to a drink at Stellaris." The macaw's breathing was heavy. It glanced at Battens and said, "You're the leader of the Battens mercenary group, and all you can do is pay for a cup. Isn't that a little too stingy? Even Lai Fu is more magnanimous than you. I just heard him say that he's going to treat the Silverhand to a drink." His words caused Battens to cover his face and apologize, while the rest of the rest area burst into laughter. "To be honest, I don't even know the name of your civilization after being treated so well by you for a few days. If I'm lucky enough to meet you again in the future, I can't be considered a friend if I don't know your civilization. You can call this big metal lump the Mechanical Fortress or the Black Throne. As for our civilization, I've already mentioned it before. It's a level 0 wasteland civilization." "Who are you lying to?" Battens laughed. "A level 0 civilization used the Black Throne to travel through the universe and destroyed the power sails of the pirates. The Mechanical Fortress form is definitely a disguise, and you must have some secret mission to carry out, otherwise you wouldn't have appeared in such a remote corner of the galaxy." However, just as Battens finished speaking, he suddenly froze. That was because he noticed that the macaw's small eyes were shimmering with a bright light, and the Silverhand's gaze had also become deep, staring at him as if he was his prey, as if waiting for an order. The atmosphere that was filled with laughter and laughter just now suddenly froze, as if the air had been frozen. Battens knew that he had said the wrong thing. He had been too relaxed and had said what was in his heart. He had exposed the other party's secret. If they were to pursue this matter, they would probably have to kill them all to silence them. Everyone in the Battens mercenary group froze, and bean-sized beads of sweat seeped out of their foreheads. At this moment, they felt that their lives didn't belong to them. The macaw held a glass of wine and leaned towards Battens like a boss. It put its arm around Battens' shoulder and laughed. "What are you talking about? We are a wasteland planet from a level 0 civilization. I'm afraid that you've drunk too much and started to talk nonsense, right?" Battens hurriedly nodded and agreed, That's right, that's right. I remembered wrong. It was indeed a level 0 civilization." The macaw nodded in satisfaction, and with a promising look in its eyes, it leaned in and whispered, "Old BA, I treat you as a friend, so I'm giving you a piece of advice. The less you know, the safer you will be. No matter what you hear about the Mechanical Fortress or the Black Throne in the future, remember that we are a level 0 civilization, the abandoned planet. Do you understand?" At this moment, Battens was so shocked by the macaw's aura that he couldn't speak. He nodded repeatedly. Hee, that's right. Since you're drunk, let's not drink any more. Let's play a game together. The macaw flapped its wings and attracted everyone's attention. The aura instantly disappeared, and the members of the Battens mercenary group only felt the pressure on their shoulders disappear, and they couldn't help but let out a long breath. When they heard that the macaw wanted to play a game, everyone's mood was high and they echoed one after another. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became warm. What game? This game is called You Think and I Guess. Old BA, you think about something now, and I guess. If I guess it right, you nod. How about it? Battens was shocked. He thought that the macaw could read minds. But in the next second, the macaw pretended to do something and kept talking about mommy for a long time. It even looked a little weird. Then, he suddenly opened his eyes and said, "You were thinking that even though you survived the raiders, you would have to return to Starport immediately to submit your mission. But this attack seems to be a lot of coincidences. If you think about it carefully, it feels like it was planned in advance. You want to find the spy in the mercenary group, right?" Battens was stunned for a moment. To be honest, he didn't think that way at all. But when she met the macaw's determined and serious eyes, she had mixed feelings. He had felt the macaw's aura earlier because of his slip of the tongue. Now that the atmosphere had just eased, if he said no, the scene would definitely fall to the freezing point again. On the other hand, the macaw's mention of this matter had also aroused his doubts. Battens looked surprised and covered his mouth with his hand. "How do you know that you can really read minds?" Seeing their leader's genuine expression, the members below the stage were in an uproar. They were all whispering to each other. Could it be that this attack was not an accident, but a carefully planned one? "Do you want to know who this spy is?" the macaw asked with a smile. For some reason, Battens nodded his head. The macaw suddenly put on a pair of glasses and stretched out its wings to hold the glasses. Suddenly, two cold lights flashed through the lenses and the room was filled with excited music. The spy was him. The macaw pointed at a member with a tender face. Immediately, everyone's eyes focused on this person, revealing an expression of disbelief. 672 The shocking past. When Battens saw the person pointed out by the macaw, he couldn't help but grin. The worries and doubts that had been suppressed in the bottom of his heart just now had also disappeared. At this moment, he knew that the macaw was indeed playing a game. "Old Jin, you're quite funny. You've chosen the most unlikely person among us. Do you know who this young man is? This is the child of a senior member of our Battens mercenary group, and we have personally watched over him since he was young. Anyone could be a spy, but not him." The others laughed as well, clearly agreeing with Battens' idea. They had raised this child with their own hands. How could he betray them? The young man had obviously not seen the scene in front of him before, and was shocked by the macaw's identification. However, when he saw that the uncles around him were all laughing and not taking it seriously, his expression finally relaxed. He even laughed. Macaw and Silverhand's expressions didn't change. They were the only two people on the field who didn't laugh. He looked at everyone with a serious expression and said word by word, "Although you all find it funny, I'm not joking with you." The scene turned cold again because of the macaw's words. This time, the Bartz's mercenary group looked at the macaw with a hint of anger. The young man's father was one of the founding members of the mercenary group, and was also their respected elder brother. Now that someone was making fun of his orphan, it was an insult to the entire mercenary group. The macaw's expression didn't change, as if it wasn't the fat parrot who had laughed and scolded them. "You may be able to fool others, but you can't fool my fiery eyes. Why don't you take out the thing in your pocket and let everyone see it to prove your innocence?" The macaw was overbearing and refused to back down. The young man's face was a little panicked for a moment, and he stammered, "Pocket? There's nothing in my pocket, Mr. Macaw, you must have drunk too much? If this is a joke, then it's quite funny. Baden's face was ashen. On the one hand, he didn't want to cause any more trouble when they left immediately. On the other hand, the macaw's accusation was too much. It was simply writing on their faces and attacking them. Are you still being stubborn? Do you need me to describe it for you? The macaw sat on the seat with its legs crossed, looking like a big boss, as if victory was already in its grasp. This is a small metal object, half the size of a palm-sized card. There aren't many buttons on it, but it's enough to send and receive intelligence. That's right, it's an encrypted shortwave communication device that's directly connected to the pirate ship. You're using this to keep in touch with the aliens, and use your identity as the hero's son to get first-hand information, so that the aliens can keep track of the mercenaries' movements. After all, no one would suspect that the son of a hero would do something that would harm the Baden's mercenary group, right? If the macaw's nonsense before was considered a joke, then what it said now sounded like it was real. Baden's hesitated for a moment, then looked at the young man again. This time, he saw unconcealable panic on the face of the son of his old friend. Baden's felt as if a knife was being twisted in his heart, and his entire body was in pain. How did you know? Faced with the serious questions and incredulous gazes of the crowd, the young man could no longer hold it in and took 2 steps back. The macaw was very cocky and raised its eyebrows. You want to hide such a small thing from my boss? Don't you know that my boss's ability is to predict the future? You're still too inexperienced if you want to play tricks under our eyes. Baden's face turned pale. The young man's question of how did you know was equivalent to an admission. The rest of the mercenary group also looked as if they had seen a ghost, and they all backed away. The young man in front of them seemed to have suddenly become a stranger. The young man looked around and heaved a long sigh. He took out a signal transmitter from his pocket that looked exactly like the macaw. Everything should have gone smoothly, but it's a pity that your sudden appearance has destroyed everything. The young man glared at the macaw and roared. Baden's expression was agitated, and his voice trembled as he said, "Why? David, why did you do that?" The other members of the mercenary group also felt as if a knife was being twisted in their hearts. They had watched this young man grow up, but now he had become so unfamiliar. David's face was twisted. He looked at his uncles who used to be so protective of him and felt nothing but hatred. Quickly put away your hypocritical faces. I feel disgusted when I see your expressions now. All of you are usually sanctimonious and talk to me about being modest as brothers, but behind my back, each one is more selfish than the other. When the star-shaking super tide had descended, someone had to be left outside to repair the malfunctioned launch pad. Everyone knows that this is a mission with no chance of survival, but none of you have stepped forward. At this critical moment, it was my father who stepped forward and requested to repair the launch pad. It was as if you were pardoned, and each and every one of you promised to save him before the super tide. But how did you guys do it? Dave looked around. His sharp gaze made many of the elders and uncles avoid his eyes. David, how did you know about this? Baden's asked in surprise. They had decided not to tell anyone about the death of Dave's father ever since they escaped from Planet Quake. Instead, he turned the guilt he felt for his brother into love for David. But for some reason, the mercenary group, which kept their mouths shut, leaked the news and became a bargaining chip for the space raiders to control David. Hatred would always be the best weapon. Why isn't anyone talking? Just now, all of them were still acting sanctimonious, as if they couldn't understand why he had colluded with the enemy. Now, all of them were showing a guilty expression. What was going on? Back then, after the maintenance, Father waited expectantly for you to take him back. But you guys ignored him and left. You guys clearly had time to save him. Dave roared, his eyes bulging. Everyone felt even more guilty. When they thought about what happened to their brother back then, all of them present were responsible. When the ship was repaired and restarted, the pulse shock wave of the super tide would arrive in 5 minutes. However, the magnetic field and gravity had changed, and the fuel they needed to maintain a relatively static airborne rescue was beyond their plan. In addition, the rescue operation was estimated to take about 4 minutes. In the face of the doomsday scene, an accident could happen at any moment. Between saving one person or saving the entire ship, everyone resolutely chose to save themselves. Dave's desperate screams and questions made everyone fall silent. Dave thought something had happened to the spaceship and forgot about him at the maintenance station. Then, Dave looked at the spaceship that did not turn back. He seemed to have understood the mercenary group's choice and started cursing angrily. In the end, his voice was hoarse and he was begging with a sobbing tone, hoping that they could take good care of his child David. Dave took out a recorder and heard his father's voice clearly. David, on the other hand, was already in tears. The veins on his hand, which was holding the video recorder, were bulging. He glared at everyone present. None of you stood up to uphold justice. Even if one of you stood up and raised a different opinion, the situation might have changed. However, all of you tacitly agreed to sacrifice Father in exchange for your safety. The son of a hero, what a laughable title. I used to be proud of my father, and I felt that it was great for him to sacrifice himself for the mercenary group. However, after I found out the truth, I felt that everything was so ridiculous. He didn't want to be a hero, he just wanted to be a father to his child. It's you. It's you bunch of scum who abandoned him. You're praising him in a beautified manner just to cover up the cowardice in your hearts. He kept brainwashing himself that he was a hero who chose to sacrifice himself, just to dilute the fact that you are the murderers. So, when the aliens came to me with the truth, I chose to cooperate without hesitation. I'm going to send you real scumbags to hell. I want you to repent before my father's soul. Dave gave a wry smile and tilted his head. By the way, aren't you curious where I got the recording? After you left Planet Quake, you organized a meeting and decided to hide the truth. So, you deleted the voice data and destroyed the storage medium. However, the justice of the heavens is long and appeased, and the item still appeared in my hands, allowing me to know the truth. Battens felt guilty, but he was also curious about how the aliens got the recording and used it as the truth to make David defect. I'll tell you the truth. Some of the things you've done, some people in the mercenary group can't stand it anymore. Someone made a copy of it before you destroyed it. I'm just a tool in this invasion. The real mastermind behind the scenes is someone else, haha. David suddenly took out a syringe from his pocket and injected it into his arm while everyone was still unaware. Live in doubt and fear forever. When the brown liquid entered Dave's body, his body began to melt like a piece of rock. Everyone in the mercenary group was shocked by David's death wish and his last words. While he was shocked, he also felt a little happy. To be honest, they were all accomplices in David's father's death. However, in the mercenary group's activities, Batten's dictatorial rule had long caused dissatisfaction among many people. Now that they found out that someone among them had exposed the matter and revealed the truth, it was as if they had completed their atonement. The macaw, who had come to watch the show, scratched the fat on its waist, its expression a little stiff. Truth be told, it only knew that Dave was a spy for the aliens, but not the inside story. However, the macaw clenched its wings tightly after David explained the whole story. To be honest, according to Dave's description, there was a huge problem with the mercenary group. He wondered how these people had survived days and nights without caring about their own brothers. The macaw really wanted to draw a line right now and be ashamed of being associated with Battens and the group of people in front of it. Silverhand's expression was calm, as if there were no fluctuations. Now that Dave had committed suicide after telling the story, no one felt the same satisfaction when they found out who the spy was. Instead, they felt guilty. The hidden truth was revealed again after more than 10 years. The dirty and rotten places under their bright appearance were all exposed to the sun, exuding a foul human nature. Batten's face was pale. The truth from many years ago had been revealed. The son of an old friend had betrayed them and wanted to kill them. In the end, he had committed suicide in front of them. This series of events had a huge impact on him. Initially, Battens had planned to pass on his legacy to David when he was older as compensation for the Star Quake incident. But now, his hope was shattered in front of him. The ugliest part of human nature had been exposed in broad daylight. Battens' face was pale, and there was no hope in his eyes. Dave's suicide had put an end to the alien spy incident. However, the star-shaking incident from more than 10 years ago had been brought up again. Someone had to be responsible for this matter. Then the only person who could do that was the leader of the mercenary group, Battens. Battens slowly reached behind him and took out a pocket-sized dagger. "I'm the captain of the Battens mercenary group, and I can't shirk my responsibility for this. All these years, we have been deceiving ourselves and others. We thought that by making David's father a hero and protecting David, we could reduce our sins and escape from reality by training David as his successor. However, reality has taught me a hard lesson. The price of escaping may be worse than the price of one's life. Now, it's time for me to bear the consequences of my sins from more than 10 years ago." Battens turned the dagger around, pointed the tip at his heart, and stabbed it down. At the critical moment, an explosion sounded in the resting area, and a shock wave appeared out of thin air, directly turning the dagger in Battens' hand into a twisted piece of scrap metal. Battens staggered and sat on the ground without any injuries, staring at everything in front of him with a dumbfounded expression. Death is just an escape in a different way. Link walked over slowly. Link was dressed in a black and gold combat uniform and held a scepter in his hand. She was capable and graceful. And behind him, Helen, Dave, Penny the Penguin, the fifth elder of the Moon Shadow Council, and the Queen of Banshees, Grace, were all present. It was a luxurious lineup. Respected head of state. The members of the mercenary group bent down and pressed their hands against their chests, showing the highest courtesy. In the end, David still lied. There were no other spies working together. From the beginning to the end, he was the only one. The reason why he said this before his death was that he hoped that you would be blinded by hatred and fall into the swamp of mutual suspicion. The aliens had acquired this recording by accident. After learning of the sequence of events, they organized this plan. Link explained. Back then, after you escaped from Astrologer, the ship returned to Stellaris for repair. During the repair process, the spare storage medium was mixed up and sent to the waste equipment market. It had been circulating for many years before it fell into the hands of the interstellar aliens not long ago. They restored the medium and obtained the recording inside. You chose to delete the content after the restoration of Stellaris. I don't know what you'll choose after this. But today is the day I bid you farewell. Not to mention, the mechanical fortress has not been stained with blood since it took off. I don't want the rules to be broken by you. As for what you choose after you leave, that's your own business. But today, your lives are not in your hands. Link said firmly. At the same time, the scepter in his hand lightly hit the ground, and all the members of the mercenary group were instantly confined by a force field, unable to move. They were like fish on a board, waiting to be slaughtered. 673 An unexpected distress signal. You can leave now. We'll meet again in the future. Link twisted his scepter, and all the members of the Battens mercenary team who were trapped in the scepter glowed with white light. They were instantly transported from the rest area to the medium-sized transport ship. The Macaw and the Silver Hand were so shocked that their jaws dropped. Link's actions were so domineering and shocking. The people around Link were also shocked, including the mutants from the Brotherhood. Hundreds of mercenary members disappeared in front of their eyes. Even the top mutants who were proficient in space abilities would find it difficult to replicate such an operation. Even the famous teleportation genius in the wasteland could only teleport one person. Link was teleporting hundreds of people. The bright spot was the scepter that had never appeared before. Whether it was the group imprisonment of the mercenary group members, the invisible shock wave that accurately knocked away the dagger in Baden's hand, or the group teleportation at the end, all of these proved that the scepter was extraordinarily powerful. Even the Baden's mercenary group, which dominated the entire Morwal galaxy, was shocked. Everyone could only sigh at how Link would be a master and guide even in space. The contact with the mercenary group this time also completely dispelled the doubts in the hearts of the Expeditionary Army members. Previously, they had thought that the creatures and forces in the universe were extremely powerful, and they could only tuck their tails between their legs and slowly plan for their future. However, after seeing Link's power, they realized that they had been overthinking. Link must have made all the necessary preparations to leave the wasteland. At the same time, they could also compare the strength of the wasteland legends like Link and Silverhand. Even in the Maul Galaxy group, he could be a respected leader of a mercenary group. Not to mention, they had the Black Throne. A single blast from the cannon could intimidate the aliens to the point where they wouldn't even dare to fight back. Following Link was indeed the best choice they had made. The medium-sized transport ship slowly left the mechanical fortress under Troy's control, with Satoko leading the way. Badens and the other members of the battle team were all in a state of confusion. Link had used a force field to restrain them. After a few words, their eyes flashed, and they were back in the familiar cabin. Before they could react, they looked out of the porthole and saw a huge transition portal. After passing through this warp gate, you will be leaving the Fandi system and heading to the central area of the Maul Galaxy. There are 3 more warps to go before you reach Star Harbor. The estimated time is 13 days. I wish you a pleasant journey, and we will meet again if fate allows. Troy's mechanical voice pulled the mercenary group back to reality. They're really letting us go. Looking at the ship's body that was already 1/3 into the hyperdrive gate, some of the mercenaries still found it hard to believe. It seems to be true. The control of the ship is gradually being released and the metal spheres outside the ship didn't come in. The operator quickly took over the spacecraft's operating system. Badens nodded his head in a daze. What he had experienced in the mechanical fortress was like a dream. The powerful advanced civilization and David's betrayal and suicide had a great impact on his mind. Especially when Dave made up a story before he died, in an attempt to arouse the suspicion of the mercenary group. It was obvious that Dave hated them to the core after learning the truth. He would not let them go even if he died. Everyone, go back to your posts. We're going back to Star Cluster Harbor. Right now, Badens just wants to complete his mission as soon as possible and arrange a vacation for everyone. Whether it was being drunk, muddle-headed, or welcoming a new life, it was much better than this. The members of the mercenary group returned to their respective positions. The operator was examining the spaceship's repair section, but he was curious to find that the repair technology was only the most common in the universe. They had their own understanding of this. The advanced civilization is really considerate. They didn't use the technology of an advanced civilization on our medium-sized transport ship, but the most basic and conventional maintenance technology in the universe. This way, we won't be suspected, and we won't be dragged into the competition between the higher civilizations. If Helen had heard the explanation of the mercenary group, she would have burst into laughter. This group of people was too full of themselves. The reason why the maintenance ended up like this was all because their current maintenance knowledge could only reach this level. After more than 10 minutes, the mercenary group's leader, Badens, who was originally in a daze, was drowned by a sea of announcements. Commander, bad news. Our weapon maintenance equipment is missing. Guild leader, our printing machines have been moved away. Captain, the spaceship's detection equipment is only left with the shell. Captain, hee. Badens' mind went blank. Looking at the report in front of him, he felt like the world was spinning. After a moment, he muttered, "It's all gone. Doesn't that mean that other than the engine, the only thing left of the ship is the outer shell?" Almost. The entire medium-sized transport ship had been completely emptied. Without a doubt, the mechanical fortress must have dismantled everything. At this moment, Battens recalled that when he was chatting with the macaw had said that it would give them a big gift, but Battens had turned it down in a hurry to return home. Then, old Jin told him with a sneaky expression not to regret it. At that time, Battens had even gone through some mental activity, but in the end, he resisted the temptation and refused. "Don't tell me this is the big gift old Jin was talking about." Barton suddenly felt as if something had been stuck in his throat. He couldn't swallow it, nor could he spit it out. Many of the auxiliary equipment and equipment on the spaceship had been dismantled. Even the cannons and defense force fields had been mercilessly dismantled. Now, this medium-sized transport ship was nearly 2 weeks away from Star Harbor. They had to drive it carefully in these 2 weeks. It was like a large paper cruise ship, large in size but useless. Any cosmic ray explosion or particle wind caused by a star's active period could destroy the transport ship. For the next 13 days of the voyage, they had to be as careful as walking on a tightrope in order to reach Stellaris port alive. As for the high-leveled civilization that would return to the mechanical fortress, Battens immediately denied it. If they returned, they might not be able to come out. Furthermore, Gold and Silverhand were already so difficult to deal with. Link's demonic power and depth made Battens break out in cold sweat just thinking about it, let alone facing it. At the same time, in the mechanical fortress, Helen looked at the transport ship's transition portal in a daze. After a while, she turned around and asked, "Head of State, do you think they can safely return to Stellaris? You must know that we basically dismantled the transport ship and only left them with the engine and basic equipment." Link's expression was calm as he replied, "As long as we're careful along the way, take the stable star systems, and don't take shortcuts, the probability of returning is still very high. Now that the matter of the mercenary group has come to an end, what should we do next, ruler?" Link thought for a moment. A star map with the mechanical fortress as the center appeared in his mind. At the same time, many missions from the mission board also appeared on the star map. "Let's go to Pandora to check out the situation of the alien invasion." Link had been paying attention to the forum. The Wasteland Forum was peaceful. After Link left, there were fewer people causing trouble. Most of the players were doing missions and dungeons to level up. On the other hand, the situation on Pandora and Victoria was not optimistic. The slow-paced invasion of the foreign planets did not discover any conspiracies or ambushes, so they increased the intensity of their attacks. Although the players on the 2 planets were already putting up a strong resistance, the gap was too big, and they could not stop the expansion of the foreign planet. This was especially so for planet Pandora. Because they specialized in magic and abilities, they were not able to fight the Shadow Hounds, which had high resistance. They were killed, and even the main city on the planet was broken through. The civilization began a life of exile on the planet. Compared to Pandora, Victoria's situation was slightly better. After all, with steampunk and magic as the background, the large-scale use of firearms and steam machinery allowed them to still have a fighting chance against alien planets. So, Link decided to go to Pandora first. While expelling the alien planet, he would also select the powerful players of Pandora to join the expeditionary army. Other than that, he would also look for the whereabouts of the other soul singers in Pandora. Of course, many of Pandora's special resources were also in Link's plan. Hearing Link's order, Helen was extremely excited. He had long heard that Pandora and Victoria had been invaded by foreign planets. These 2 planets, like the Wasteland, belonged to the Fandi system, so they should help each other. From the head of state, Helen learned that Pandora was a fantasy planet. The people on this planet worshipped magic, and the environment was unique. Now that they were going to Pandora, they would be able to see a new system and world, so Helen was naturally excited. Helen quickly returned to the control room under the machine magnate and reselected the star system and coordinates. Troy assisted, and Akoko led the way. They changed directions from the warp gate. "Afu, Please take in David's soul. Dave's soul had been gone for half an hour. It had only been 10 minutes since he committed suicide. His soul was still intact. Fu summoned the vulture's spirit palace and used the psychic ritual to check Dave's soul. In his soul form, David clenched his fists. Before he died, he had created a fake mastermind to make the members of Baden's mercenary group suspicious of each other, so that they would fall apart and Badens would experience the feeling of the mercenary group that he had worked so hard to build falling apart. However, after he died and turned into a soul, he heard that Link, the leader of an advanced civilization, had appeared and exposed his plans. This made him want to vomit blood. Just as Link had asked all the mercenaries to leave the mechanical fortress, he heard that Link had arranged for people to make the transport ship a mere figurehead. The remaining 13 days of the voyage were extremely dangerous. Dave was excited to hear the news. He hoped that something would go wrong in the next voyage and everyone would die in space. But at this time, Fu used the mediumship ritual to make him appear, and then he was taken into the Vulture Palace with a spin. Augustine and Ronder, who were in the Spirit Vulture Palace, were surprised to see a new member. They asked, "Young man, how did you get in?" The Spirit Vulture Palace had a limit on the number of souls it could take in. Apart from Ronder, who had entered through the back door with Augustine's identity, the rest, whether it was Augustine or the 9-striped dragon, were not ordinary people. It was beyond Augustine's understanding that such a young man had entered. As for Ronder, he was smiling naively with saliva dripping from the corner of his mouth. Because this guy couldn't stand the environment in the Ling Vulture Palace, he was already in a half-crazy state. Dave did not know what was going on. He only felt that the place was full of energy, which was very comfortable for his soul. "I also don't know what Ying Luo or what's the point of coming here." Dave looked at the man who was also in soul form. The man was elegant and well organized. He must have been a noble before he died. After the 9-striped dragon left, Rondo, his guard, had become a fool. Augustine had been bored all day long, but now, a young man had suddenly presented himself to him. Augustine suddenly felt that it was interesting. "Then tell me your story first, Ying Luo." Outside the Spirit Vulture Palace, the crowd dispersed. The macaw and the silver hand pestered Link. "I didn't expect you to be hiding your skills, Link. Isn't your scepter a little too powerful? Group force field control, invisible shock wave, group teleportation, they're simply too powerful. If you have such good stuff, why didn't you take them out earlier?" The macaw surrounded Link, its eyes fixed on the force field scepter in Link's hand. Its eyes were clearly saying, "Give it to me, can I touch your hard scepter?" Although Silverhand was expressionless, Link noticed that his eyes never left the scepter. He was obviously interested in it as well. Naturally, Link would not give them weapons of this level. Old Jin and Silverhand might do something bad, so he had to be more vigilant. After chasing away the macaw and the silver hand, Link returned to his room alone. Gu Bo's originally calm expression could no longer be maintained, and he couldn't help but grin. Link studied the force field scepter and praised, as expected of the epic weapon awarded by the main storyline mission of version 3.0. "It's so powerful. Force field scepter. Rarity, epic, purple. Parameters, 50 cm in length, 2 kg in weight, forged from rare alloy, high-quality internal parts included. Equipment requirements, LV60 and above, strength, 150, energy, 200. Attribute bonus, plus 100 energy plus 100 strength plus 10 charm plus 10 luck. Special effect, shock wave releases an invisible shock wave that deals 1000 damage to the target. Consumes 100 energy points. Defensive force field defense, can be used to bind enemies or form a protective shield. Energy consumption increases according to range. Subspace transfer, perform a small area subspace transfer on a target. The cost depends on the number of transferred targets and the number of targets. Note, Charm and luck always favor those with strength. There was no need to mention the increase in strength and energy. This weapon also increased his charm and luck by 10 points. Equipment that could increase charm and luck were extremely rare, and weapons that had combat significance like this were even rarer. And today, Link had also held the scepter and put on a show in front of everyone. Of course, the price was that he used up 4,000 points of energy and his body was almost completely drained. Just as Link was admiring his new weapon, Helen suddenly spoke in a hurried tone, "Head of State, we suddenly received a distress signal during our voyage. The signal came from a planet not far away. Should we respond?" 674 players mission, Planet Slywin. Another distress signal. Link furrowed his brows. When he used to play in the past, he'd cross a bustling star system and get no response. Why were there so many people in such a remote galaxy after his rebirth? The difference was too obvious. "Wait a moment, I'll be right there." Link quickly went to the control center under the giant machine. Helen showed him the content of the distress signal and the source of the signal on the holographic panel. "For now, we can only confirm that the signal is coming from this direction. At the same time, we can't measure the distance. We can only determine their distance and approximate location if we reply to them the way we came and get their reply," Helen explained to Link while displaying the translated distress signal. "I hope someone will come and save us. Our planet is experiencing an unprecedented disaster. The cruel king believed in immortality and wanted to sacrifice thousands of slaves to the evil god in exchange for power. Everything on the earth was in decline, and the air was filled with the smell of decay. The slaves that were sacrificed to the evil god are only left with their skin. The rest have all been turned into blood. Come and save us." After reading the message, Link was elated. He instantly understood where the signal came from. Helen was dumbfounded and couldn't help but ask, "Head of State, how can you still smile when you see such a desperate distress message?" "I feel sorry for the people of Slywin," explained Link, "but that's not the reason I'm laughing. Planet Slywin. The head of state already knows the planet that sent the signal?" Helen was surprised. "That's exactly what I'm laughing about. In the future that I can see, who do you think will solve the disaster on this planet and the rule of the fatuous king?" Helen didn't understand the future, but she understood Link. Since the head of state had asked her to guess, it meant that this person was definitely not the popular candidate that popped up in her mind at first, but rather a rather obscure existence. If it's a popular candidate, then it's definitely Brother Fu. If he took action, then the disaster on Slywin would be resolved in a few days. But since the head of state had asked, he was definitely not a popular candidate. The combination of Macaw and Silver Hand, the bond between Treasure Hunting Mouse and the 5 Mice Secret Service Squad, and even the Queen of Banshees, Grace, who has some evil colors, I'll pass on all of these." Link listened to Helen's analysis with admiration. "Then who do you think it will be?" Helen thought hard for a moment, and then she said, "Could it be a mutant? I can't guess who they are, but they should be one of the few whose names I can name." Link gave Helen a thumbs up in surprise. He didn't think that the mechanical genius would be able to calculate the general range with logical analysis. Link didn't intend to hide anything from Helen, so he said, "Actually, you're also very familiar with this person. This guy not only solved the disaster of Slywin, but also released all the slaves, and was known as the Liberator." "Wow, I didn't expect Zui Feng to have this ability," Helen exclaimed. From Link's experience, she knew how difficult it was to obtain a planet-level title. She didn't know what Zui Feng had done to make the entire planet worship him. She was very curious. However, Helen changed her mind and said, "But the future in your memory will change with the wings of the butterfly effect. My fate is an example. Now, these Inhumans have changed more or less because of you. I don't deny Win's talent and strength, but maybe this time the Liberator is someone else." Link was also stunned by Helen's idea. However, after experiencing so much, he knew that fate itself could be corrected to a large extent. Although Dave did not die, Helen was still developing in the direction of the mother goddess of machinery. Even though Link had saved John's life, the Silver Hand had still been born. There were many such examples, so Link firmly believed that fate would change things in the original direction. At most, there would be some minor changes. Then let's make a bet. I bet that Wind-Chasing Wolf will become Slyvan's focus again, and he will become the liberator. Not to be outdone, Helen immediately replied, then I'll bet that there's someone else this time. But I'll make it clear in advance, we're not allowed to interfere in this matter. We're only allowed to assign missions to the Inhumans and see the final results. No problem, he said. Link and Helen clapped their hands together and made a bet. At this time, Wind-Chasing Wolf didn't know that he had suddenly become the center of a gambling storm. Link squeezed the piece of paper with the distress call and said, good, then let's head for Slywan first. This will be a great training before the Inhumans and the alien planet clash in space. It's a good opportunity for the people of Pandora to resist a little more, tempering their steel-like will. Link was the first person to say that he had stood her up so righteously. Planet Slywan was in the ghostly lava system, where the Wasteland Expeditionary Force and the Baton's mercenary group first met. They did not expect to have to go back again. Link told Helen the coordinates of Planet Slywan, and then Troy sent out a full-frequency message from the mechanical fortress. To everyone, we have suddenly received a distress signal from Planet Slywan in the ghostly lava star system during our voyage. We are rushing over at full speed. All Inhumans, please head to the Expeditionary Operations Center to receive the mission. The players were still discussing the emotional, ethical, and revenge drama of the Baton's mercenary group. When they suddenly heard Troy's announcement, they all perked up their ears to listen. Everyone was stunned for a moment. A distress signal, another distress signal. Didn't they say that in the wilderness of the Fandi system, there would not be an incident in a few years? They had only been sailing for half a month, and they had already encountered 2 unexpected incidents in a row. However, this was also good news for the players. During the previous incident with the Baton's mercenary group, they had only been shouting 666 and being sentries. They had not received any actual benefits. Judging from Troy's words, all the Inhumans were heading to the Operation Center. It was obvious that they were going to be sent out to resolve the dispute on Planet Slywan, so this was a good opportunity to perform and make a breakthrough. One must know that even though they were currently on the mech fortress, their sense of crisis was still very strong. There weren't many daily missions on the mechanical fortress. There were a lot of F and E level missions, but there were basically no higher level missions. They looked at the Wasteland Forum every day. The players who stayed behind on the Wasteland were improving rapidly, closing the gap between them. This was especially true for the few mutant players who did not choose to come to the mechanical fortress during the professional league. Under the guidance of the legendary mutant Yvonne, their abilities had greatly improved. Now, they were far ahead of the others, even surpassing the top 3 in the previous professional league. The players on the mechanical fortress were worried. They had chosen to join the expeditionary force because they wanted to improve faster than others. In the end, they had been floating in the universe for nearly 2 weeks and had been surpassed by the players back home. They were unhappy and stressed. This time, it was finally time for them to show their skills. Each and every one of them was rubbing their fists and wiping their palms. Their eyes were glowing red, and they looked like a pack of hungry wolves. Those with guilds or friends were all gathered together. This time, all the players were mobilized, so the mission would definitely not be that simple. Moreover, this was their first time going to another planet to carry out a mission. It was difficult for 2 fists to fight against 4 hands. If they could work together, they had to do so. Wind-Chasing Wolf gathered the members of Miracle to discuss a strategy. He also pulled the casual player, Bombing Chicken, over. I won't say anything more. This is our first interstellar mission. Although he wasn't sure what the content was, since the other party had sent out a call for help, it must have involved rescue or resistance. When the time comes, we'll help each other and strive to establish an advantageous position in the first wave of space operations. Wind didn't have a detailed plan. After all, he only had one report from Troy. What was the current situation on planet Slywin? What kind of enemy were they facing? Nothing was clear yet. Making plans in advance was a waste of time. It would be better to wait until he received the mission and figured out everything before making a plan. After a few words, Wind led everyone out of the rest area. At this moment, the other players had also come out of their resting areas, and they could see the battle intent in each other's eyes. Dozens of players gathered in the operation center, waiting for the mission nervously. A moment later, a staff member appeared on the holographic screen and showed them the content of the distress signal sent by planet Slywin. After Link decided to save Slywin, he received a mission. You have triggered the B-rank quest Rescue Slavin. Establishing mission hint, planet Slywin has sent a radio distress signal. You have decided to lead the expeditionary force to investigate. Help the people of Slywin to resolve the rule of the cruel king and pull them out of the quagmire of the evil god. Mission reward, 10000000 experience points. The rest will be assessed based on performance. This was the mission that Link had received. The mission that Lin Ke had written for the players was as follows. You have triggered the B-rank mission fight for the human rights of Sven. Mission hint, an unprecedented disaster is happening on planet Slywin. The cruel king believed in immortality and wanted to sacrifice thousands of slaves to the evil god in exchange for power. We received Slywin's new radio distress signal. The Wasteland Expeditionary Force has always regarded human rights as the first priority for the people's lives. The leader, Link, is a warrior who fights for human rights and has once defeated threats such as the Machinery Faith and the Wasteland Gang. We strongly condemn this kind of thing happening in the universe and have decided to provide humanitarian assistance to Slavin. Mission flow, find out the living status of the evil god that the king believes in and the slaves on Slywin, eradicate the forces of the evil god on the planet, overthrow the tyrant's rule, and release the slaves on Slywin. Mission reward, mission experience pool of 10 million. The reward will be assessed according to performance. The players were all dumbfounded after reading the mission. 10 million experience. There were only about 60 players on the mechanical fortress. Even if they split the experience evenly, they would still get more than 100,000 EXP each. If he could get the top spot in this quest, it would not be a dream to get millions of experience points. Millions of experience points were still an astronomical figure for players. Link was definitely bleeding profusely this time. He paid attention to the forum every day, so he had a basic understanding of what was happening on Wasteland Planet. The players on the mechanical fortress had their own thoughts when they saw Ivan's group of mutants rising and catching up. Thinking about how he had not made any progress when he went out to explore, and on the contrary, the people who stayed behind to guard the rear had caught up, no one would feel comfortable. He would even wonder if his previous decision was wrong. Hence, Link decided to reward everyone with 100,000,000 experience points in order to restore their confidence. Link's mission only gave him 100,000 experience points, but the players could get 100,000 experience points. It seemed like Link was losing 900,000 experience points, but in reality, he had earned a lot. After all, Link's B-rank mission reward was dynamic. With Wind Chaser's help, it would definitely be easy to complete. They had received the B-rank mission reward from version P2, but the evaluation reward that Link gave to the players was from the raiders and the mercenary groups. It was a deal without cost. This time, Link distributed the weapons and equipment he had collected to the players. He received a better reward. Not only did he clear his inventory, but he also gained the players' favor. It was simply a win-win situation. Link won twice. Link and Helen looked at the cheering players from the single-sided window, and their lips couldn't help but curl up. Let's wait and see. Helen crossed her hands in front of her chest. All the players received the mission, and at the same time, the Mechanical Fortress's equipment store was opened.